Killing this thing truly lacked any sense of slaughter, and it was too weak. Wasn't it said that the metal element relatively restrains the wood element? However, he very quickly realized just how wrong his thoughts were. After he dispatched the rotten sword, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. As he crossed the hillside, the sharp clang of ringing swords echoed throughout the area. Before his eyes, more than 10 long swords floated in the sky. Most were the same rotten swords as before. Only at the very top floated a sword device, utterly different from the other gray-white long swords, emitting an unusual aura. It was an azure longsword, emitting a cold chill. Unfortunately, the aura it exuded, which Su Ping could sense, was undoubtedly of the commanding rank. Thus, his eye of truth could not discern this artifact pet beast's race or skills. However, it was clear that all the artifact pet beasts within this sword tomb were extremely hostile to outsiders. Without a word, they attacked directly. Swoosh! The sound of rending air heralded the imminent battle. This was the true pet beast combat Su Ping had anticipated, and it was the group battle he most looked forward to. This wasn't a drill. This wasn't a drill. This was the real deal, commanding a wolf pack against other races of pet beasts. Immediately, Su Ping let out a loud shout, "Old Sha!" A woo! At this moment, Old Sha was even more excited than Su Ping. With a loud howl, Old Sha faced the rapidly flying swords. Instantly, on this lifeless, black earth, verdant trees erupted from the ground. Tree prison. It resembled giant pythons coiling forth. Amidst these artificially created trees, the forest wolf pack seemed even more excited. Almost simultaneously, the forest wolves activated their skills. Under the cover of the trees, branches and vines intertwined, and in mere moments, the area transformed into a jungle. But that wasn't all. Old Sha roared again, language of nature. In an instant, the entwining branches and vines seemed to completely submerge the hill. The endless cold emanating from the icy commander-level longsword was utterly unable to hinder the spread and engulfment of the forest torrent. Who said this wasn't the forest wolf's home ground? If it wasn't, then we'll make it our battleground. This is... Qin Erlong stood up incredulously from his folding stool, staring in amazement at the scene unfolding on the screen. Capable of creating a jungle directly? This ability alone was enough to make the Wanmu wolf one of the best evolutionary bodies for the forest wolf. Even the crown wolf emperor might not be able to match the Wanmu wolf in this ability, right? Most importantly, in this situation, the forest wolves battled within the created jungle. Even if the rotten swords occasionally struck them, as long as it wasn't a vital spot, they could rely on the Heart of Wood's ability to absorb the life force from the jungle for rapid recovery. This meant that as long as the Wanmu wolf didn't fall, the combat power of these forest wolves would be boosted to an unimaginable level for their tier. Amazing. This was truly amazing. Qin Erlong stared intently at the scene on the screen. He couldn't hold back anymore and immediately took out his phone to send a message to Vice President Liu. "You old rascal. You owe me a big one." Nonsense. This was the evolutionary body his chosen future grandson-in-law had fully developed. If Su Ping, with this, were to achieve fame alongside him at the breeder competition in the future, of course, that old rascal owed him a huge favor. The forest wolf is one of Zhanghai Province's representative pet beasts, and also one of the iconic pet beasts to have originated here, Vice President Liu began. Its breeding costs are not high, and while its available evolution paths are few, it possesses considerable potential. In the upcoming half-year, you can choose the forest wolf as your primary research subject. Within the Breeder Association, Vice President Liu was followed by a group of young breeders. Zhanghai Province and the neighboring Huayang Province had conducted an exchange of junior breeders. Zhanghai had sent a batch over, and evidently, those following Vice President Liu Fuhai right now were this batch of junior breeders from Huayang Province. In the Breeder Association's breeding park, pet beasts were specially cultivated for the association's use. And Vice President Liu, walking at the forefront, was smiling as he introduced it to these visiting junior breeder prospects. "Mr. Liu, the breeding requirements for forest wolf pet beasts may not be stringent, but aren't their combat capabilities relatively weak? Moreover, they seem to require overly specific battlefields. If they're not fighting in a forest, both their offensive power and mobility are too frail. A young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes spoke up, clearly unconvinced by old Lu's recommendation of the forest wolf as a cultivation body. Lu Fuhai's expression stiffened. If this were his own disciple or a breeder from Zhanghai province, he would have already scolded him. But alas, this young man was from Huayang province, and his backer was Lu Fuhai's equal. The purpose of pet beast breeding is to turn the impossible into the possible. If there were invincible, all-powerful pet beasts, then what would be the need for breeders and beast tamers? All right, I've got some business to take care of. Xiao-sun, please accompany them for a tour around the wolf garden. Vice President Lu's expression wasn't very pleasant. These cheeky kids, don't they know respect for their superiors at all? It was at that moment that Vice President Lu's phone rang again. A message came in. Qin Erlong, you owe me a big favor, old man. Lu Fuhai was startled and raised an eyebrow. What favor? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Fuhai felt his blood pressure surge, his face reddening. Reading the message from Qin Erlong, he swore out loud. You know my ass. Lately, he hadn't encountered a single good thing or sane person. The experimental project for the super-rank skill combination of the Snow Wolf's evolutionary body, the Icefang White Wolf, had been declared a failure, indicating another mistake in his research direction and 2 years of effort gone down the drain. Then there was that Riddler, Zhao Deguang. And now this again. Will it never end? Does he think I have no temper? However, when he sent another message, there was no response from the other side. Obviously, Qin Erlong didn't realize that a careless comment had irked his old friend so badly that every breeder and beast tamer who sought him out that day suffered his foul mood, Sun Xiaoju included. Of course, even if Qin Erlong knew, it wouldn't bother him. His gaze was firmly fixed on the screen. At this moment, he finally relaxed. This is outrageous. In just a matter of hours, the same scenario, encountering commander-level sword devices and groups of sword pet beasts, had happened 3 times. There was even an instance where they directly faced 2 commanders. But in the end, whether facing a commander or the rest of the rotten sword pet beasts, Su Ping's combat group had achieved a terrifying miracle. 0 casualties. Not a single forest wolf had died or even been severely injured. The entire wolf pack demonstrated terrifyingly effective cooperation. Whenever a forest wolf was injured, it would immediately trigger the effects of Heart of Woods, drawing life force from the surrounding trees to rapidly heal its wounds. What was more bizarre was that the trees seemed to provide an inexhaustible supply of life force. The Wanmu wolf, resembling a Kylan, appeared to never run out of energy, as if it would never weaken. That was the main reason. Qin Erlong could see that, but even he didn't know how it was possible. After all, the Wanmu wolf's cultivation was Su Ping's creation. Whatever skills it had, Qin Erlong had no idea. All he knew was that this evolutionary body appeared to be truly extraordinary. However, if Qin Erlong had paid closer attention, he might have noticed that the sunlight in the sky seemed a bit dimmer than when they first arrived. Su Ping indeed knew. In fact, as he orderly marched his wolf pack towards the highest peak, he was no longer worried about whether he could reach the summit. Wild pet beasts, compared to those of beast tamers, have a certain gap, especially since I acquired mind vision and can direct them more swiftly. Plus, with De Zhuang staying close by my side, I won't be decapitated. This, coupled with old Sha's skills. This was the advantage of the forest wolf pack combined with Heart of Woods in forest warfare. Forest Torrent. Although it's far from reaching that level, there's no doubt that with the final puzzle piece of mind vision, my concept has begun to take shape. But now, Su Ping wasn't concerned about these things. He was pondering a question, because even I feel it's somewhat against the natural order. A bit monstrous. It's nothing else but this, under the effect of old Sha's ability, that seemingly endless supply of power for replenishment. It's based on the theoretical formula I established. X equals Y equals Z equals X2 equals Y2 equals Z2. This formula is based on the combination of sunlight, absorption, photosynthesis, and Heart of Woods. Sunlight absorption to draw in sunlight, photosynthesis to break down sunlight, and Heart of Woods to utilize sunlight. As long as there's sunlight, old Sha's power can be called endless. And even then, old Sha's Heart of Woods is only at the mastery level. There are still some flaws in its utilization of sunlight. Otherwise, it would be even more exaggerated. From this perspective, the practice of skill levels is one aspect. Simultaneously, the correct combination of skills is needed to bring out more outstanding effects. If the skills are mismatched, aside from wasting energy, one can only achieve effects reminiscent of a hodgepodge performance. Collecting his thoughts, Su Ping didn't dwell on this further. He now just wanted to wait and see when old Sha would cultivate Heart of Woods to the perfection level, and if more chemical reactions would occur then. Besides, now was not the time to ponder these matters. After a journey of several hours, overcoming the mountains filled with countless sword devices of the Sword Tomb, Su Ping finally arrived at the towering summit. However, what Su Ping hadn't anticipated was that he had assumed there would be many enemies atop this highest peak, no matter what. After all, in any adventure, the place closest to the end is always where the biggest boss resides. Yet, upon reaching this mountain peak, Su Ping encountered not the slightest resistance. All he found was debris scattered everywhere. Atop this tallest summit, it looked like it had been bombarded. Those broken long swords were even reduced to scrap metal, and the hard ground was filled with large craters. Clearly, an unimaginable battle had taken place here before. And within this mysterious realm space, aside from Su Ping, there could only be one other person. Unhindered, Su Ping called back to Zhuang, who had been scouting ahead, and the 5 forest wolves to rejoin the wolf pack. Then he accelerated. Sure enough, atop the highest peak within this secret realm, he saw that figure. After several hours, Dong Muyin bore no trace of dirt or signs of battle on her. Her form-fitted battle armor still looked noble and lavish, yet Dong Muyun's face was filled with nothing but irritation at that moment. Su Ping finally saw clearly that on the flat peak stood an immensely large long sword. The black sword seemed to have fallen from the sky, embedded into the mountain peak. The sword body and hilt that emerged, a full tens of meters high, looked as though they were only a part of it. So, this is the so-called place of sword inheritance? Su Ping looked up, gazing at the huge long sword, and then at Dong Muyun, who stood close by. Dong Muyun, having heard Su Ping approaching, turned her head and was slightly taken aback. Behind him, the wolf pack surrounding Su Ping did not present the disheveled scenario she had imagined. Instead, Su Ping's composure was far beyond her expectations. Instantly, Dong Muyun's gaze locked onto the peculiar wolf. What kind of pet beast is this? Dong Muyun raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing a trace of astonishment, but she did not ask anything. The pet beast evolutionary bodies in this world are countless. It's impossible to know them all. After all, Qin Erlong was still outside. Perhaps he had helped Su Ping bring this pet beast in for protection. What are you doing here? Dong Muyun's brows furrowed, clearly indicating that she was not in the best of moods. This secret realm was more barren than she had imagined. Normally, even a secret realm left by an emperor-level beastmaster would not be so barren. Yet, in this godforsaken place, apart from the remains gained from slaying those pet beasts, she found nothing else. She didn't even find the remnants of ores that should be present. Absurd. At that moment, Dong Muyun realized that she had to find the so-called Sword Soul Mark. But what was the Sword Soul Mark? A pet beast? An item? Or some vague, intangible thing? She had killed many pet beasts, observed them carefully, but found nothing unusual, nor the so-called Sword Soul Mark. The problem was, she only had 24 hours, and if the 24-hour exploration period ended, she would have to leave. Therefore, Dong Muyun went directly to the highest peak, wanting to see what was intriguing about this so-called sword inheritance. Fortunately, although her strength and that of her pet beasts were suppressed in this secret realm, they were still overwhelmingly powerful against those beings. But the result, clearly, did not satisfy Dong Muyun. Looking at Dong Muyun's restless demeanor, Su Ping evidently understood her thoughts at that moment. However, he did not provoke Dong Muyun. After all, there's no need to show off after reaping the benefits. Quietly making a fortune is the right thing to do. Otherwise, what if I push Dong Muyun into desperation and she refuses to give me the mechanical core? Paying no heed to Dong Muyun squatting not far from the giant sword, Su Ping left the wolf pack behind and approached the massive sword slowly. Dong Muyun raised her eyebrows, a hint of mockery in her eyes. She had also attempted to touch this giant sword, Yet her end result was being blown away by the immense power of the sword, although without injury. Perfect opportunity for this youngster to make a fool of himself. However, just when Dong Muyun was gleefully anticipating, a light flashed, and a confused little paperman appeared in her line of sight. It also appeared before Qin Erlong, who had been watching from the outside all along. Then, under Su Ping's command, the little paperman activated the sword's soul mark. The next moment, a sword light shot to the sky. It lit up Dong Muyun's dumbfounded pupils. What was that? The sword light that soared into the sky enveloped both the little paperman and the equally baffled Su Ping. Su Ping had not expected the commotion caused by this sword inheritance to be so huge. It seemed that it made no difference whether he avoided Dong Muyun or not. Since that was the case, Su Ping simply chose to ignore the murderous gaze from Dong Muyun behind him, who seemed to have come to a realization. After all, I myself hadn't anticipated that the predecessor who set up the inheritance would do so thoroughly. Could there really be no other resources in this secret realm? Fortunately, the emergence of the sword light also attracted Dong Muyun. What Su Ping imagined, that the inheritance would take him to another place, did not happen. Clearly, he had overestimated the grandeur of this so-called sword inheritance. Within his view, the sword light gradually faded, and a shadowy sword spirit slowly emerged from the top of the giant sword that pierced the sky. The legacy of my master has finally been activated. Young man, congratulations. The aged voice, along with the ethereal body and the words spoken, clearly revealed the identity of the figure. Su Ping couldn't help but feel a trickle of excitement and asked, "I've met you, senior. May I ask who you are?" "I am one of my master's pet beasts, and also the last wisp of sword spirit my master left in this secret realm. My master is the Fengdu Sword King, the general who guarded the northwest border of the Liang dynasty." Sword King. Su Ping was slightly stunned. It seemed that this place was indeed the heritage secret realm of an emperor-level beastmaster. Su Ping felt a tinge of regret. It was a pity that it was only emperor-level. Seemingly detecting Su Ping's feeling of regret, the figure appeared slightly dissatisfied. "Young man, although my master was a king-level beast tamer, he was once touted as the most likely to become a sword saint and even slew a saint-level ferocious beast." At this revelation, Su Ping promptly showed an astonished expression and said, "I see. I was presumptuous. After all, he was about to receive a benefit from someone else. He should maintain the respect due." Fengdu Sword King. This voice was not only heard by Su Ping, but also by Dong Muyun and Qin Erlong at this moment. The former obviously shared the same lack of historical knowledge as Su Ping. The latter, after thinking for a moment, recalled a name and said, "The Fengdu Sword King, Yu Liangqing, from several hundred years ago during the Liang dynasty? The peak sword king renowned for slaying ghosts and gods with a single sword? Indeed, he once killed a spirit saint-level Luo life ghost mother. That would qualify him as a powerful peak emperor-level beastmaster. It's unexpected that this secret realm is his land of inheritance." Qin Erlong clicked his tongue and then grinned, saying, "TSK, this is rather shabby. An entire secret realm without a single resource, or even the seeds for resources to be born. Could it be that the Fengdu Sword King had his assets seized by the emperor of the Liang dynasty before he died?" Clearly, Qin Erlong wasn't the only one harboring this thought. Dong Muyun felt the same. However, they would soon understand why this was. It seemed that Su Ping's earlier attitude had slightly displeased this remnant soul. He no longer indulged in small talk, but instead fulfilled his duty and directly conveyed the master's final wishes, saying, "Well then, my master was devoted to the arts of the sword and necromancy in his lifetime. His ace pet beasts were the two-stage evolution cultivation created by his unique method, the general-level peak immortal white-bone sword, and its corresponding king-level evolutionary body, the extinguishing spirit Yama sword." Goodness, those names sound quite imposing. Su Ping also showed an expectant look. Although he wasn't currently interested in instrument-type pet beasts, the chance to freely obtain an emperor-level cultivation method was quite nice. Unfortunately, the voice then said, "However, this secret cultivation method has already been offered to the glazed Saint Master, and my master promised not to pass it on any further. Naturally, I cannot bestow it upon you either." A streak of annoyance crossed Su Ping's forehead. If it wasn't to be passed on, why the long-winded explanation? Nevertheless, my master had a new idea after we failed in our attempt to ascend to the Saint Realm, knowing the path to Holy Master was out of reach. That was to integrate the sword type with the way of the undead, attempting to create a new pet beast. And this is the only legacy my master has left. Oh, Su Ping was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the little paper man. So the little paper man was the special pet beast this master had created? It really seemed so, as the little paper man was indeed a combination of the metal element and the necromancy series. Then I have already received it, he said with a smile. However, the voice shook its head. No, there's one final step still missing. What step? The voice paused, seemingly also becoming extremely excited, and continued. The sword-souled pet beast my master wished to create is a purely undead sword. That is the true pet beast, sword soul. Therefore, before dying, my master purchased 2 main material resources and several auxiliary resources, using the last of his time to create it. These 2 resources are the Saint-level Soul Seed and the Saint-level Sword Intent Origin. Su Ping's pupils shrank slightly. Even Dong Muyun, who was not far away, inhaled sharply. Such extravagance. The higher the level of the resource, the more unimaginable its value. Emperor-level resources were already unimaginably advanced-level resources. And as for Spirit Saint-level ones, needless to say, ordinary people probably hadn't even heard the names of most spiritual-level resources, including Su Ping. Fortunately, the figure went on to explain what these 2 resources that had reached such a level were for. Soul Seed, a necromancy system spiritual-level resource, can be used on the corpse of any powerful pet beast, allowing it to resurrect as an undead pet beast. Even if a Spirit Saint-level pet beast dies, it can still be resurrected, and its level and strength will not change significantly. What the? Su Ping gasped. A spiritual-level resource was indeed outrageous. If there were countless soul seeds, by slaughtering Spirit Saint-level pet beasts, wouldn't it be possible to rapidly gather an unimaginable army of Spirit Saint-level undead pet beasts? If that were the case, it would truly be terrifying. However, he could imagine that such a thing wouldn't be easy to obtain. Seemingly satisfied with Su Ping's shock, the voice continued, and the Sword Intent Origin can be applied to sword-type pet beasts. Not only would it significantly enhance the sword-type pet beast's comprehension of any sword-related skills, but it would also allow the sword-type pet beast to comprehend the super-ranked sword-type pet beast exclusive skill, Sword Intent, after reaching the peak of the general level. General level was the term used during the Liang Dynasty era, which translates to commander level today. Su Ping blinked. Sure enough, once resource treasures reached this level, they started becoming truly outlandish. Super rank skills. Even now, Su Ping still did not know just how powerful super rank skills truly were. And Vice President Liu had told him that super rank skills, let alone for those at peak command, even monarchs and emperors weren't guaranteed to master them. As for the key aspects, old Liu had been coy and hadn't elaborated. But Su Ping could imagine the difficulty involved. And now, this entity was telling me that a spiritual level resource could enable a sword-type pet beast to comprehend a super rank skill like Sword Intent upon reaching the commander level peak. Clearly, Su Ping was already eager. Seeming to notice Su Ping's excitement, the figure laughed with satisfaction and said, "That's right. That's how the Sword Soul was born. It was formed using the purest saint-level treasure, the Soul Seed, as its body, and the Sword Intent Origin saturating its heart, thereby sculpting an unprecedented sword soul embryo. However, a pure soul body cannot be preserved for long. The master's lifespan was insufficient to wait for it to find a successor and mature. Therefore, the master used several auxiliary resources to transfer the condensed soul body into the body of a rotten sword. However, due to the master's foresight, pet beasts possessing the sword soul mark could only increase in level. They were unable to truly utilize the sword soul's power. At most, they were influenced so their skill levels increased more quickly. The sword soul mark, condensed by the sword soul, automatically enters the body of the next host upon the current host's death. It waits for a successor to arrive. Whoever is capable of obtaining the sword soul can contract it to accelerate its growth and power. Clearly, lucky future successor. You are that fortunate person. Initially, Su Ping listened with surging excitement. Wow, so my little paper man has such an impressive origin. No wonder it's so special compared to ordinary papermen. It was actually formed from two spiritual-level resource treasures combined. But the more Su Ping listened, the more he felt something was amiss. By the end, he finally realized what was wrong. He first walked over to the little paper man, allowing it to hide behind him, and then he asked, "So, the last step you just mentioned is?" The figure laughed and said, "That's right. Extracting the soul formed by the sword soul mark from this host's body. That is the true sword soul." Su Ping showed no joy or excitement at the prospect of this imminent windfall, instead staring intently at the figure. Then, will the extracted sword soul still retain the little paper man's previous memories and consciousness? The figure clearly didn't notice the particular tone in Su Ping's words and chuckled. Hee. Its possession of this lowly paperman body is merely due to the consciousness shaped by the paperman itself and influenced by the sword soul mark. Once the sword soul is stripped away, the insignificant intelligence born from this inferior paper body will naturally vanish. However, as the sword soul's level increases, it will also develop new wisdom. This initial lack of intelligence won't affect its combat capabilities. Seemingly noticing something from Su Ping's expression, the figure continued. Of course, I can tell that the insignificant paperman with the sword soul mark is your contracted beast. But rest assured, the essence of the extracted sword soul is identical to the paperman's soul origin. The connection through your soul contract, at the soul level, will not be affected by the death and destruction of this inferior paper body. It will simply transform your contracted beast from this lucky paperman that happened to obtain the sword soul mark into the true sword soul. Dong Muyun glanced at Su Ping. By now she knew. This little brat agreed to my partnership with ill intentions. Turns out he'd already obtained the sword soul mark a long time ago. However, at this moment, Dong Muyun wasn't in the mood for resentment or plotting. Instead, she was quite intrigued. She could tell that Su Ping definitely had strong feelings for that little paperman. But at this moment, how will Su Ping choose? Dong Muyun asked herself. If it were me, I'm afraid I truly wouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. A new pet beast, created from two spiritual level resources. A sword soul of a kind never seen before, the soul sword. Moreover, with the sword intent origins effect, one only needed to reach the peak of the commander rank to automatically comprehend the super rank skill sword intent. This represented the terrifying potential of this sword soul. Who could resist such a temptation? However, the moment the voice finished, Su Ping stated directly, "Sorry, whether it's you or the venerable Fengdu Sword King, I apologize, but I do not wish to accept this inheritance. I will not erase the little paperman's spiritual intelligence in exchange for that so-called sword soul." With a thought, Su Ping recalled the little paperman, still bewildered and clueless about what was happening, directly into his beast taming space. The figure was astounded. It seemed to have never anticipated such an answer. Even its remnant soul was stunned, frozen in place. 10 seconds later, it slowly asked, "Young man, do you know what you are saying?" Su Ping gave a bitter smile. "Sorry, senior. If I get the chance, I will gather soul seed, sword intent origin, and the other materials. Then, if possible, I will follow the Fengdu Sword King's idea to recreate a sword soul and cultivate it as compensation." Before he could finish, the voice turned extremely furious and sharp, accompanied by the clang of a sword. "Ignorant junior, a mere elite beast tamer, daring to speak so boldly? Can you afford to compensate?" Su Ping's spirit felt as if scraped by a knife, and he was violently thrown backward. At that moment, Su Ping recalled all the little moments he had spent with the little paperman over the past month. It wasn't that the two spiritual level resources that formed the sword soul weren't tempting. It was that just the night before, under the little paperman's excited gaze, he had promised to become its master and help it grow stronger. How could he go back on his word so quickly? AWO. With old Shah's roar, the wolf pack instantly surrounded Su Ping. The terrifying greatsword was immediately ensnared by numerous branches. However, those previously all-conquering branches instantly shattered at the figure's roar. A terrifying sword chi shot directly towards Su Ping. Su Ping, almost without thinking, crushed the special button Qin Erlong had given him. The next moment, an electromagnetic shield flickering with lightning blocked the terrifying sword blade slashing down at him. The terrifying Emperor-level power erupted, creating a massive crack in the entire secret realm. Su Ping had no time to worry about this. He activated his pet beast home talent, and the entire wolf pack was recalled into the beast taming space. Then, holding old Sha, with De Zhuang and Air Zhuang beside him, he vanished from the fracturing space. Dong Muyun, who had been silent all along, now wore an extremely complicated expression. She hadn't expected Su Ping to make such a choice. To give up a sword soul with limitless potential for a little paperman, and almost at the cost of his own life. She wasn't particularly surprised that Qin Erlong had given Su Ping such a life-saving item. Dong Muyun glanced at the lingering residual electromagnetic force and the slowly crumbling mysterious realm space. As the mysterious realm space crumbled, the power within her, previously suppressed by the rules, slowly returned. This secret realm was clearly on the brink of annihilation. At this moment, the ephemeral figure turned its gaze towards her. "Woman from the future," it said, "swiftly go and slay that low-level human. Seize the sword soul. My master's inheritance can also be yours, not just the sword soul, but also the method to forge it, along with some of my master's cultivation insights." Dong Muyun glanced at the entity and scoffed. "Who are you commanding?" "A mere Emperor-level Beast Tamer's pet beast. Although my Dong family has declined, we were once the Mirror Saint family. I, Dong Muyun, am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Dong family. A secret realm spirit on the verge of collapse, and you're still trying to put on airs. You..." Before the voice could finish, Dong Muyun laughed. "Enough. Hand it over quickly. As the Fengdu Sword King's pet beast, your duty is to ensure the Sword King's legacy is passed on, not to be swayed by personal feelings." Evidently, upon hearing these words, the figure on the greatsword within the crumbling secret realm finally fell silent. Then, a small, sword-shaped necklace pendant flew into Dong Muyun's hands. Qin Erlong's gaze flickered continuously. He saw the entire scene within that image. He heard of the soul of the sword, converged from the spiritual level resource that was a soul seed, and the Holy Spirit resource from the sword intent origin. He also heard Su Ping's resolute rejection without a hint of hesitation. A paperman that appeared to be at most elite level, perhaps even just ordinary level. A soul of the sword, whose specific potential was unknown, but definitely unimaginable. These two choices, which any normal person would know how to pick at a glance, were decisively rejected by that kid Su Ping. However, Qin Erlong felt no anger or regret. Instead, he smiled. This is what a beast tamer should be like. If a beast tamer, lured by power and resources, can betray even his own pet beast, then what else isn't he capable of betraying? Such a beast tamer, even if he has great talent, who would truly dare to trust and bet on him? At this moment, Qin Erlong truly appreciated this young fellow for reasons beyond his talent and his granddaughter's connection to him. Bang! Space shattered. Almost in the next moment, Su Ping, who had disappeared from the UFO's image, appeared next to Qin Erlong. Su Ping's body still bore some scratches, caused by the recent aftermath and when he was first sent flying. Qin Erlong sat on a stool, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he looked at the extremely disheveled Su Ping. TSK. Seems like your confidence has run into some problems." Su Ping managed a wry smile. He really hadn't expected this outcome. And that spirit of the secret realm, why couldn't it just talk things out? Why resort to aggression like that? He hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully to Qin Erlong. "I was careless. Thank you for saving my life, old Qin. Even if you refuse, you could be a little more tactful. Why be so blunt?" Qin Erlong continued with a smile. Su Ping was taken aback. "Old Qin, you saw that?" Qin Erlong nodded. Su Ping grinned, and, with a thought, the somewhat bewildered paperman Qian Yi reappeared. It seemed a bit confused as to why its master had returned from its home again. Su Ping knocked on the paperman's head with his finger. "If I'm not straightforward about it, I'm afraid this little guy will be heartbroken when he finds out later." Qin Erlong's amiable expression faltered as he looked at the peculiar swordsman paperman. Then he smiled slightly. "Interesting. Rather than that so-called soul of the sword, I'm more interested in whether you can raise a paper man the likes of which no one has ever seen. Su Ping's smile grew even wider. I'll do my best, as long as old Qin doesn't think I'm being foolish. Qin Erlong nodded. So you know you're being foolish, huh? But, although it's foolish, it's quite remarkable. Su Ping didn't respond. He didn't think much of it. In the next second, Dong Muyun's figure also appeared not far away. At the same time, the vortex gate of the secret realm showed a series of fractured ripples. Su Ping's heart tightened. Dong Muyun's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as they focused on Su Ping. No wonder you wanted to cooperate with me. So, this was your plan all along, huh? Su Ping gave a dry laugh. Having his scheme exposed by the person involved was indeed a bit awkward. Su Ping pretended not to hear and quickly patted Old Shah's head. Old Shah, take the little ones back to rest first. Old Shah nodded. He too was extremely tired. It was clear that even the formidable skills formula of sunlight absorption couldn't turn him into a true perpetual motion machine. Energy might be infinite under the sun, but his body and mind would still be affected. The wolf pack was released, including Xiao Qing, but her gaze was a bit resentful since she hadn't really joined in the wolf pack's battle this time. After all, a metal element sword-type pet beast, like those of the earth element, was known as the most effective counter to poison-type pet beasts. Qin Erlong quickly helped shift the conversation. Su Ping, when did you cultivate this Wanmu wolf? A brand new forest wolf evolver. I guess old Lu would be ecstatic if he knew. Huh. This time, it was Dong Muyun's turn to be surprised. Of course, she had noticed that peculiar, Kylan-like forest wolf evolver. However, she truly hadn't imagined it had evolved from a forest wolf. But Wanmu wolf? I've never heard of it. Su Ping ignored Dong Muyun's suspicious gaze. I completed it a few days ago. I was just lucky. But as a brand new forest wolf evolver, the Wanmu wolf's performance is definitely up to par. A brand new forest wolf evolver. What the? Now Dong Muyun was truly shocked. At this moment, she finally began to understand why Miss Qin, who was born destined for the clouds, would fall for such a smelly kid a few years her junior. Forget Qin Xiaoxua. She figured if she were a few years younger, she definitely wouldn't have been able to resist him either. Of course, it seemed it wasn't too late even now. What level of high potential stock was this? To think he could develop an advanced forest wolf evolver at such a young age. And such a formidable one at that. Dong Muyun pursed her lips, suddenly made up her mind, and a sword-shaped pendant appeared in her hand. She looked at Su Ping. Su Ping, I saw what happened just now. The inheritance of that soul of the sword is of no use to me, and Tianyun Group has no plans to develop sword-type pet beasts. So, this inheritance from the Fengdu Sword King, I'll give it back to you. The pendant was thrown over, but Su Ping just stood there, stunned. He had already given up hope on the matter of inheritance. After all, he couldn't possibly abandon the little paper man. Unexpectedly, this woman had pulled such a stunt. Qin Erlong, however, looked at Dong Muyun with some wariness. This woman doesn't look like good news. Is she trying to compete with me for a grandson-in-law? Absolutely not. Qin Erlong made up his mind. This brat might be as thick as a log, but I can't just let my granddaughter's situation be ignored. I have to take the initiative. Otherwise, such a prime candidate for a grandson-in-law might get snatched away. Seeing Su Ping standing there in a daze, Dong Muyun chuckled. However, as per our previous agreement, the exploration of the secret realm this time was supposed to last 24 hours. With the secret realm now collapsing, we naturally can't explore. According to the contract, if the exploration duration isn't met, we reduce the corresponding reward proportionally. At this point, looking at Su Ping's helpless and resentful expression, Dong Muyun shrugged her shoulders. So, according to the rules, the mechanical core is gone. You can have the Yuntian resort for these few hours. With the issue of the secret realm resolved and her curiosity satisfied, Dong Muyun had no reason to continue. Whether dismantling or moving those instruments and buildings, their value would decrease. It was a matter of going with the flow. No, my mechanical core. Su Ping wailed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. After all, this was clearly stated in the contract. Moreover, he had just taken a significant advantage of her. If Dong Muyun were to be blunt about it, she had truly gained nothing from this trip to the secret realm. Su Ping glanced at Dong Muyun and said very seriously, "Regardless, I owe you a favor. Having gotten the response she wanted, Dong Muyun's face blossomed with a springtime smile. She waved her hand and soared into the sky, which was now tinted with twilight. Qin Erlong warily watched the woman's retreating figure. She wasn't much inferior to his own granddaughter in looks, and her status and background weren't bad either. Most importantly, she had the advantage of proximity, while his granddaughter was far away in the magic capital. This situation seemed very dangerous to him. So, Qin Erlong turned his head to look at Su Ping. Su Ping, have you been in touch with Xiao Shui recently? Su Ping's face stiffened, and he scratched his head awkwardly. I've been busy researching the Wanmu wolf, as you know. It's all right. I was just asking. You young people should communicate more. Okay, I've been here with you all day, so I'll be going now. Remember, communicate more. Su Ping helplessly and wryly saw old Qin off to his car. The president of the Zhanghai Province Beast Master Association, even from the car, didn't forget to remind Su Ping to connect more with Qin Xiaoxue. Sighing and shaking his head, Su Ping didn't linger. Instead, he sprinted towards the banks of the Lingxi River at top speed, taking De Zhuang with him but not calling old Xia. Because he still had one last thing to do, something he wanted to try. Though I'm somewhat uncertain about this. After breaking through to the elite level, the space characteristic of Su Ping's Beast Taming space that awakened was space absorption. This was a unique and rare space characteristic, one Su Ping hadn't even dared to share with others because its effect was just too unusual. Absorbing the origin of a secret realm to enhance his own Beast Taming space's abilities. It seemed quite sinister no matter how he looked at it. But to expect Su Ping to restrain himself from trying it out was obviously unrealistic. So, after everyone had left, Su Ping still briskly returned to the banks of the Lingxi River. The shattered space vortex made him somewhat nervous. He could sense that to activate the space absorption ability, he had to get dangerously close to the secret realm. Moreover, for the ability to activate, the secret realm could not contain any pet beasts exceeding his own realm. The activation conditions were quite harsh. Under such circumstances, whether it could even be activated was an unknown. Su Ping stretched out his hand, directly touching the weak connection of the spatial ripple. Afterward, he felt an invisible tentacle extend from within his beast taming space, connecting through his hand to the broken world before him. At that moment, his beast taming space was like an entity encountering the most delicious delicacy. It plunged a feeler into this shattered world. The secret realm was collapsing. Its original commander rank sword devices had already been cleared out countless times, and any that remained were annihilated by the spatial fragmentation. This was a secret realm world on the verge of breaking apart, and Su Ping seized the last thread of opportunity for space absorption. This was a mysterious realm space left behind by an emperor-level beastmaster. Even though there were no resources left, the world itself was incredibly precious. Su Ping felt an extremely special power being infused into his beast taming space. This power made his beast taming space seem like a starving infant, desperately absorbing nutrients. At the original boundaries of his beast taming space, the once stable area began to ripple again. Then, the space, already a size larger than that of an ordinary elite-level beast tamer, slowly started to extend outward once more. However, the small, newly expanded section looked somewhat different from the previously lush green terrain. The ground was pitch black, with a texture somewhere between metal and rock, clearly similar to the conditions inside the secret realm. Before Su Ping could carefully perceive it, the expansion of his beast taming space caused his spiritual power, which had surged from his breakthrough 2 days prior, to ripple once again. Before Su Ping could react, his recently attained realm directly advanced another step. Elite second rank. Su Ping slowly opened his eyes. The vortex door to the shattered mysterious realm space vanished without a trace. The tentacle that had connected to the shattered secret realm through his body also disappeared completely. It was as if nothing had happened. However, when Su Ping merged his consciousness into his beast taming space, he saw that his original 3-bedroom, 1 living room space had gained an additional 0.25 room. At the same time, feedback from his space characteristics arrived as soon as his consciousness appeared. Space absorption from secret realm. Obtained partial origin characteristics of the secret realm. Insufficient origin absorbed. No additional enhancement. can continue to absorb similar secret realms or obtain corresponding resources/treasures to complete this secret realm's origin as own space characteristics. Su Ping's brows rose slightly. He, of course, hadn't expected to gain any terrifying enhancement from a single instance of space absorption. After all, his own realm was too low. It's a pity. If this space hadn't collapsed, I could have waited a bit until my realm was higher before absorbing it. Shaking his head, Su Ping wasn't greedy. He exhaled and returned to his house to examine the inheritance left by the Fengdu Sword King within the sword-shaped pendant space. His earlier words hadn't been mere talk. If he had the capability and opportunity in the future, he would still strive to fulfill the Fengdu Sword King's last wish and see if he could create the so-called soul of the sword according to the king's vision. Meanwhile, Qin Erlong, having returned home, couldn't hold back any longer. The UFO pet beast had recorded the scene of Su Ping's live broadcast within the secret realm. After watching it repeatedly, especially the Wanmu Wolf's outrageous performance, Qin Erlong finally couldn't resist sending the video to an authority in this field, a prominent figure within his own family. Then, not long after, his phone rang. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the line wasted no words, getting straight to the point. Qin Erlong, where did you wrangle up this wolf from? The voice on the other end of the phone, although still as calm as if it belonged to a life form that wasn't entirely normal, now carried a thread of urgency rarely heard before. Clearly, the wolf in the video footage, resembling a Kylan, had made a tremendous impact on him. A brand new forest wolf evolver, cultivated by Su Ping. Qin Erlong stated. Silence fell on the other end of the line for a moment before the voice finally said, when winter break comes and there's time, have that young man visit the magic capital. Around then, Xiao Shui should be evolving into the crown wolf emperor. The call ended, and Qin Erlong smiled faintly. After some thought, he sent Qin Xiaoshui a message. Xiao Shui, how have you been lately? Autumn arrived. However, Zhonghai province, being a coastal region and somewhat southern, felt none of the cold. In fact, the trees and flowers near the heart of wood cultivation base were still in full bloom. This was partly due to the season, but even more so because the presence of the forest wolves had enhanced the plant's life force. Pet beasts were indeed miraculous beings, capable of freely influencing the environment around them. The autumn atmosphere also couldn't affect the current state of the heart of wood cultivation base. Both inside and out, it could be described as bustling with activity. Externally, Su Ping had taken over the Yuntian resort business from Dong Muyun. He had the high walls separating the two properties demolished and a connecting passageway constructed. The land deeds for the entirety of Heart of Woods were now completely combined. It wasn't just the land deeds. Su Ping also took on most of Yuntian's remaining staff, excluding a few high-level managers. Yuntian's business was decent. Excluding the initial investments, it could still turn a considerable profit if one only counted labor expenses. Combined with Su Ping's own pet beast cultivation enterprise, it almost seemed like a powerful alliance was forming. However, Su Ping still preferred his peace and quiet. So, even though the two businesses were connected, the Heart of Woods side still saw little personnel traffic. Then there was Guan Xianshan. Lao Guan certainly never expected that in just over half a month, he would once again become the manager of Yuntian Resort. No, that's not right, he thought. It's no longer Yuntian Resort, but the Heart of Woods pet beast service base. Undoubtedly, the personnel from Yuntian greatly alleviated the previous rush of business on Lao Guan's side. However, as the manager now responsible for the entire Heart of Woods, his job wasn't much easier than before. While the external operations of Heart of Woods were bustling, the internal affairs were just as hectic. Chew, I told you not to just swallow it without thinking, like you're gobbling down a ginseng fruit. Su Ping instructed. Go and carefully experience the texture of the wood. Feel the sensation as it enters your mouths and stomachs, merging with the changes in your wood nature. If you move restlessly again, Old Sha, prepare to be tied up. AWO. The day after returning from the secret realm, Su Ping methodically began the cultivation and evolution process for the Wanmu wolves. So far, it had progressed smoothly. Out of the 10 Legion forest wolves, a full 4 had already grasped photosynthesis, leaving 6 remaining. Su Ping shook his head, instead focusing his attention on Old Sha. It had recovered over the past few days, but Su Ping also knew that the formulas for those 3 skills placed a certain strain on both its spirit and body. However, far from worrying, I actually breathed a genuine sigh of relief, Su Ping thought. Otherwise, those skill formulas would be too absurdly powerful, so powerful that I'd even worry about potential problems arising. Now, with certain limitations, it all seems relatively more reasonable. The 4 forest wolves that had already mastered photosynthesis had been planted in spots outside the forest where sunshine was plentiful and positioned so they wouldn't interfere with each other's sunlight absorption. Unfortunately, luck hadn't been on their side. The weather had been somewhat gloomy recently, with the sun not making many appearances, which slowed the photosynthesis cultivation progress for the wolves that had just begun. Su Ping wasn't in a hurry. With the support of the Beast Tamer Legion and ample resources at his disposal, he could provide sunflower seeds and spring water generously. He had, however, gotten his hands on the Smiley sunflower seeds. He placed them in the beast taming space, but wasn't in a hurry to plant them. Aside from the Wanmu wolf cultivation, part of his mental energy was focused on the inheritance of the Fengdu Sword King. This inheritance included not just the sword soul, but also many of the Fengdu Sword King's insights regarding sword-type pet beasts. This had given Su Ping a certain level of in-depth understanding, even though he had never truly come into close contact with these sword-type pet beasts. However, truth be told, Su Ping's main focus these past few days had been on investigating one particular matter. After checking on the Wanmu wolf cultivation, Su Ping's phone rang. It was Sun Chaoju, whom he hadn't seen in quite a while. He quickly answered the call. Hello? Breeder's son. TSK, you kid. We haven't been in touch for so long, and now you're acting so formal? Sun Chaoju's voice came through. Just call me Sun Go. All right, Sun Go. Is there something you need? Su Ping asked, not rejecting the other's warmth. It's like the saying goes, Su Ping thought. When you become strong yourself, you find that most people you meet are good. Sun Chaoju is like that, and so is Dong Muyun. Last time, didn't you ask me to help find a skilled breeder in Linzhou who specializes in paper men? Sun Chaoju continued. Su Ping's heart stirred. Indeed, these past few days, his most important task had been searching for information about paper men. The words of that sword spirit from the secret realm still echoed in his ears. Whether for himself or for the little paper man, he had to find a powerful path to strength for paper men. However, Su Ping soon became somewhat speechless. Sun Chaoju had called, saying, I've asked around. Forget Linzhou City, even in the entire Zhanghai province, there's almost no breeder proficient in paper men, let alone an intermediate breeder capable of developing cultivation skills for them. Oh, disappointed, Su Ping knew the other party hadn't called just to tease him. Indeed, that was the case. However, when the teacher heard it was about you, he gave you something. At this point, the scoundrel's tone paused slightly. Su Ping was speechless. He wanted to jump up and give this master-disciple duo, who were just as bad, a blast from an electric cannon. Can't they speak properly? Why do they love to be so coy? But obviously, since the other party was helping him, he naturally followed the lead and hurriedly asked, What is it? Heh. It's a journal from a former senior breeder in Zhanghai who specialized in research on the necromancy series. Of course, it's not all his notes and insights. However, that predecessor also took an interest in paper men and recorded some findings. Su Ping's eyes lit up. It was perfect timing. The area by the banks of the Lingxi River had been fenced off and barely counted as a new zone. It was time for him to purchase some paper men, to elevate the catalog level of paper men. When he reached elite first rank, the Forest Wolf catalog's sharing ability expanded from 20 people to 30. Now, at elite second rank, the upper limit had increased by another 2. Reaching an astounding 32 shared connections. He couldn't wait for the paperman to gain the same capabilities. After setting a meeting place with Sun Chaoju, Su Ping, basking in the noon autumn sunshine, sat by the bus window and arrived in Linzhou city center before dinner. Getting off the bus, Su Ping once again thought of the super shadow bike owned by his old man. The mechanical core he was supposed to get from Dong Muyun had also fallen through. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This time, Sun Chaoju didn't beat around the bush and directly handed the notebook over. He even joined Su Ping for lunch and inquired about the Wanmu wolf. This time, Su Ping didn't spill the beans. It's all right, there has been some progress. Damn it, this master and disciple were better at being coy than anyone. I'll have to keep a card up my sleeve to give these old guys a big surprise later. It's good that there's progress. Upon saying this, Sun Chaoju thought for a moment and added, lately, the teacher hasn't been in a good mood, so you'd better not go see him. Also, Su Ping, as for researching paper men, just dabble in it. Consider it a diversion at most, and don't invest too much into it. Focus mainly on the Wanmu wolf. Then, something unexpected happened. Old Sun directly took out 3 small boxes. These weren't just any boxes. They were 3 sun crystals. This is what the teacher asked me to give you. Consider it temporary research funding from the Breeder Association. Let us know if you're short on any resources. However, the teacher also said that while the instruments are not an option, you can freely use the laboratory. So old Lu was actually putting up serious capital? Truth be told, Su Ping was beginning to feel a twinge of guilt. If I keep old Lu in the dark like this, won't he get angry later? Considering old Lu is in a bad mood, it seems I definitely shouldn't tell him. As for the papermen, Su Ping clearly understood Sun Chaoju's intention. However, he didn't tell him that he had in fact contracted a paperman as his pet beast. For the sake of his own pet beast, he had to put more effort into this area. Naturally, it wasn't appropriate to say such things. After chatting more about pet beast cultivation and the Wanmu wolf at the dinner table, Su Ping headed straight for the market that specialized in selling undead pet beasts. He spent a total of 500,000 and bought 10 papermen of reasonably good quality. Only then, as dusk approached, did he return to the heart of woods. Su Ping didn't even rush to release the 10 papermen he had put into the beast taming space. Instead, he went straight to his study and took out the thin notebook. Clearly, when Sun Chaoju made those comments, he must have been pessimistic about the cultivation of papermen, and the reason likely lay within this journal. The insights of an advanced-level undead cultivator were indeed worth reading. The notebook belonged to a breeder named Mu Yu. As he flipped open the cover, he saw the yellowed pages, inscribed with words aged by time. The essence of Necromancy series pet beasts lies in the condensation of a pet beast's spiritual soul. They can appear as pure souls or with other media. Regardless, any undead pet beast, even those with sturdy bodies like skeleton soldiers and zombies, is fundamentally a soul. Blue Star Undead Breeding Master, Charles Lee. I deeply agree and believe that, aside from physical strength, the power of the soul is essential and even more important for most strong pet beasts. The fact that some powerful pet beasts can transform into an undead form after death is proof, with the most direct examples being bone dragons and phantom dragons. However, the soul's condensation apart from the body requires both opportunity and talent. Thus, many undead pet beasts may originate from the soul power of deceased living beings, which, after losing consciousness, coincidentally condense. The beginning clearly quoted a breeding master from an unknown country before directly delving into the main text of this diary manuscript. The paperman is the same. As the weakest of the known necromancy series, the soul of a paperman, after leaving its fragile paper body, cannot coalesce again. It either clings to the remnants of its body or simply dies. In the world of breeders, there is a saying, the weaker the pet beast, the more infinite its potential. The lower the tier of the pet beast, the more diverse its evolution. So, why has the paperman, to this day, only one discovered evolutionary body, and it's the practically unimproved armor paperman? Clearly, this breeder started with such a hypothesis and then embarked on an in-depth study and cultivation of the paperman. Despite all that had been said previously, this person named Mu Yu didn't rush into an in-depth study and enhancement of the paperman's spirit and soul. Instead, he provided evidence concerning the armor paperman and the paperman. Such an evolutionary body is undoubtedly a failure. In an attempt to strengthen the paperman's paper body by turning it into paper armor, they sacrificed the fundamental flexibility of paper body folding, a loss not worth the gain. Mu Yu offered the strongest denial and criticism in his notes. Simultaneously, he began efforts to enhance the soul. This was what Mu Yu said, and it was also what he did. The following main text detailed how this senior undead breeder used his experience to enhance the soul of the paperman. I believe my findings are correct. Absolutely correct. Master Charles is rightfully recognized by the Blue Star pet beast breeding world with the honorary title of Undead Crown Breeder. His sole supreme theory of the Necromancy series is the cornerstone of Necromancy series cultivation. It's a universally applicable theoretical foundation. The strength of the soul is the most important foundation. The most direct and effective method is to use resources from the Necromancy series. I provided 100 papermen with various low-level cultivation resources, ranging from ordinary level to commander level, including soul-settling paper, undead crystal, water of death, soul dust, and so on. Damn, commander level is still considered low-level cultivation resources? And to start a preliminary cultivation experiment with 100 of them? At this moment, Su Ping realized the sheer scale at which such senior breeders operated. However, it seemed that for a senior undead breeder, resources of this level truly weren't much. The scope of the Necromancy series was vast, even broader than Lu Fuhai's wolf pet research. One could imagine that this breeder, named Mu Yu, was likely no ordinary person. Next, the journal recorded the changes in these 100 papermen. After a month of continuous resource enhancement, the experimental subjects' realms varied, but all showed significant improvement. However, apart from their realm, there were no other changes. After they reached the ordinary 10th order, the undead crystal no longer had any effect. But clearly, the paperman's soul power had reached the highest point it could be raised to. The essence of evolution is to find a suitable direction and corresponding methods after reaching this peak to break through the original limitations. So, where does the limitation of the paperman's souls lie? Utilizing the pet beast soul hooker's soul extraction skill, I directly removed the paperman's souls. Through observation, the paperman's souls were stagnant, and it was difficult to find any spark of potential in them. Their consciousness and self-awareness were even much weaker than those of other pet beasts. Perhaps if their realm improves, there will be some changes and differences? Although I absolutely believe Master Charles's words, I have to say, perhaps the paper bodies to which the papermen's souls are attached are the primary reason for their limitations. Su Ping smiled. This senior breeder, named Mu Yu, was indeed quite interesting. Initially, he had disdainfully dismissed the paperman's only evolutionary body, the armor paperman. He fervently believed that as long as the soul was enhanced, the paperman would show some evolutionary sparks and new directions for evolution after its realm increased. However, after taking action, he found that enhancing the paperman's soul yielded no significant discoveries. Instead, he had to start strengthening the paperman's physical body, first continuing to enhance its soul power, and then observing what happened. In truth, no breeder was a fool. If it were that simple, the paperman wouldn't have remained in its current state for so many years. However, it had to be said that although the diary hadn't given Su Ping any inspiration so far, it had at least saved him from many potential wrong turns. A considerable portion of what followed detailed Breeder Mu's research, discoveries, and final conclusions in this area. Damn it, paper is such an incredibly weak, low-grade material. Why would a soul from the Necromancy series be born attached to paper? What kind of upper limit or potential could a body made of such material possibly have? He'd lost his composure. He was completely frustrated. Su Ping no longer felt the initial anticipation and excitement he had when he started reading the manuscript. Seeing that he was approaching the final few pages, it was clear that the conclusion Breeder Mu had reached meant that this senior undead breeder had truly failed to discover anything useful. The ultimate result seemed to only add further confirmation to the nicknamed disgrace of the Necromancy system, an evaluation given by all Beast Tamers. But soon, when he flipped to the last page, Su Ping's brow furrowed slightly. This was because the series of actions taken by this breeder, named Mu Yu, made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Could there really be undead pet beasts in this world that have no evolutionary potential at all? Impossible. Master Charles had said that undead pet beasts possess infinite possibilities in their mastery of souls. Just because something hasn't been discovered doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Often, after all impossibilities have been ruled out, what's left must be the only possible choice and answer. With no mood to critique that death-grade schoolboy's famous quote, Su Ping's brows tightened as he read the following records. I attempted a soul-devouring experiment. The soul-devouring experiment was an experiment involving undead pet beasts that had been classified as taboo and illegal by the Dragon Country Breeding Master Association. It involved the direct devouring of other pet beast souls by a pet beast. Some pet beasts could indeed make rapid progress and even undergo unexpected evolutionary changes under these circumstances. However, the reason this experiment was strictly prohibited was that undead pet beasts that devoured souls could become addicted. This was different from the natural food chain cycle of life and death. An undead pet beast that devoured souls might rapidly ascend in realm for a short time, but it would lose the wisdom and sanity that came with this ascent. It would become a deadly beast, addicted to devouring souls and bloodthirsty. In fact, the aforementioned undead crystals and soul dust were resources related to necromancy system souls, but they had been specially processed to become safe and harmless. However, living souls were clearly not. A pet beast that had lost its wisdom might even defy its master's orders or turn on them, despite a soul contract being in place. Moreover, wild experimental pet beasts, if not controlled properly and allowed to leave the lab, could pose a great threat and cause significant harm to populated areas. This situation would cause serious instability within the Beastmaster civilization, so it was strictly forbidden. And at this moment, Muyu had clearly violated the ban. To Su Ping, the strength of a pet beast was not merely about physical power. Without wisdom, even if a Beast Tamer couldn't restrain it, no matter how strong, it was just a meaningless wild beast. Su Ping's eyebrows were tightly knitted, but he still turned to the next page. He continued reading, trying to analyze it from another perspective. The devouring of souls had released a ferocity in the paperman never seen before. At the same time, one had even easily broken through the limitations of its racial potential. That's right. This is the nature undead pet beasts should have. Those previous papermen, dull and even incapable of thought, were the ones that were wrong. Could it be that my attempt was correct? My speculation also right. Is the paperman a rare breed that can only evolve by devouring souls? Clearly, Muyu thought he had found a path, but alas, the outcome remained unchanged. No. The paperman's realm had ascended, but its soul still hadn't surpassed any previous state. Instead, it had become utterly deformed. How could this be? This didn't conform to Master Charles's theory of undead pet beast souls. Dead. It died because its soul couldn't withstand the collapse from consuming another soul. How could this have happened? I've got it. Could it be that the paperman's soul was inherently incomplete, imperfect? It was a failed pet beast race. No, it shouldn't even have been called a pet beast. It lacked any semblance of the fundamental soul rules necessary for a living being. How could such an inferior creature be considered a complete pet beast? To think that such an inferior pet beast could have been mixed in with the necromancy system. It was utterly nonsensical. Damn the disgrace of the necromancy system. The manuscript, or rather, this special cultivation diary, concluded under Su Ping's watchful eye. The final words also represented the failure of the man named Muyu, a senior undead breeder, and his complete repudiation of the paperman, a creature dubbed the disgrace of the necromancy system. Even after conducting the soul-devouring experiment, Muyu had still failed to incite the slightest change in the paperman or discover any path to its evolution. After all, in the cultivation of pet beasts, the essence of evolution relied on their innate racial skills as core techniques. Skills cultivated later in life could hardly serve as a basis for evolution. Could it be that the paperman is truly a deficient product of the necromancy system? Su Ping's brows furrowed slightly. He reread it to ensure he hadn't missed anything, then rested his head on his arms and leaned back, pondering. It seemed that Muyu had tried every conceivable method of evolution for the paperman that could be imagined through normal channels. It seemed there were no directions left to explore. However, Su Ping had a certain confidence, largely due to the biggest difference between him and others: the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas. His consciousness once again entered the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas, focusing on the grayish-white entry for the paperman record. Speaking of which, the paperman's catalog level was exceptionally high. It was close to reaching level 2, due to his occasional contact with the little paperman and the massive amount of experience points it had accumulated. But at that moment, Su Ping was hardly in the mood to focus on that. Instead, he continued to read the introduction. A special, low-level undead pet beast of the necromancy system, possessing a frail body and remarkable malleability. It seems to possess quite impressive potential, merely in need of some development. Racial skills, paper body folding, paper body joint, etc. The Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas itself acknowledged that the Paperman seemed to possess quite impressive potential. How could this possibly be a deficient pet beast? A look of determination flashed in Su Ping's eyes. He slowly shifted his gaze, continuing to look at the list of racial skills below, focusing on paper body joint, a racial skill Su Ping had never encountered before. Su Ping's brows slowly relaxed. Paper body joint. His eyes gradually brightened. Right or wrong, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, would it? With that thought, Su Ping headed to the area he had designated for housing undead pet beasts. In the midst of the night, within a gloomy underground chamber, an eerie scene unfolded that would likely send any ordinary person running for the hills. In the demolition-style basement, under the dim light, about 10 half-meter-tall papermen emitted a series of unintelligible noises. This was the place designated by the Heart of Woods for undead pet beasts. Beast tamers often avoided undead pet beasts. Unlike creatures like the forest wolf, these pet beasts weren't suited for public display. Therefore, an extension was built from the previous house, creating a vast underground chamber to serve as the designated area for undead pet beasts. Su Ping sat on the ground, chin propped on his hand, looking at these things, somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, these objects left him somewhat unsure where to begin. He now somewhat understood the frustration and despair Mu Yu had expressed in his manuscript. ABA. No wonder Mu Yu considered this group of creatures practically brain-dead, unworthy of being called pet beasts. Su Ping's assessment wasn't an insult. It was simply the unvarnished truth. They found it extremely difficult to understand commands, especially verbal ones. This was especially true without a soul contract, as commands could not be issued via that spiritual link, making it even more challenging. Even the small paperman Qian Yi nearby scratched its head, looking puzzled at its somewhat larger kin. Why do these creatures, who look so similar to me, seem a bit dim-witted? Unfortunately, even though the small paperman Qian Yi was more powerful than these low-level papermen, it was not like old Sha. Qian Yi lacked the characteristic traits of a wolf king, so these papermen, in turn, showed no obedience towards it. Yet, there was some good news. The paperman's entry in the catalog was at least in an activated state for Su Ping. As such, Su Ping had a natural affinity for papermen. Provided they weren't enemies, hadn't received explicit commands to the contrary, and weren't actively hostile themselves, these seemingly dim-witted papermen showed no inclination to attack. They might even display a degree of closeness. Su Ping's idea was actually quite simple. The Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas indicated that the paperman's racial skills included paper body joint. True to its name, Su Ping reasoned, he just needed to find a way to join the papermen together. Certainly, this idea was straightforward and one that ordinary people would never consider. This was because this path was derived from the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas's origin analysis of the paperman's entry in the catalog. Typically, racial skills were abilities that pet beasts naturally mastered as they grew. But if papermen could truly master such skills during growth, they would have probably been discovered long ago. Therefore, the paper body joint skill surely had specific conditions and thresholds for mastery. Unfortunately, the first stage of this idea was directly thwarted. He couldn't command these papermen to transform into the shapes he wanted. That was the crux of the problem. Moreover, after racking his brain, he still hadn't figured out what shapes to transform these papermen into. Su Ping turned his gaze to the small paperman Qian Yi. His eyes slowly moved to the small paperman's waist. There hung a long sword in its scabbard. Though, due to the small paperman's diminutive size, it was something that, for humans, could at best be considered a dagger. Sword. After his experience in the Sword King's secret realm, he was now as familiar with swords as one could be. Additionally, having inherited a portion of the Sword King's skills and insights, Su Ping also had some ideas regarding swords. So, Su Ping stopped Qian Yi, who was still observing the other papermen by circling left and right. Qian Yi, he asked, how is your sword crafted? Swords are typically forged, with a hilt and crossguard added at most. But for the small paperman Qian Yi, the sword was indeed its own creation. Qian Yi's sword, despite being enhanced by the Jinj technique, frequently needed replacement after its daily practice of hacking at the wall. This meant it had to use paper body folding to create a new one. "WUWA," it exclaimed. "A swordsman's sword is naturally the amalgamation of the swordsman's life and fervor." Su Ping said sternly, "That's the sword in your heart. What about the sword in your hand?" Surprisingly, after he rephrased the question, the small paperman finally understood. It drew its sword from its waist. Then, the sword, which had seemed so solid and sharp just moments ago, appeared to soften. Subsequently, it began to transform right before Su Ping's eyes. The bundle of paper slowly started to weave itself together. It didn't start from the hilt or the blade. Instead, hardened paper sheets first formed a sturdy heart. Then, two pieces of paper slowly merged, their junction forming the spine of the sword. The extending portions formed the blade's edge and tip, exceedingly thin, yet, being made of hardened paper, also incredibly sharp. Finally, the crossguard and the hilt took shape. Su Ping blinked, a flash of brilliance darting through his mind. He hastily had Qian Yi perform the process again. The steps were the same as before, but this time, Su Ping's eyes lit up. How many individual parts would be needed to construct a sword out of paper, and how should they be assembled? That sentence from the breeder's manuscript flashed through Su Ping's mind once more. The soul of this paperman is incomplete. It's not whole. How can such a pet beast be considered a pet beast? Therefore, there's no possibility of evolution from a single paperman. Forcing evolution would only result in deformed creatures like armored papermen. But at this moment, the slowly forming mini-paper sword seemed to pierce directly through Su Ping's mind, lighting up a bright spark within his heart. His goosebumps erupted at that instant. A breeder, that's what the profession is all about. Knowledge, experience, and breeding history might not be as important as a clear direction and a flash of insight on the right path. Of course, at this point for Su Ping, it was more than just a moment of inspiration. It was freaking explosive inspiration, an explosion that left his brain blank. It felt like a current of electricity shooting up from his spine to the crown of his head. And that spark came from reading Mu Yu's manuscript, and, most importantly, the paper body joint skill from the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas's racial skills. Paper body joint. Is it really just the body that's being jointed? Is it possible that during the paper body folding and jointing process, the soul also undergoes this so-called jointing? Instantly, Su Ping turned his head, his eyes shining with a green glow in the darkness of night. The ones he was staring at were the 10 papermen who were still babbling. Clearly, to make these papermen fulfill his ideas, an essential point was required, to make them listen to him and morph into the form he wanted to see. Before having the idea, it was a difficult task, but with the idea in mind, they had to be transformed, even if by force. Without further ado, he needed to experiment first to see whether his idea was right or wrong. Could paper body jointing really make the papermen evolve? So, Su Ping decisively grabbed a piece of white paper and a brush and drew a sword. Nothing special, it was just an ordinary longsword. But soon, apart from the longsword itself, he also drew the segmented parts. Here, Su Ping had to once again thank the heritage of the Fengdu Sword King, which allowed Su Ping, who was originally clueless about this, to now have a general understanding. There was also the earlier demonstration by the little paperman. After 2 hours, Su Ping put down the brush with satisfaction. Apart from the complete form of the longsword, Su Ping had divided the rest into 3 parts. First was the sword heart, or rather the sword core, which formed the inner core of the paper sword and was also the first thing that Qian Yi had crafted. Next was the sword body, the most important part of a sword. Only with a sharp blade could it unleash the maximum power of an attack. Finally, there were the sword guard and hilt, connected to the sword body. This part required no further explanation. Su Ping had spent 2 hours drawing these 3 components, so they were naturally extremely detailed, visible from all angles, even down to the specific dimensions and the combination points where the sword body enveloped the sword core. The grooves connecting the sword core to the hilt, as well as the interlocking teeth of the sword body, guard, and hilt, were all meticulously depicted by Su Ping. He didn't think about those commander-level sword devices he had seen in the Sword King's secret realm, those with attribute changes and skills surpassing metal element sword-type pet beasts. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk step by step. First, creating the Paperman's paper body folding was the most important. Once the basic setup was done, it was time for the components. Immediately, Su Ping's gaze toward those babbling papermen turned sour. However, Su Ping didn't rush to take forceful measures, but looked at the little paperman. "Qianyi, can you transform into this shape?" Su Ping pointed at the most central component, the sword core. The little paperman scratched its head. It really disliked changing shapes, though it was proficient in the face-changing technique. However, in response to its master's demand, it chose to nod. Thus, the little paperman, for the first time in front of Su Ping, changed its form. Its paper body slowly softened, and then, as the sheets moved, it transformed into a 40-some centimeter sword core. Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned to one of the papermen, pulled it over, and had the paperman, which had witnessed the entire scene, look at Qianyi, the little paperman that had changed into the sword core. Babbling. Su Ping pursed his lips. He was not one to advocate violence, but at this moment, he too wanted to knock some sense into this foolish thing's head. Was his intention not expressed clearly enough? Fortunately, this creature's intelligence and self-awareness were indeed not very bright, just as Breeder Mu Yu had written in his diary, but it seemed to grasp the basic idea. Its body slowly softened, and then, astonishingly, within 3 minutes, Su Ping had modified and reshaped it into sword core components that looked exactly like those of the little paperman. Lucky that he had little paperman Qianyi. Otherwise, Su Ping really would have had to start folding paper airplanes. Very good. Hold that shape. Su Ping thought for a moment and set the transformed paperman aside to avoid interfering with the next change. Qianyi, revert for a moment. Immediately, the little paperman returned to its original form. Whoa! Then, under Su Ping's instruction, it once again transformed into the shape of a sword hilt. Following this example, Su Ping pulled out another paperman, having it change into the sword hilt as well. Finally, after half an hour, the remaining 7 papermen were still over their babbling, while Su Ping, looking at the 3 papermen transformed into this sword core, sword body, and sword hilt, held his breath deeply. Next, it was time to witness the miracle. Fortunately, the transformed papermen still maintained their rigid thinking and lack of self-awareness, so they hadn't moved or changed much during this time. Thus, even when Su Ping picked them up, there was no resistance. Su Ping first picked up the central sword core, aligned it with the sword body, and slowly pushed it into place along the joint slots. There was no sound or movement, but at that moment, the 2 original papermen seemed to merge into one. But clearly, that was not the end. Su Ping exhaled deeply. The little paperman watched intently from the side. After all, within the little paperman's body, there was a sword soul mark. Moreover, it was a special life form and consciousness born from a spiritual level resource soul seed and the sword soul mark. It had a tremendous talent and curiosity for anything related to swords. Naturally, Su Ping's actions attracted all of the little paperman's attention. It watched each of Su Ping's movements meticulously. For some reason, the little paperman felt that whatever was about to happen would be greatly related to itself. Su Ping, at that moment, could no longer pay attention to the little paperman's gaze. He took the paper sword, which contained the sword body and part of the sword core, and from the bottom groove, finally, slowly joined it with the paperman transformed into the sword guard and hilt. Click! The clear sound seemed to turn the gears of the world. Finally, the 3 papermen, in this manner, became intimately one before Su Ping's eyes. A very simple, yet utterly pure, pale paper sword thus appeared before Su Ping and the little paperman. An unmistakable, abstract longing emerged in the little paperman's expression. But Su Ping continued to stare intently at the changes on the paper sword. This continued for less than half a minute. Then, in his line of sight, a point of light emerged from this paper sword. The next moment, within the eye of truth, the meaning behind this light appeared. Su Ping's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he was overcome with unimaginable ecstasy. Because that was indeed paper body joint beginner. It worked? Even Su Ping was momentarily unable to react, staring incredulously at the blade in his hand. Paper body joint. It had actually appeared. This paperman skill, which had never been recorded, had actually manifested. Su Ping took a deep breath. He didn't rush to revel in this sudden success, but rather intently observed the paper sword with the eye of truth. This mysterious paper body joint skill couldn't be something simple. And indeed, it wasn't. What the eye of truth showed him about this paper sword left Su Ping slightly stunned. Paperman, wild, 3x1, paper sword form. Attribute, undead. Current level, ordinary 4th stage. Racial potential, common 10th level. Skills, paper body folding, beginner. Paper body joint, beginner. That was all. But this feedback made Su Ping's eyes narrow slightly once again. Normally, even if the assembly was completed, Su Ping's eye of truth should have perceived the paper sword as a separate transformation form of the paperman. However, the eye of truth indicated that the paperman had become what's called a paper sword form, become a so-called 3x1 status. In other words, after the paper body joint merged the paperman into this state of a paper sword, the eye of truth judged the current paperman as a single entity, 3 pet beasts that had actually become one. Su Ping slowly picked up the sword, and something even more unexpected occurred. On the blade, a very vague cheek appeared. It was the distinctly abstract cheek of the paperman. A meaningless sound emerged, but Su Ping could sense its excitement. Su Ping was taken aback once more. Compared to the paperman still standing there, gibbering blah blah, this one's ability to express emotion already demonstrated its uniqueness. Could it be that his nonsensical guess was true? Following the paper body joint, were the souls of the papermen also merged? Did it therefore result in an immense enhancement in the paperman's consciousness and self-awareness? Marvelous. It's simply amazing. Moreover, Su Ping quickly noticed other changes. Level changes. These 3 papermen, 2 at ordinary 2nd level and 1 at ordinary 3rd level, were not high in level. But after the joint was completed, the level of the 3 merged papermen, now in the form of a paper sword, rose to ordinary 4th stage. Not a huge leap, but their combat power was definitely stronger than before. Su Ping could feel the sharpness and pointedness of the paper sword. Su Ping didn't rush to give any commands, but was eager to look at this special paper body joint skill. Paper body joint, beginner, one of the paperman's exclusive core skills, used in conjunction with paper body folding. Can be joined with other papermen to improve levels, soul integrity, and other effects. Current mastery form, paper sword, ordinary. Note 1. Paper body joint has its own judgment after completion. Only when the components match the basic rules can the joint effect be utilized. Note 2. When forming a pact with an origami man pet beast, other papermen joined via paper body joint can also be admitted to the beast taming space. Additionally, during the joining process, one can choose to apply the spirit enhancement feedback to either the contracted paperman or all joined papermen. Note 3. Once the components joined by the paperman are assembled, they can be quickly reassembled after being disassembled. Su Ping had never seen such a complex racial skill. Indeed, the maxim of the pet beast world wasn't wrong. The weaker the pet beast, the greater its potential, the lower its rank, the more diverse its evolution. This paperman, scorned as the disgrace of the necromancy series, seemed to have been infused with new life at this very moment. Simply by achieving this most basic joint and acquiring this most fundamental new racial skill. With this joint, there was so much to study. Even with Su Ping's abilities, he was slightly confident that he might be able to use this power to unveil further evolutionary bodies for the paperman. After all, with his beast taming knowledge, he could sense that the real core skill of the paperman, this paper body joint, contained enormous potential. Currently, just these 3 papermen forming a paper sword had elevated the levels of these 3 ordinary level papermen. Furthermore, they possessed some abilities typical of sword-type pet beasts. So, could it be possible to assemble a giant paper giant out of thousands of papermen? A paper Gundam? But soon, Su Ping nipped this speculation in the bud. It wasn't impossible, but there were many insurmountable obstacles. At the very least, it wasn't something he could achieve at present. Firstly, paper body joint wasn't something that could be done just by putting together an outer shell. This joining had to meet certain fundamental rules. That is to say, this transformer as a whole, from the inside out, the inner gears and components, the external joint movements. Any small component that required a paperman to transform and assemble would necessitate Su Ping designing it in its entirety, let alone a gigantic Gundam. Even a humanoid robot would need countless components. Paper swords, however, were quite simple, only requiring 3 parts: the sword core, hilt, and blade. That was all there was to it. But for the colossal body of a Gundam, constructed by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands to millions of papermen, the components needed for such a massive machine would be difficult to produce even if my brain were cloned 10 times, wouldn't they? After all, he would have to start designing from the individual components. Besides, Su Ping was not optimistic about the combat performance of paper merging into a human form for battle. On the contrary, using simple transformations to create paper swords, as he was doing now, was, in a sense, an easier and more straightforward way to achieve effective results. However, this was just the beginning. In the future, once I make the abilities of the Paperman public, countless Beast Tamers will perfect it. As for how to further demonstrate the effects and power of this assembly at present, Su Ping almost immediately had an answer: Matryoshka dolls and enhancing the components of the Paperman itself. The former went without saying. Su Ping's main focus was on enhancing the components. The components themselves were the bodies of the papermen that had comprehended paper body joint. This meant that upgrading the power of the paperman itself, or even allowing a paperman that had comprehended paper body joint to evolve, would suffice. It looked simple, but the evolution of the paperman was the greatest challenge for all undead cultivators. As mentioned before, the only known evolutionary form of the paperman was the deformed armored paperman. After becoming an armored paperman, it could no longer use paper body folding. Without the ability to fold, it naturally could not be assembled, which indeed made it a useless evolutionary form. Thinking of this, Su Ping had a plan. It was just as the advanced level undead Beast Tamer Mu Yu had said. No matter what, first increase the paperman's soul foundation, then improve its realm. After all, in cultivation theory, there were no examples of a basic pet beast evolving at a low level. At the very least, evolution could only be accomplished when nearing the race's racial potential limit. With this in mind, Su Ping picked up the paper sword, which was less than 3 feet long. He made a light chopping motion. A clear sword mark appeared on the ground. The bluestone slabs offered no resistance to the paper sword. Su Ping smiled. Disassemble. He issued the command via telepathic communication. If it had been before this, the 3 papermen would definitely not have understood what this meant. Their souls were too weak, and their self-awareness was like that of insects from his previous life on Earth, only capable of following racial instincts. But now, after combining, they could somewhat understand the meaning of words spoken via telepathic communication. Immediately, starting from the blade, the hardened paper body slowly softened without Su Ping having to dismantle it by hand. Like a loose, spread blanket, it fell to the ground. Afterwards, the components reverted to the form of the papermen. The hilt and the sword core transformed from parts of a paper sword back into their original paperman shapes, a process completed in 3 breaths. Ababa ababa. Looking at the 3 papermen that had returned to their original forms before him, Su Ping blinked. He once again activated the Eye of Truth. Paperman, wild, basic state. Attribute, undead. Current level, ordinary 2nd rank. Racial potential, common 10th level. Skills, paper body folding, beginner. Paper body joint, beginner. Indeed, they had returned to their original state. But before he could think further, the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly began to turn slowly in his mind. Then, the pale origami man record suddenly lit up. Beneath this record, in the log where entries were recorded, a special prompt appeared that had never been associated with Paperman before. Discovery and contact with Paperman. Intimacy requirement met. Catalog level experience, plus 10 to 3. Discovery and cultivation of Paperman's special racial skill. Paper body joint. Catalog level experience, plus 100 points. Origami man record experience points. 617/500. Experience meets catalog upgrade requirements. Upgrade. Enough experience? Su Ping was slightly startled, but then smiled. After all, just discovering Qian Yi had already granted 350 experience points. Compared to the 500 points required for the catalog to advance from LV1 to LV2, this truly wasn't a big deal. Yes, with a thought, the origami man record before him reacted just like the forest wolves had. The pale record itself began to be tinged with green. Soon, this touch of green replaced the previous white of the record, signifying the successful upgrade of the origami man record. At the same time, just as Su Ping had expected, after it was upgraded to LV2, the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas provided him with the most direct feedback in the depths of his mind. Catalog Paperman level upgraded. Current catalog level 2. Received origin reward. Connection sharing Paperman. Connection sharing Paperman, an ability born from the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas, allows connection and sharing with papermen recorded in the catalog that meet intimacy requirements. Connected papermen share skills training, skill usage, and skill enhancement experience. Note: shares the number of effects with the rest of the catalog entries activated together. Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, connection sharing was indeed much more practical than any of the other potentially troublesome rewards. Thanks to connection sharing, he now also had the means for more advanced training. The most direct requirements for evolution were its own realm and skill level. And paper body joint was clearly a primary requirement for evolution. With the effects of the Paperman LV2 catalog, Su Ping could feel the bond between the three papermen and himself grow stronger. Then, Su Ping thought for a moment and directly used telepathic communication to command the three papermen. Merge. Assume paper sword form. This time, it wasn't as complex as before. Su Ping didn't need to spend nearly as much effort. The three papermen adeptly began to transform. This time, each transformed into its respective component, then completed the assembly and joining automatically while floating in the air. From beginning to end, it took less than 5 seconds. Qian Yi, who was watching from the side, observed its kin transforming. It seemed to understand something instantly, blinking its eyes, full of curiosity and eagerness to try. Su Ping also glanced at Qian Yi. Qian Yi was his pet beast. Ultimately, the evolution of the papermen was primarily intended to serve Qian Yi. This was true for both combat power and experimentation. Therefore, no matter what, the same had to apply to Qian Yi. But what should Qian Yi assemble into? A sword would undoubtedly be best, because Su Ping hadn't forgotten that within Qian Yi lay the sword soul, born from the combination of the sword intent origin and the soul seed. That sword soul possessed an incredibly heaven-defying effect. At peak command, it would comprehend the super rank skill, sword intent. However, according to the sword spirit from that secret realm, unless Qian Yi's body evolved, it wouldn't reach that realm, nor could it fully utilize the sword intent origin. Nevertheless, there was a problem to consider before the joining. Qian Yi was not an ordinary paperman. It was a mutated paperman fused with a sword soul. If one had to pinpoint the biggest difference between it and all other papermen, it wasn't its mutated skills or abilities, but the fact that it possessed a soul capable of forming its own consciousness and awareness without needing to be joined. In that case, could Qian Yi still complete the joining? A hint of contemplation flashed across Su Ping's eyes. He suddenly realized, why the heck had the cultivation of his two pet beasts become significantly harder after they underwent special mutations? But regardless, he had to try it first. With this thought, Su Ping focused his attention and looked towards Qian Yi. Qian Yi tensed up. Wah, is it coming? An hour later, Qian Yi emerged from the loosely joined paper swords, reverting to its original form. The attempt had failed. Su Ping frowned. Looking at the paper swords formed by Qian Yi and the other two papermen, Su Ping noted that not only had Qian Yi failed to achieve comprehension and merge into the previous 3-in-1 paper sword state, but even the other two papermen hadn't comprehended the racial skill, paper body joint. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. The biggest difference between Qian Yi and the other papermen was that, in essence, it possessed a complete soul. And paper body joint wasn't just the joining of paper bodies, it was also the connection of souls. With such a connection, Qian Yi was like a 4090 graphics card trying to run on an ancient computer. A successful connection was impossible. Even this analogy wasn't sufficient to describe the disparity between them. Under Su Ping's watchful gaze, the other 7 papermen responded to his mental command and rejoined into the paper sword form. This fusion wasn't a fixed state. The initial 3 papermen could also be joined with the papermen that later formed the paper swords. There was no obstruction whatsoever. Clearly, as long as the papermen comprehended the skill paper body joint and acquired the paper sword form within that skill, they could flawlessly join anytime, anywhere. 10 papermen, if they wished, could quickly assemble into 3 paper swords. But the joy from this tremendous discovery gradually faded, overshadowed by the new confusion surrounding Qian Yi, which plunged Su Ping into deep thought. Su Ping now understood. If possible, he would never choose a mutated pet beast again. He was just making things difficult for himself. It was true that mutated pet beasts, due to their mutations, had higher potential, a greater ceiling, and even possessed unprecedented, unique evolutionary body forms. But damn it, the difficulty was also immense. If it weren't for his own cheats, Su Ping truly doubted he could ensure the smooth evolution of Shaoqing and Qianyi. Even now, this problem had him stumped. Su Ping was extremely confident about one thing. If this discovery were made public, it would cause a sensation throughout the Dragon Nation. A whole new blue ocean market for pet beasts would emerge. The influence it generated might even be greater than that of the Wanmu wolf. But he wasn't running a charity, after all. The research into papermen was all for the enhancement of his own little paperman, Qianyi. It was clear that Su Ping's contemplation had caused Qianyi some frustration. The little fellow stared longingly at the distant swords, its expression so eager it was almost comical, yet also somewhat exasperating. All right. Qianyi might not be able to become a sword, but we can use swords, right? Paper sword number 1, merge. Su Ping cracked a smile. He ultimately couldn't bear to watch the little paperman struggle for hours with nothing to show for it. At his command, 3 papermen in the air transformed into paper swords and slowly approached Qianyi. Qianyi's spirits perked up instantly. Such a large sword was much more invigorating to wield than the small dagger at its waist. Instantly, on the soft ground of the basement, little paperman Qianyi let out a cry, grabbed the paper sword, and slashed fiercely. A golden light shone upon the paper sword's blade. Simultaneously, the paper sword in the little paperman's hands seemed to become quicker and sharper. The Fengdu Sword King's sword spirit had been right. Bolstered by the origin sword intent, Qianyi possessed an almost innate control over swords. It could master any sword instantly. If given the opportunity to learn corresponding sword technique skills, its progress would likely be very swift as well. However, Su Ping couldn't even find a way to activate this sword soul mark within Qianyi to obtain the super rank skill sword intent. Moreover, the current progress of research and cultivation was stalled because of the little fellow. Wah, slash, wah, stab, wah, flick, wah. This is what being a true swordsman is all about. Wah. A strong person won't fall due to a setback. They'll only become stronger. The little paperman's excitement and passion seemed endless. Just as it had declared, as long as there was time to train, its swordsmanship practice and the execution of the Jinj technique would never stop. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, watching Qianyi practice. As it trained, Qianyi spoke of swordsmen, strength, experts, and loneliness, while Su Ping pondered solutions. But suddenly, Su Ping furrowed his brow as he watched the little paperman practice its swordsmanship on a training dummy. It was a training dummy made of 100-forged fine steel that Su Ping had custom-ordered for several $100,000. Its only purpose was durability, and clearly, it was worth the cost. Even with the Jinj technique enhancing its blows, the little paperman could barely leave a mark on it. Watching Qianyi, a peculiar idea seemed to flash through Su Ping's mind. However, this idea was vague, and for a moment, Su Ping couldn't quite grasp its full implications. Yet, the sight of Qianyi's seemingly tireless, perpetual practice made the thoughts and images in Su Ping's mind grow increasingly clear. And so, Su Ping abruptly turned his head towards the papermen still in their original positions and commanded, "Paper sword number 2, paper sword number 3, merge." Swoosh, swoosh. The paperman components rapidly shifted and combined. Before Su Ping's very eyes, they transformed anew into two pale paper swords. Qian Yi's slashing motion stopped abruptly. Standing only 40 centimeters tall and holding a sword of similar size, it looked rather comical. However, Su Ping clearly had no time for such trivialities. The flames of inspiration in his eyes were reigniting. I've clearly been overthinking this. What is Qian Yi really? It's the most unique soul born from two spiritual level resources. A sword soul with tremendous potential. That's what allowed it to undergo such a mutation. But this transformation is definitely not complete. Trying to make Qian Yi merge and combine with these ordinary paper men, which are considered the shame of the necromancy system. Wasn't that just me being foolish? What Qian Yi should be doing isn't combining with these paper men, but rather utilizing them in a more advanced way. Instinctively, Su Ping felt his idea align with the combat methods of using a multitude of paper men. These paper men were different from his Shaoqing or the Forest Wolf Pack. Currently, although Shaoqing had undergone a poison-type mutation and gained the poison flower ability, it was trending towards developing a flower tree advent, based on the tree advent created by the Wanmu wolf. However, Shaoqing's influence in this process wasn't indispensable, at least not for now. But Qian Yi was different. Compared to the other paper men, Qian Yi was irreplaceable. And now, Su Ping wanted to see if his new idea was correct. Qian Yi looked up at its master. And in its master's hands, two more swords had appeared. A true swordsman can wield more swords and face more complex situations and more challenging foes. Qian Yi, do you have the confidence to do this? UWA? Two swords. Qian Yi lowered its head, glancing at the sword in its hand. Including this one, was it supposed to wield three swords simultaneously? The corners of Qian Yi's mouth curled up. Q, square root Q. The smirking swordsman, Qian Yi, murmured softly, a low yua. Under its breath, looks like things are finally getting a little challenging. Then, under Su Ping's watchful eyes, Qian Yi's expression changed. It literally changed. Hey, on its cheek, the poker face had surprisingly returned. This little fellow hasn't forgotten the abstract poker face, has it? What Su Ping hadn't expected was that this little fellow had already unknowingly mastered drawing a spade. At this very moment, the little paperman's face was precisely that of an ace of spades. A swordsman's poker face, huh? Su Ping also narrowed his eyes slightly and involuntarily held his breath. Then, under his gaze. Then, before Su Ping could react, Qian Yi directly took the two paper swords. However, the paper sword it had been holding fell to the ground. Evidently, Qian Yi's body was too small. It was already a size smaller than a typical paperman, and the paper swords were assembled from three papermen, making their blades longer than Qian Yi itself. Holding two such swords in its small hands simultaneously was out of the question. However, just as Su Ping was about to suggest taking one paper sword back, Qian Yi moved. Without a second thought, it thrust one of the paper swords through its own chest. The sword pierced straight through its chest. Then, its tip seemed to dull slightly. It was as if this 3-in-1 paper sword understood Qian Yi's intent. The part of the blade embedded in its chest fused and secured itself, connecting firmly with the little paperman's torso. Su Ping blinked. He then saw the pierced part of Qian Yi's body directly meld with the paper sword, as if they had become one entity. Evidently, this was a racial advantage of papermen. Their bodies were made of paper. As long as they could use paper body folding, and provided the paper body wasn't completely torn apart, what would be a grievous injury for an animal-type pet beast wasn't even considered a wound for a paperman. This time, Qian Yi had all three swords under its control. Wielding two large swords, with a third paper sword piercing its chest, the little paperman under the ace of spades poker face exuded an entirely different aura. Even Su Ping felt a jolt, like an electric current shooting straight to the crown of his head. Is this still the same chattering little paperman I know? Clang. A sudden sword chime, seemingly from nowhere, jolted Su Ping, making him instantly focus his gaze on Qian Yi. The next moment, the brilliant edge of the Jinj technique lit up simultaneously on all three of Qian Yi's swords. And this time, when Qian Yi struck the training dummy before it, the sword left a terrifying, deep gash. Before Su Ping could fully register his astonishment, a brilliant light burst forth from Qian Yi's body. It was the glow of skill enlightenment. The ace of spades on the little paperman's face remained impassive, as if such changes still couldn't affect a swordsman's heart. It was just like the three paper swords it firmly grasped, still and unmoving. For the first time, Su Ping found the paperman's poker face rather endearing. The paperman indeed possessed a natural mastery and an almost instinctive understanding of swordsmanship. In this peculiar stance, wielding swords in both hands, Qianyi executed a strike by spinning its body. It used the sword piercing through yet fixed by its body, along with the swords in its hands, to form a circular arc, the three-sword style. After delivering this strike, Qianyi held the pose. The next moment, as if quite satisfied with this strike, it sighed softly with its featureless face. UGH. This sword feels so lonely. Su Ping pursed his lips, forcibly suppressing the urge to quip. He did his best to ignore this private display before using the eye of truth to examine Qianyi. In Su Ping's eyes, this light was dazzling, brilliant. At the same time, it was so captivating. This signified a momentous change had finally occurred in Qianyi. As Su Ping watched, Qianyi's abilities finally materialized before his eye of truth. Mutated Paperman, contracted. Attribute, Metal Undead. Current level, Common 10th level. Racial potential, Elite 1st rank. Skills, Paper Body Folding, Beginner, Jinj Technique, Perfection, Sword Soul Mark, Special, Accelerated Casting, Proficient level, Mutated Paper Body Control, Beginner. The breakthrough of accelerated casting to proficient level couldn't divert Su Ping's attention. Compared to Qianyi's next skill, accelerated casting seemed so trivial it was hardly worth mentioning. Because this skill was too eye-catching. Mutated Paper Manipulation, Beginner, a special mutated skill derived from the paperman's paper body joint. It enables perfect control over its own paper body, the separation of its paper, and control over papermen within a certain range or those it has touched. It also allows for special jointing with any paperman. The skill description was deceptively simple and unpretentious. It was similar to Shao Qing's Heart of the Poison Wood, which had mutated and evolved from the Heart of Woods. It not only encompassed the paper body joint skill itself, but also possessed an even more incredible control effect. In other words, compared to Shao Qing's relationship with the Forest Wolf Pack, Qianyi was now the absolute monarch among the papermen. It was the true head, the leader. How interesting. Breeding pet beasts is just too fascinating. Su Ping watched Qianyi with great enthusiasm. At that moment, Qianyi also seemed to be sensing the power it had comprehended. The paper swords in its hands seemed even easier to command at this moment. Any of its intentions, even under such circumstances, could be more thoroughly understood and executed by the paper swords it wielded. At this moment, in Qianyi's perception, to use the terminology from those martial arts movies it had seen, this was man and sword as one. The little paperman muttered to itself in bewilderment, UGH. Have I become this strong? The next moment, Qianyi moved. Around the training dummy in the basement, clinking and clanking sounds rang out. Every strike left a faint sword mark on the dummy. Su Ping intently watched Qianyi's every move. The mutated paper body control could very well be crucial to Qianyi's evolution. That was certain. So what were the prerequisites for evolution? Based on Qianyi's current foundation, Su Ping considered several factors. The consolidation of resources from the metal element and necromancy series, the improvement of its own realm, and, possibly most importantly, the skill level of this paper manipulation. Su Ping scratched his head. Shao Qing's Heart of the Poison Wood, when linked with the regular Forest Wolf's Heart of Woods through the shared connection in the Forest Wolf catalog, experienced an increased skill enhancement speed. But would Qianyi's paper body control, if linked with other papermen's paper body joint through the Origami Man record, also experience an increased rate of improvement? Su Ping didn't know, but he was certain that 10 papermen were far from enough. To train Qianyi's paper body control quickly, he needed even more papermen. The only drawback was that the shared connection limit was common to both the Forest Wolf catalog and the Origami Man record. However, fortunately, the cultivation of Forest Wolves had recently hit a bottleneck. Most of the initial Forest Wolf skills had reached proficient level, and some had even broken through to mastery level. At such levels, even with the boost from the shared connection, advancing to perfection would not be easy. Moreover, it was time for Su Ping's cultivation focus to shift to the little paper men. The reason was simple. Although Shao Qing hadn't evolved and hadn't even found a path or direction for evolution, Shao Qing's race limit had reached the formidable third-rank commander. It still had a long way to improve, but Qian Yi is already nearing the limit of its race limit. If it doesn't evolve, it will significantly hinder Su Ping's growth rate. As he was thinking, a sharp cry erupted before him. Ugh! Finisher! The paper man suddenly retreated. Then, the paper sword in its hand unexpectedly flew from its grasp, crossing over 10 meters like a hidden weapon thrown by a martial arts expert from the movies. The paper sword struck the dummy unerringly. A crisp, clear strike echoed. Then, the tough, refined steel dummy was actually pierced through the throat by that paper sword. Su Ping pursed his lips. He suddenly felt he might have truly created an extraordinary new pet beast. This new pet beast might even be more incredible than the sword soul that the Fengdu Sword King had been so fixated on creating. That night, Su Ping slept especially soundly. He actually had another dream. Perhaps it was because, after so many days of nurturing the paper man, such terrifying improvements and progress had finally been made, leading to his thoughts by day becoming dreams by night. Or perhaps the impact of the so-called finisher unleashed by the paperman had simply been too overwhelming for him. This was despite the paperman fainting from energy exhaustion immediately after that strike. Simultaneously, the 9 papermen forming the paper sword form went completely limp, unable to maintain the shape any longer. Yet, Su Ping's dream remained exceptionally vivid. The style of this dream didn't match the world he was in. He even dreamed he had transmigrated again. Before him stood an immortal in white robes, floating above the 9 heavens. Particularly noteworthy was his stance atop a long sword, clearly a sword immortal employing a flying sword technique. But what was more terrifying was that with just a few hand seals from this sword immortal, a multitude of flying swords shot out from behind him, beheading enemies thousands of miles away as easily as reaching into a bag to grab something. Unfortunately, in this scene where the sword immortal should have gracefully departed, Su Ping saw that the sword immortal didn't have a human face, but a sinister ace of hearts. And it was accompanied by a crisp UGH. Even the flying swords eventually transformed into paper swords. Besides these, amidst his heightened mental state, Su Ping also dreamed of other scattered scenes. There was something about a man wielding a pink sword spouting nonsense about Bankai, and something about a blonde-haired, red-eyed man, wreathed in a golden aura, disdainfully uttering words like mongrel or some other incomprehensible things. There were too many varied images. So, he slept deeply, and his dreams were equally muddled. The next morning, Su Ping sat at the dining table, munching on a steamed bun. Beside him lay the legacy left by the Fengdu Sword King. He had mentally mastered the creation of the sword soul, but it was useless for now. Soul seeds and sword intent origins weren't easily obtainable either. What he was currently examining was, in fact, the true core of the Fengdu Sword King's legacy. To understand it better, Su Ping had even gone online to do some research. He learned about a famous Marquis-level Beast Tamer from the Liang dynasty several hundred years ago. The Marquis level is now known as the Emperor level. However, in ancient times, the word Emperor was exclusively used by the supreme ruler and was naturally taboo. It was only in modern times that the Marquis level was renamed the Emperor level. Pet beasts at this tier are emperors among their kind, and beast tamers of this rank are considered kings in society, hence Emperor level. The book he was reading contained some of Yu Lianqing, the Fengdu Sword King's unique skill cultivation methods. All were swordsmanship-related skills applicable to sword-type pet beasts. Although he couldn't directly train Qian Yi, the paperman, with these, he could still draw insights and perhaps find some inspiration. Su Ping read intently. Guan Qianshan, currently the only person able to dine with him in the Heart of Wood's private dining room, watched his serious expression. Eventually, Guan Qianshan couldn't hold back any longer. Xiaoping. Su Ping's cheeks were bulging with food as he looked at Lao Guan, who had spoken. Well, Lily came today. She's at the resort right now. The girl brought a few classmates to have some fun, and by the way, Su Ping paused. Then a smile spread across his face as he remembered something. All right. Has your daughter formed a contract with a forest wolf yet? Lao Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She has. The girl is very obedient, and she really likes the forest wolf. Su Ping nodded, unconcerned, and turned his gaze back to the Sword King's legacy in his hand. Good. Have Lily come over later. She can stay here, and I'll help her cultivate the Heart of Woods. Although with Yun Tian's legacy, the staffing situation was relatively less strained, Su Ping had given his word and naturally wouldn't go back on it. Lao Guan chuckled. Parents who love their children always plan far ahead for them. If it weren't for his own daughter, he wouldn't have swallowed his pride to ask Su Ping. Over this period, he had truly and deeply understood how powerful the Heart of Wood skill was and its excellent compatibility with the forest wolf. Not long after, Su Ping saw Guan Lily, Uncle Guan's daughter. Unfortunately, the circumstances of their meeting were somewhat unexpected. Quick, someone fell into the water. There are monsters in the water. A sharp voice cried out as someone rushed over from the direction of the Lingxi River, attracting the attention of everyone at the Heart of Woods service base. Outside the large medical room of the Heart of Woods pet beast base, Su Ping's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The Heart of Woods had just connected to the Yuntian resort, and now this trouble had arisen. Guan Xinshan's face turned red with anger as he scolded a sweet-looking girl with glasses. I've told you not to come to the Lingxi River area. Why wouldn't you listen? Su Ping glanced at the girl whose eyes were red-rimmed, teardrops falling like golden beans, and then at the few similarly aged, helpless-looking teenagers standing beside her. He shook his head with a sigh and then turned to the medical Beast Tamer beside them. The latter immediately understood and hastily said, Boss, the Beast Tamer is all right, just some water in his lungs. He coughed out most of it and will recover soon. However, the condition of the pet beast, the backstone turtle, is not very good. It has a wound on its neck, and the shell is slightly cracked. Even if it heals, it will probably need a long time to recover. Su Ping nodded. It was fortunate that it had been discovered quickly and treated in time. There should be no loss of life. Otherwise, while it wouldn't directly involve Su Ping or affect the Heart of Woods operations, it would still reflect poorly on them. Only then did Su Ping turn to the young men and women who stood there like schoolchildren being scolded, and stopped Guan Xinshan's admonishment, saying, Tell me, what exactly happened? Obviously, they all saw and heard the title the Beast Tamer providing treatment had used, and Lao Guan's attitude towards him. It seemed none of them had expected that this young person, who looked to be their age, was actually the owner of this place. The fair-skinned Guan Lily, wearing glasses, hadn't spoken yet when a girl next to her interjected, obviously feeling more aggrieved and frightened at the moment. How do you even run this pet beast base? Don't you know there are aggressive pet beasts in the river? Su Ping's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze somewhat displeased. Another young man beside her quickly said, A few of us heard that this pet beast base was connected to the Lingxi River, so we went fishing to see who could catch more. Then, Lu Xiao wanted to cheat, secretly letting his backstone turtle into the water to catch fish and shrimp to put on his hook. Then, Lu Xiao suddenly screamed and jumped right into the river from the shore. When people came to rescue him, Lu Xiao was unconscious, and the backstone turtle was seriously injured. There was blood in the water and a dark shadow. So it really was an attack? There were definitely pet beasts in the Lingxi River, but I didn't expect my luck to be so bad as to actually encounter an aggressive one. However, as these thoughts crossed Su Ping's mind, his expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, Although the Lingxi River area does indeed belong to our cultivation base, the path leading to the riverbanks has been sealed and marked with a prohibition sign. All outside visitors are forbidden from going there. The path leading to Lingxi River, especially from the Yuntian resort side, had indeed been opened, but the main reason was the need for renovations after the land deed had been obtained. Su Ping planned to introduce river water to create a large, in-house artificial lake near Lingxi River behind Yuntian Resort to breed aquatic pet beasts for the future industrial development of the Heart of Woods. Another plan was to build a bridge over Lingxi River to reach the hill behind, which was the intended scope of the botanical garden Su Ping had planned. Even though there wasn't enough money at the moment, the road still needed to be developed. Therefore, this area had always been under construction, with preparations underway for the road and the early stages of excavation work. At the same time, numerous signs warning against approaching the construction site and highlighting the dangers by the riverbank had also been posted. So, these reckless brats, who likely had never experienced the dangers of wild pet beasts and were sheltered like greenhouse flowers. Even if they really did get bitten to death, it wouldn't have much to do with us. At most, we'd be blamed for lax supervision and have to pay some compensation, and that would be it. Of course, for Su Ping, in the heart of woods at present, paying any amount of money was a significant loss. However, seemingly noticing Guan Lily being continuously scolded, the young man spoke up again. Also, Lily didn't go fishing with us. She said her dad needed her for something today, so it was us who sneaked out this morning. Uncle, please don't blame her. Upon hearing this, Guan Qinshan let out a sigh and then said to Su Ping, Xiao Ping, this is my fault. Before he could finish, a clamorous voice came from the not-too-distant corridor. Where's my son? Where's my son? What kind of shoddy place is this that can't even keep an eye on a child? The noisy commotion made Su Ping's brows furrow quickly. He gave Lao Guan a look. Lao Guan understood and took the initiative to intercept them. After that, Su Ping turned to Guan Lily and the others and asked directly, Did you get a clear look at what exactly it was under the water? Normally, Lingxi River connected to West Dragon Lake. Whether on West Dragon Lake itself, the Eastern Sea entrance connected to West Dragon Lake, or the inflow from Lingxi River into West Dragon Lake, Beast Tamer legions were stationed. The Navy Beast Tamer Legion had the strongest patrol force. Great effort had been invested to ensure, to the greatest extent possible, that powerful, ferocious beasts from the ocean did not enter Dragon Nation through the rivers. So generally speaking, even if there were pet beasts attacking underwater, they wouldn't be inherently very strong, because the truly powerful ones couldn't get past West Dragon Lake. But Su Ping had to take this matter seriously. Just as he'd planned, Su Ping wanted to create an artificial lake in the vast open space connecting Yuntian Resort and Lingxi River. This would require excavating the river channel, so it was crucial to eliminate any potential dangers beforehand. The group glanced at each other. Guan Lily hadn't gone, so she obviously didn't know. It was still the young man who had spoken earlier. He thought for a moment and then said, It seemed like a fish, pitch black, over a meter long, but as to what kind of pet beast it actually was, we didn't get a clear view. That's as good as saying nothing, isn't it? Aquatic pet beasts were predominantly fish. Could it be that a bird or an insect-type beast bit the turtle? Su Ping's brow furrowed. He suddenly felt somewhat overwhelmed. Neither the paperman nor old Sha could fight in that river, and Su Ping couldn't possibly let them take such a risk. It looked like I'd have to seek external help again. But would it be appropriate to bother old Qin again over such a trivial matter? After all, he was the dignified president of the Beast Master Association, one of the figures at the pinnacle of Jianghai province. It seemed a bit much for him to be constantly dealing with the trivial matters of a junior like me. This was quite different from the last secret realm exploration, after all. Su Ping rubbed his temples with some distress. In that case, I could either ask Sun Chaoju or those breeders I met at the Breeder Association if they knew any powerful water element beast tamers. Or I could directly approach companies that offer such services and pay them to handle it. However, Su Ping was currently so frugal, he wished he could split every penny. Spending money to hire someone for cleanup again could cost hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions. It was a well-known fact. While not directly impacting common livelihoods, any business involving pet beasts was never cheap. Su Ping was distressed, but clearly, there was nothing he could do. Some money just had to be spent. However, just then, a crisp snap broke Su Ping's ruminations. At the same time, Guan Lily exclaimed in front of him, Dad. Su Ping turned his head abruptly and saw Lao Guan in the corridor, his face flushed, with an extremely clear slap mark on his cheek. Bright red like blood. The force of the slap had been so strong it made him stagger and fall to the ground. Guan Lily had already run over and hurriedly helped her dad up. Dad, are you all right? Guan Qinshan didn't seem angry. He waved his hand dismissively, but looked even more anxiously towards Su Ping. Sure enough, Su Ping's expression had turned pitch black. Guan Qinshan did not pay attention to the couple behind him and walked up to meet Su Ping, who was coming forward. Xiao Ping, let it go. They're angry, and we are indeed somewhat at fault here. Su Ping gave him an odd look. Why are we at fault? He'd just heard their account. Those graduating students had sneaked out, bypassed surveillance, ignored the warning signs, and insisted on fishing by the Lingxi River. Now that something had happened, what did it have to do with his base? Was his cultivation base supposed to assign a dedicated attendant to them? If that's the case, there's no point in doing business anymore. After their beast taming talent is awakened upon graduation, they are considered adults on Blue Star. Adults must be responsible for their actions. That's basic common sense. Legally and morally, it had nothing to do with his base. And now, just because they were angry, they could hit someone? Clearly, the couple was indeed furious. With Guan Qinshan trying to block Su Ping, they strode towards him menacingly. The woman said directly, "So you're the one in charge here. You better give me an explanation today. Was it you who just hit someone?" Su Ping interrupted. The woman was startled. Looking at Su Ping who interrupted her, her elaborately drawn eyebrows furrowed. "My son. Even if your son died, it has nothing to do with the Heart of Woods. Now, I'm asking you, was it you who hit him?" Su Ping generally had a good temper. His personality was also considered amiable. For instance, when Zhou Shuqin had provoked him, it was just youthful rivalry that caused no real harm. Su Ping hadn't truly held it against him. A little ego-deflating to show him there were always stronger people out there was enough. Similarly, when Sun Chaoju initially acted arrogantly but later recognized Su Ping's talent and willingly humbled himself to befriend Su Ping hadn't put on airs either, letting bygones be bygones over a drink. But Su Ping had one particular trait. He was someone who tended to be protective of his own people. Perhaps influenced by Su Ping's tone, the woman's cheeks flushed red. And it was clear that Su Ping had already gotten his answer. He turned to the man beside her who had remained silent and said, "Your wife hit someone. I'm not an unreasonable person, but so many people are watching. So, have your wife apologize right now, and we can discuss this matter privately later." "You little brat. My son had an accident at your place, and you want me to apologize to you?" The woman was furious. Su Ping, however, was still looking at the man who hadn't spoken. The man didn't respond, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have no intention of engaging with Su Ping, a mere child, nor did he care about the commotion. His primary concern was clearly his son Lu Zhao's condition. Meanwhile, Guan Lili gently tugged at Su Ping's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, let's just let it go, Lu Zhao's family." She didn't continue, but the implications were clear. Come to think of it, that backstone turtle was a pet beast of a special race with racial potential reaching peak command. It was also a dual-type pet beast of water and earth. Its value was even higher than Zhou Shuqin's Crimson Fang tiger. A family that could provide such a creature as an initial pet beast for their graduating son was certainly no ordinary one. Clearly, the woman also noticed Guan Lili's hesitance and scoffed. Just then, suddenly, from outside the door, a voice tinged with amusement spoke up. "Little brother Su, it seems you've encountered some trouble?" Su Ping turned his head. A figure had already walked in from outside. Jet black hair, a stunningly enchanting face, and those distinctive red lips that were deeply ingrained in his memory. Who could it be if not Dong Muyun? Su Ping's gaze shifted from the two people before him. With a bewildered expression, he looked at the suddenly appeared Dong Muyun. "What are you doing here?" Dong Muyun's fox-like eyes held a smile Su Ping had never seen before. "Listen to you. I have an exclusive room here, you know. I can come back whenever I want. We agreed on this from the beginning." They indeed had an agreement. Previously, during the handover, she had said that the topmost room would remain hers to use indefinitely. "But you're not some idle loafer. You're Queen Dong of Tianyan Group. Don't you have work to do?" However, these words, these questions, were clearly not for this moment. And just as clearly, some present didn't want to see them continue their conversation. "I said, what exactly is the situation with my son? How do you plan to take responsibility?" Su Ping's gaze returned to the woman, whose expression was also unpleasant. The fact that Su Ping still had the mood to banter and flirt at a time like this clearly made her extremely impatient. The man beside her, however, had his gaze fixed on Dong Muyun ever since she appeared. Despite his seemingly respectable facade, an uncontrollable streak of greed seemed to flicker within him. Before Su Ping could speak, Dong Muyun chuckled. "All right, what's the point of wasting time showing off and humbling such insignificant people? Leave it to the staff. Don't worry, Lao Guan was one of my subordinates, after all. He won't be treated unfairly. I came to find you today because I genuinely have serious business to discuss. From start to finish, Dong Miyun's gaze hadn't lingered for even a moment on the couple, or indeed on anyone other than Su Ping. Su Ping slowly exhaled, the rising anger within him gently subsiding. The couple before him, however, looked slightly startled, as if they hadn't quite processed the turn of events. They stared at Dong Miyun with uncertainty. Even the woman's gaze was fixed on her. Clearly, Dong Miyun's casual dismissal of them as insignificant people had wounded her pride. Dong Miyun, however, paid them no mind. As she herself had said, as a direct daughter of the Jianghai Dong family, she understood the rules of this world and its cold, hard class divisions better than anyone. To her, getting angry, or even wasting an extra breath on such trivial matters and insignificant people, was a waste of time. People like her were long accustomed to standing on high, observing the world from their lofty perspective. This way of looking down on others wasn't like how humans view ants. It was an absolute, clear-eyed understanding of her own position. This was the inherent quality cultivated in a direct heir of a saint-level family. Su Ping couldn't quite grasp this feeling, nor did he particularly want to. But Dong Miyun was right about one thing. This matter indeed didn't require his personal attention. It wasn't worth calling in favors for such a petty issue. And indeed, it proved to be so. A figure slowly stepped out from behind Dong Miyun. It was another woman, with blonde hair and black-rimmed glasses. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, but possessed an air of indescribable competence. "Director, young Master Su, please leave this to me." Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, but before he could react, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Dong Miyun put her arm around his shoulder, saying cheerfully, all right, let's go." Somewhat speechless, Su Ping could only follow her into the private elevator heading to the top floor. However, glancing back briefly before the doors closed, he saw that in that short instant, smack, the man, who moments before had worn a composed and haughty expression as if disdaining everything, now had a distorted face. He slapped the woman beside him, then turned to Lao Guan with a subservient smile never seen on him before. Neither Dong Miyun nor the blonde, bespectacled secretary showed any change in their utterly tranquil expressions, as if they had anticipated everything. Not the slightest flicker of attention or emotion betrayed them. A strange, indescribable feeling suddenly arose in Su Ping's heart. This feeling made him realize, as if only at that moment, that he was becoming somewhat different from ordinary people. Yet, Su Ping didn't understand what this feeling meant. So, when he sat down on the sofa in Dong Miyun's vast office, he was still pondering it. Seeing Su Ping lost in thought, Dong Miyun smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Still dwelling on that trivial matter? How about this? I'll have that couple brought up here. I'll tell them, right to their faces, exactly who you, Su Ping, are. You're the Breeder Association's soon-to-be youngest senior breeder. You're the favored junior of President Qin from the Beastmaster Association. You're also the business partner I, Dong Miyun, value most. You're a beast tamer and breeder with immeasurable prospects. Want me to call President Qin over? Then, we can have that shrewish woman wail and sob, and that clueless man kneel before you and Lao Guan to apologize. If that still doesn't appease your anger, go ahead and kill their seriously injured son. Don't worry. Forget President Qin. With me here, not a whisper of this will get out. Even the couple themselves wouldn't dare make a fuss, because they knew if they dared to make the slightest noise, or even reveal your name or my name, they wouldn't leave a single trace of their existence in this world. How about it? Does that satisfy you?" Su Ping let out a helpless grin. He absolutely believed that Dong Miyun could do everything she said, but he also knew it wasn't necessary. Dong Miyun's smile faded, and she didn't sit down. Instead, she stood before the enormous, wrap-around floor-to-ceiling window, just as before, calmly observing the world. "Su Ping, I'm truly envious of you, and I admire you. You possess such talent that you rose from the ranks of ordinary beast tamers, and you might even advance further in the future. So, I also want to tell you that in this world, people are different. You must learn to adapt to these differences, not enjoy them. And you have to strive to harness these differences. In a past life, there were some very famous aphorisms or lines of poetry. are kings, dukes, generals, and ministers destined to be so by birth. Royal treasuries burned to ash, and noble bones trampled in the streets. Sentences like these are endless. However, in this traversed world of beast tamers, although it's said that ordinary beast tamers might still have a day to stand out due to assessments and strong beast taming talents, in reality, the class barriers and solidification are much more exaggerated than in the past life. Not to mention anything else, any transaction value related to the pet beast industry is astronomical. This is the most direct class barrier. An average family, after a year of hard work without eating or drinking, might only save up 1 or 200,000 at most, and that's being generous. But just to cultivate a pet beast, considering the success rate, costs millions, and cultivating skills on a pet beast offers only limited combat enhancement. This is enough to show that for ordinary beast tamer families, it is very difficult to carve out a future on the path of beast taming. Dong Muyun mentioned this lightly because she believed Su Ping, with his cunning, would be able to think things through. So, Dong Muyun suddenly turned around. That indifferent demeanor she had previously shown the world instantly transformed into a warm smile. Let's discuss our collaboration, shall we? Su Ping slowly emerged from his previous contemplation. Looking at Dong Muyun, whose demeanor changed so swiftly it caught him off guard, he found it hard to pinpoint which of her personas was the real one. When he thought about it like this, Qin Xiaoxue's straightforward nature seemed much easier to get along with. What kind of collaboration? Hasn't the secret realm already collapsed? Dong Muyun chuckled. I have high hopes for you, so I'd like to invest in you. Tianyun is willing to commit 1 billion yuan in exchange for 49% of the shares in Heart of Woods. How does that sound? Su Ping frowned decisively. I won't sell shares in Heart of Woods. Su Ping indeed was in dire need of cash. What Heart of Woods needed most right now was money. Renovations cost money. Digging lakes costs money. Creating a botanical garden costs money. Perfecting the various species pet beasts for each zone costs money. And building his own professional advanced level laboratory costs money. All those different types of laboratory equipment cost money, and the vast amount of resources needed in the future to attempt the evolution of Shaoqing, Paperman, and others also cost money. Without money, he couldn't do anything. But selling shares was out of the question. Heart of Woods was passed down by his old man. How could he sell it to others? Never mind that Dong Muyun only wanted a mere 49%. Ostensibly leaving Su Ping in complete control. Who knows what the future holds? And really, 1 billion yuan was just too cheap. Dong Muyun wasn't surprised by Su Ping's outright rejection. She smirked cunningly. That's the investment value assessed by Tianyun's board of directors and evaluation team. Of course, I haven't told them about the Wanmu wolf. Heh. After a pause, Dong Muyun continued. I plan to invest 100 million yuan in Heart of Woods under my own name for a 1% share. In addition, I won't interfere with or pry into the pet beast cultivation formulas, evolution formulas, or similar matters, nor will I try to manage them. I'll only be responsible for profit sharing. Furthermore, I'll use my capabilities to help resolve any manageable troubles. Also, if you ever want to buy it back, you'll have the right of first refusal, and the repurchase price won't exceed 200 million yuan. How does that sound? Huh? Su Ping blinked. Well, it goes without saying that he could never agree to the initial harsh conditions. But Dong Muyun's current proposal, 1% share? It wasn't nothing, but it was practically negligible. And Su Ping understood her intention. Tying their interests together was the most direct approach. Although 100 million yuan was a drop in the bucket for the current Heart of Woods, it could certainly alleviate many pressing needs. Clearly, the most important part of this offer wasn't the money. After all, should he wish to buy it back later, he would retain the right of first refusal. So, was this woman actually offering money to form an alliance of mutual interest with him through this investment? What kind of trouble can you solve? Su Ping looked curiously at the woman. Dong Muyun gave a slight smile. She knew Su Ping would be tempted by such excellent conditions. She did not make empty promises, but used an example that was readily available. For instance, the dangerous pet beast that might exist in the Lingxi River. Su Ping gave her a suspicious glance. Could this woman have deliberately poisoned the water for such a reason? But he didn't voice this thought aloud. That would be too cynical of me, he considered. Ultimately, Su Ping did not reject Dong Muyun's kindness again. He understood that Dong Muyun was also investing in his talent. In fact, she wouldn't care the slightest about a 1% share of the Heart of Woods. Let alone now, if the monthly profit after deducting expenses could leave 1 million or so, that would be quite good. And 1 million in dividends would only amount to 10,000. As the chairwoman of Tianyun Group, Dong Muyun controlled fixed assets worth hundreds of billions or even more. In terms of cash flow, she could easily overwhelm a mere Heart of Woods. However, Dong Muyun's involvement could indeed quietly solve many troubles behind the scenes. For one thing, if she had gone to Linzhou to purchase the land deed, having Tianyun Group's chairwoman Dong Muyun as a shareholder would likely have significantly reduced the purchase price. That was the type of help she could provide on an official level. And, as in the current situation, she could quickly resolve troubles related to pet beasts as well. Even access to intelligence and special resources could be considered a channel she could provide. For Su Ping, naturally, the more such channels and connections, the better. Beyond that, Dong Muyun also brought Su Ping help he hadn't anticipated. After the contract was signed, Dong Muyun nodded with a smile and handed over a bank card. Here is 100 million. You can transfer it to the Heart of Woods account, and in the future, deposit my dividends into this card too, she said. Su Ping nodded without much concern. However, Dong Muyun wasn't finished. She took out a small file folder from her bosom and handed it to Su Ping. The folder still retained the woman's body heat and a faint, delicate fragrance. Su Ping, however, kept his composure, not daring to entertain any distracting thoughts, and was somewhat inexplicably bewildered by the folder. This is, I know you possess an uncommon cultivation talent, capable of developing the evolution channel for the Wanmu wolf, and you specialize as a beast tamer for forest wolves. However, since you specialize, you should delve even deeper. Inside are the complete and perfected evolution plans for the forest wolf's forest wolf and elf wolf. As Dong Muyun spoke, a gleam of irrepressible excitement burst forth from the depths of Su Ping's eyes, his gaze filled with eagerness. Dong Muyun cast a slightly resentful glance at this unromantic young brat. And here I went to the trouble of preparing all this so thoughtfully, she mused. However, perhaps it's precisely because of such focused determination that he has been able to progress so far in pet beast cultivation. Su Ping, of course, was oblivious to Dong Muyun's thoughts at that moment. His entire attention was on the two documents in front of him, the forest wolf and the elf wolf. These two were currently the most popular evolutionary bodies of the forest wolf on the market, especially the forest wolf. It was a direct evolution of the forest wolf that further strengthened its abilities. Although the improvement wasn't substantial, it was at least officially recognized as having evolved. As the most popular evolutionary body, its acquisition wasn't particularly difficult. Some beast tamers specializing in forest wolves were exceptionally adept at mastering it, including ones like Sun Chaojiu. However, while they had mastered it, they couldn't reveal it to just anyone. Their cultivation methods were mostly acquired through exchanges for points within the breeder association, and the number of points required was not small. I was planning to take out some research results, submit them to the breeder association to exchange for a large number of points, and then get these two evolutionary bodies, Su Ping had been thinking. Yes, I did consider exchanging for them, Su Ping affirmed to himself. Although the Wanmu wolf is truly excellent, far exceeding my expectations, the forest wolf and elf wolf, as standard popular evolutionary bodies, definitely have their merits, he considered. Moreover, my goal is to strengthen in two directions, the wolf pack and the wood element. Within the wolf pack, I can't just have the Wanmu wolf as the only evolutionary body. A diverse wolf pack would have a mutually enhancing effect. And for the wood element, using the forest torrent battlefield strategy could greatly improve the combat capability of plant-type pet beasts within it. I naturally want to capitalize on my advantages, Su Ping thought. However, I haven't decided which plant-type pet beasts to focus on cultivating in the future, and there's no rush for now. For now, the Luoza song, Pine, seems pretty good. Still, I'm not very familiar with plant-type pet beasts. When I have time, I can visit the pet beast market and the breeder association to look around properly and see if there are any suitable ones to bring home and try raising, he mused. And now, The cultivation and evolution methods for the forest wolf and elf wolf had just been given to Su Ping by Dong Muyun. Su Ping paid no mind to the fact that he was still in Dong Muyun's office. He hurriedly opened the documents and looked at the contents. The forest wolf is the basic evolutionary body of the forest wolf, the longest existing evolutionary body of the forest wolf, and it is also the first choice for optimizing the forest wolf race. Species optimization? Su Ping slightly narrowed his eyes. He had come across this term before while studying the educational materials from the Breeder Association. However, this was essentially not closely related to the work of beast tamers and breeders. It was a change that occurred over a long period. I wonder how many years ago, perhaps a few hundred or even thousands. Today's forest wolves were not so numerous. Instead, there was a pet beast called the wood wolf. It was a very basic wood element wolf pet, possessing only the racial potential of an ordinary peak species, making it a considerably low-level pet beast. And the forest wolf was actually an evolutionary body of the wood wolf. Of course, this also seems somewhat discernible from their names. So, the forest wolf was the species optimization after the initial evolution of the wood wolf. After the wood wolf evolved into the forest wolf, the progeny born from forest wolves were new forest wolves. Of course, in ancient times, such probabilities might have been lower because a generation of evolved forest wolves had a greater chance of producing wood wolves with relatively better aptitude. Only when the evolutionary bloodline was more concentrated was there a chance for the direct birth of forest wolf offspring. Therefore, even in modern society, offspring produced by forest wolves occasionally show atavism, reverting from forest wolves to wood wolves. This is the most compelling evidence supporting this deduction. The forest wolf, as a further evolutionary body of the forest wolf, with its relatively simple and unadorned evolution and its widespread appeal, it's possible similar situations might occur in the future. This could lead to forest wolves breeding among themselves to produce new forest wolves, causing the original forest wolves to become increasingly scarce. This is called species optimization. It's a likely occurrence with the passage of time. However, this suddenly gave Su Ping some ideas. Those inherently powerful pet beasts with a high race limit, like the so-called life ancient tree. Could it be that long ago, they too were other low-level pets that evolved and then underwent lengthy species optimization to become what they are now? So, could it be that some initial atavistic, degenerated forms of powerful races have actually disappeared over the long expanse of time? The history recorded in the civilization of beast tamers, even for the oldest dragon nation, doesn't reach tens of thousands of years. Yet, the time that living beings have existed on Blue Star is an unimaginably vast number. It could easily be in the hundreds of millions of years. If, thinking this, Su Ping blinked, his interest genuinely piqued. If there were a way to cause powerful pet beasts to degenerate to their basic race, and from that foundation, either allow them to breed anew or explore other research angles to unearth different evolutionary branches, wouldn't this mean one could develop even more, perhaps unprecedented, species of pet beasts and entirely new evolutionary bodies? The answer to this is almost certainly affirmative. Some ancient pet beasts, in their evolution over countless eons, were influenced by the environment, underwent subtle and gradual evolution, or experienced survival of the fittest. However, evolution driven by the environment can only be said to be best suited for survival in that specific environment, not necessarily the strongest or most laden with potential. Take the forest wolf as an example. After a forest wolf evolves into a forest wolf, it naturally still has a chance to evolve into the Wanmu wolf. However, it has absolutely no chance of transforming into an elf wolf of the same level, because their race limit is the same, commander-level peak. So, for the elf wolf, whose evolution focuses mainly on the life series and partial elementalization, even though its direct combat strength might be less than the forest wolf's, can one say its potential and utility are lower? No. In fact, because of its life series healing abilities, the elf wolf could be even more useful. However, compared to the forest wolf, the elf wolf has a higher difficulty in evolution. Furthermore, its primary abilities lie in life healing, making its survival and overall combat effectiveness in the wild inferior to the forest wolf. Therefore, it is not adapted to the survival environment of pet beasts in the wild. Su Ping believed that the examples of the forest wolf and the elf wolf were definitely not unique. In those distant ancient times, throughout the long history of pet beast development, there were undoubtedly many similar weak pet beasts that completed their evolution under the natural laws of survival of the fittest. It remains the eternal maxim and truth of the breeder world. The weaker the pet beast, the more infinite its potential. The lower the tier of the pet beast, the more diverse its evolution. There are no truly useless pet beasts, only breeders who have yet to unearth their potential. So, if one wants to take this as a subject and study these possibly existent degenerated ancient species, brand new, ancient pet beast basic juveniles unrecorded in history, then degeneration is, paradoxically, what needs to be researched. But how can a pet beast degeneration be achieved? Especially for those incredibly powerful pet beasts of advanced level racial potential. Thinking about it, this research direction seems quite extravagant, doesn't it? Someone like me, not rushing to think about evolution, but instead pondering troublesome degeneration. I'm probably the first, huh? Su Ping couldn't help but smile wryly. However, at this moment, he had clearly forgotten that there was another person in the office. Dong Muyun looked at the youngster before her with a peculiar expression. Has this brat already forgotten there's another person here? He's been staring at the first page of that document for nearly half a xiaoshi now. What on earth is he thinking about? And now he's making such an unsightly smile. Don't tell me my good intentions backfired? Undoubtedly, from ancient times to the present, the methods by which powerful, long-standing families maintained their continuity, just like in the world Su Ping had transmigrated from, were all the same: investment, recruitment, and marriage alliances. And Su Ping was undoubtedly a talent most worthy of investment and recruitment. Thus, Dong Muyun coughed lightly. Only then did Su Ping look at her. What are you thinking about? Have you had some other insight? It had to be said, now that the investment was formalized, Dong Muyun was essentially an ally. Su Ping indeed felt considerably more at ease around her and didn't conceal anything, sharing his recent thoughts with her in full. Her background was considerable. Perhaps she had some understanding in this area. Or perhaps she knew some secret technique for degeneration unknown to others. Unfortunately, Su Ping was clearly overthinking. In this world, breeders who studied evolution were a dime a dozen. But those who researched degeneration were exceedingly rare. Even if there were some, it was very difficult to produce any results. So, Dong Muyun listened to Su Ping's far-fetched ideas. He had extrapolated so much from just the 4 words, species optimization, and the relationship between the forest wolf and elf wolf species. He had even proposed such a bold direction, one that sounded utterly preposterous at first, but upon careful consideration, actually seemed remarkably plausible. For a moment, Dong Muyun herself became somewhat bewildered. Is this the thought process of a genius breeder? The low-level form of a pet beast with advanced-level racial potential before species optimization. After degeneration, explore and develop new, unknown evolutionary bodies from other directions? Is this something that a beast tamer like you, merely elite level and a recent adult graduate, should be contemplating? However, she had to admit, in this regard, Dong Muyun was thoroughly impressed. Then she became flustered and could only stammer. I really don't know. She couldn't deny Su Ping's ideas, yet she was also unable to provide any advice or help. So Dong Muyun, who had originally wanted to further close the distance with this brat, could only choose to change the subject very awkwardly. Anyway, I'll go check out what's happening in the Lingxi River. Su Ping also came back to his senses. The matter of species optimization, as well as evolution and degeneration, was naturally just a topic and direction worthy of research. However, for the current Su Ping, the difficulty was still too great. Thinking this, and since it concerned his own territory, Su Ping didn't remain idle. He nodded and said, I'll go with you to take a look. Su Ping also wanted to see what exactly was causing harm in the area near his territory. Arriving at the spot pointed out by Guan Lily and the others, Su Ping once again looked over this part of the Lingxi River. Then, under Su Ping's envious gaze, Dong Muyun said softly, Yuning. Instantly, Dong Muyun extended her hand, and a mechanical voice came from the watch on her wrist. Master, awaiting your commands. Switch to single underwater combat form and detach for remote control. Yes, master. The mechanical voice replied. Then, with a faint electronic whirring sound, the watch detached from Dong Muyun's wrist. The next moment, a specially shaped individual robot appeared and, with a plop, jumped into the water. Dong Muyun, meanwhile, leisurely took out a tablet. After a few taps, the live underwater feed from Yuning appeared on its screen. The deep underwater world appeared pitch black. Fortunately, Yuning was equipped with an extremely powerful searchlight that illuminated everything in its beam. Su Ping had never imagined that the Lingxi River connected to his home would be so deep. As Yuning dove deeper, Su Ping could clearly see it had already descended more than 30 meters. The surging undercurrents and the pitch-black underwater environment made Su Ping feel a sense of unfamiliarity and terror. However, even more terrifying than the environment itself was what had now appeared before their eyes. Su Ping had never, ever considered that the Lingxi River, so close to his home, would be teeming with such a vast number of aquatic pet beasts. Yes, as Yuning continued its descent and finally reached the pitch-black riverbed, the surroundings were revealed to be filled with what could only be described as dense swarms of aquatic pet beasts. Spiny-scaled fish, glint fish, rose-poison stingray, dual-horned tiger fish, ghostly tuna. Many aquatic pet beasts were identified by Su Ping in just this short time. And these were only the ones he recognized. There were many more he didn't. The highest level among them had even reached commander level. This was effectively the apex for common aquatic pet beasts found inland. But both Su Ping and Dong Muyun sensed that something was amiss. The reason was simple. There were just too many of them. Even though the Lingxi River wasn't far from West Dragon Lake, the occasional passage of a few pet beasts would have been normal. But how many were there now? A rough estimate suggested there were definitely more than 100, without a doubt. Keep in mind, these were ranked pet beasts. Moreover, this was only in the area Yuning had explored, a section of water merely 30 to 50 meters deep. Seeing this, Su Ping broke out in a cold sweat. During the past month or so, he had played more than once with the little paper man on the banks of the Lingxi River. Although it was some distance from this spot, it wasn't that far. And while most aquatic pet beasts don't leave the water, higher-level ones could still fight on land. If any of the commander-level pet beasts they had just seen had appeared on the bank back then, Su Ping didn't dare to complete the thought. Fortunately, they had discovered it now. Dong Muyun, however, showed no surprise. Instead, a hint of excitement glinted in her eyes. Such a bizarre scene definitely had a reason behind it. Usually, even in the pet beast world, the principle of big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimp applies. Therefore, these commander-level fish would not normally coexist in the same area with lower-level ones. Otherwise, the latter would have already been devoured. But now, while it couldn't be called peaceful coexistence, at least no such rampant slaughter was occurring. However, Yuning's powerful searchlight did attract attacks from many fish. Of course, for Yuning, which had reached monarch level, this was no threat. Several low-level, less intelligent fish were lured in by the intense light and quickly dispatched by Yuning. The higher-level ones, seeing the newcomer's ferocity, immediately turned and fled without a second thought. Instantly, a clear zone formed in the chaotic underwater depths. Yuning, continue exploring ahead. Let's see what's really going on down here. Yuning, in its underwater robot form, moved swiftly forward, propelled by its arms and the mechanical fins on its body. Finally, after it swam about another 300 meters, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of the searchlight's beam, seeming to reflect it. It was a splendidly colorful light. The moment it appeared and interacted with the searchlight, it created an indescribable rainbow-like shimmer in the pitch-black water. What is this? Dong Muyun murmured, then quickly instructed, Yuning, keep moving forward. The rapid current had no effect on the distant rainbow light. This time, even when illuminated by the searchlight, the schools of fish around the light showed no startled reaction, as if they hadn't noticed anything at all. They continued to circle that rainbow light, their swaying movements showing complete enthrallment with the object at the center. Yuning loyally fulfilled Dong Muyun's command. Carrying the searchlight, it moved slowly through the water, finally approaching within 10 meters of the light's source. Simultaneously, the source of the light became clear through the relatively clear water. It was located within a crevice in the riverbed, where an undercurrent flowed. It was an incredibly large coral, easily over 10 meters across. It was nestled in this crevice on the riverbed. The coral glowed with a fluorescent light, beautiful and mysterious. It wasn't just the fish that saw it underwater with their own eyes. Even Su Ping and Dong Muyun, observing from Yuning's perspective onshore, couldn't help but show looks of fascination. This thing was too beautiful. From any angle, it emanated a colorful, misty glow. Combined with the schools of fish also illuminated in these brilliant colors as they circled the coral, the scene resembled a true underwater paradise. But clearly, this thing was anything but paradise. In fact, its essence wasn't that of an incredibly precious resource at all. It was a pet beast. Staring at it, Dong Muyun finally asked uncertainly, "Rainbow coral?" Her voice held an indescribable mixture of joy and shock. Su Ping looked at her. He was still too young, and even with his current achievements, it was impossible for him to recognize all pet beasts. This was especially true for aquatic pet beasts, which were incredibly numerous, with many still unknown. Undoubtedly, the one before them was such a case. What is a rainbow coral? Pleased at this rare instance of the usually knowledgeable young man's ignorance, Dong Muyun explained excitedly while watching the footage. It's one of the most special and precious aquatic pet beasts. Nominally, it's a water element pet beast, but it's a unique type combining insect and elemental characteristics. Its racial potential is extremely low, and it completely lacks combat abilities, yet it is extremely valuable. Oh, why is that? Su Ping asked, his curiosity piqued. In the pet beast world, there were countless magical pet beasts with all sorts of astounding abilities. Not all could be measured simply by combat power. And quite evidently, this rainbow coral was one such exception, because Dong Muyun had already begun to explain its purpose. The rainbow coral worm is a very special kind of pet beast, she continued. They possess no combat capabilities and can hardly even move without external forces. However, no water element beast tamer can resist the allure of the rainbow coral worm. This is because the rainbow coral worm creates such a rainbow light around itself, attracting schools of pet beast fish. Furthermore, water touched by this rainbow light can effectively nourish aquatic pet beasts. This allows the fish to thrive without needing to consume large quantities of food. Moreover, rumors say that aquatic fish-type pet beasts spending extended periods near the rainbow light not only experience faster level growth than usual, but also have a chance to comprehend the special skill rainbow aurora. Su Ping blinked, looking once more at the massive coral, easily over 10 meters in size. The pet beast world was indeed full of wonders. There really were such special pet beasts. At the same time, a burning desire surged in Su Ping's heart. However, what Su Ping didn't expect was that there was even more. Dong Muyun paused, then continued. Additionally, the beautiful rainbow coral formed by the worm's secretions is also an excellent material for water element pet beasts. If the Tianyun group could obtain a rainbow coral worm for Crescent Island, then its endeavors there would become smoother by an unimaginable factor. Su Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this thing really that rare? Extremely rare, Dong Muyun affirmed. There are 3 reasons. First, the attracted fish schools can sometimes bring in powerful aquatic pet beasts. These pet beasts are very domineering. If the rainbow light cannot satisfy their hunger, they will directly consume the rainbow coral. Even a slight bump could cause its death. Second, unlike other coral worms, while the outer coral structure appears large, there is actually only one rainbow coral worm inside. They are mostly solitary creatures. Third, and most importantly, is their method of reproduction. Generally, a rainbow coral worm only reproduces asexually when the previous generation dies. Most of the time, it lays only a single egg, with an infinitesimal chance of producing 2. However, despite the protection of the outer rainbow coral, any mishap can cause the fragile eggs or newly born rainbow coral larvae to die. Furthermore, the coral worm's growth cycle is very short, with a lifespan typically only 3 to 5 years. Dong Muyun recited these facts as if enumerating treasured heirlooms. It was apparent that her earlier decision to send Lao Guan to Crescent Island for aquatic pet beast cultivation was no joke. The Tianyun group was indeed seriously pursuing this direction. Naturally, they had thoroughly researched such a rare pet beast. She didn't notice, however, that Su Ping's eyes were now shining as he gazed at the rainbow coral worm in the footage. If he could get this rainbow coral worm into his artificial lake, wouldn't the Heart of Woods have a new industry? It's capable of producing resources, rainbow coral. Although the rank of these coral polyps isn't high, considering how rare this thing is, the value of this resource must be around commander level, right? It can attract schools of aquatic pet beasts. So, if I connect the artificial lake with the Lingxi River and take some measures, I just need to prevent large and powerful pet beasts from arriving. Then, I could set up a paid fishing activity on this artificial lake. That wouldn't be excessive, would it? Of course, fishing is fishing. However, the fish you catch aren't necessarily yours to keep. After all, these rainbow corals attract schools of aquatic pet beasts. Are these ordinary fish? At most, whoever catches them can sell them back to me at a fraction of the market price. Hey, a single venture could earn double the money. And what's most important, this business very likely wouldn't require any initial investment. Su Ping had been thinking earlier. Although buying pet beasts for the botanical garden, the undead basement, and the forest wolf packs required money, it was nothing compared to the cost of purchasing aquatic pet beasts for the artificial lake. Who would have thought that the pet beast business could be run without any initial investment? Even with the Beast Tamer legions present, there wouldn't be too many pet beasts coming in and out of the connection point between the Lingxi River and West Dragon Lake. But that's relative to the entirety of Jianghai Province and the Lingxi River, which flows through both Jianghai and Huaiyang provinces. In fact, as one of the main waterways leading to the sea, how many aquatic pet beasts pass through the Lingxi River daily? It's impossible to calculate. And now, if I have this, do I still need to buy aquatic pet beasts to raise? That would be an utter luxury. Once these coral polyps are placed to the passing schools of fish, it's an irresistible lure, like Tang Monk's flesh. Su Ping's gaze was clearly too intense. Dong Muyun finally snapped out of her excitement. When she noticed Su Ping's fervent gaze, her eyelids twitched. Su Ping, you shouldn't need this, right? Isn't Heart of Woods mainly focused on the forest wolf cultivation industry? Su Ping chuckled. To be honest, I've already bought all the land behind Yuntian, including the banks of the Lingxi River and that deserted mountain 5 kilometers away. I was planning to dig an artificial lake on the land behind Yuntian that connects to the Lingxi River. Otherwise, why would I have cleared out the aquatic pet beasts near the Lingxi River that might harbor aggressive intentions? Dong Muyun pursed her lips. The problem is, I discovered this rainbow coral, and Yuning is still down there. Su Ping shifted his gaze from the rainbow coral, seen through Yuning's perspective, back to Dong Muyun and blinked. But, as I just said, I've bought all the land deeds for this area. According to Article 9 of the Dragon Nation's Land Protection Law. Dong Muyun clenched her fists, wishing she could punch this smug brat who was so easily rattling off the land protection law. It's the land deeds again. Always the land deeds. Previously, with the secret realm, she was constrained by this brat because of those damned land deeds, and now it's happening again because of this blasted land deed. I hate real estate. Should Tianyun Group transition into real estate? Who knows, there might be some incredible treasure on that plot of land. No, that can't be right. If that were the case, the world would be full of lucky people. It's purely this brat's ridiculously good luck. Dong Muyun took a slow, deep breath. How about this? You've always wanted a mechanical core, right? Tianyun Group will offer 2 billion, plus a mechanical core, in trade. That should be sufficient, shouldn't it? However, Su Ping shook his head again. Your cultivation base is only so big. Even if you manage to build an artificial lake, getting it to a few kilometers in diameter would be a feat using this rainbow coral on. It would be an extravagant waste, wouldn't it? Dong Muyun was exasperated. The area behind Yuntian was only a few kilometers from the Lingxi River at most. Under such circumstances, even if Su Ping wanted to build an artificial lake, how large could it possibly be? Su Ping didn't even blink. I've changed my mind. I've decided to expand the artificial lake scale. I'll directly connect the area behind Yuntian Resort to the Lingxi River and then extend it southward. It will form a large, Taiji-shaped artificial lake with the Lingxi River as the dividing line. I conservatively estimate its diameter to be about 20 kilometers. Dong Muyun was out of options. She sighed helplessly. Seeing Dong Muyun looking defeated and ready to give up, Su Ping quickly said, "Look, We're in the same boat now. Besides, you hold shares in Heart of Woods. Nominally, you're the second largest shareholder after my family. If Heart of Woods becomes powerful, wouldn't that be much better than Tianyun Group? You're the chairperson of Tianyun Group, but it's not entirely yours, is it? Your Dong family has so many brothers and sisters. What if someone else takes over? Wouldn't all your efforts just be paving the way for someone else? Su Ping had laid it all out. Dong Muyun, however, just glared at this brat who was gloating after getting his way. It was true that she personally held only 5% of Tianyun Group's shares. However, her father's and brother's shares, totaling 20%, were managed by her. Aside from her grandfather, who had relinquished his authority, she was the Dong family's largest shareholder in Tianyun Group. She was the actual person in charge, second only to her grandfather, the highest authority. She was even the acting chairman now. Could it be that Tianyun Group's 20% shareholding is worth less than 1% of Heart of Woods? Still, it had to be said that Su Ping's words indeed made Dong Muyun feel a lot more comfortable. Dong Muyun hummed lightly, but still said, "Since that's the case, do you know how to raise this thing? How to bring out its most appropriate effects?" Su Ping's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered, "I don't know, please teach me, sister." Su Ping wasn't an all-rounder. He couldn't possibly know everything about business models and the breeding of various pet beasts, let alone the fact that he had never even heard of the rainbow coral worm before. "Now you know to call me sister? But it's a pity. Your sister who only knows money and profits. Am afraid I'm not as good as the younger and prettier Miss Chin." Su Ping touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Fortunately, Dong Muyun didn't tease him any further and directly said, "To raise the rainbow coral worm, you need to prepare star algae, which is its favorite food. Secondly, to be able to approach the rainbow coral worm in the water at any time and simultaneously prevent passing schools of fish from harming it, you need to isolate it." Isolate? Su Ping frowned slightly. If it were isolated, how could the schools of fish use the rainbow water tainted by the glow of the rainbow coral worm? How could they comprehend the so-called rainbow aurora under its light? How could the halo of the rainbow coral worm continue to attract schools of fish? From Dong Muyun's description, Su Ping had never considered making this precious little creature a pet beast. After all, a pet beast that at best lived a few years. You know, when a pet beast reached its lifespan. If you tried to artificially prolong its life, that would consume the Beast Tamer's own origin. Although the rainbow coral worm was precious, it was purely a resource-type pet beast and not suitable as a battle-type contracted beast. At least in the short term, Su Ping had no such thoughts. Since that was the case, if the rainbow coral worm can't provide resources when isolated, what was the point? But fortunately, Dong Muyun wasn't the type to play coy and directly explained with a smile. "That's right. It's just that the materials for isolation are different. You need a special material from the water elemental series, water element barrier." Su Ping slapped his forehead. He had been silly. How could he apply the physical knowledge of his previous world to measure things in this magical world? The water element barrier, a special elemental type material, is a water-based barrier that can block most solids but does not hinder the flow of water. It is a special material sometimes used in water element pet beast venues. However, Su Ping had never encountered it before, so he quickly flashed a flattering smile again and looked towards Dong Muyun. She also laughed. On those cheeks, as charming and delicate as roses, every smile she wore couldn't help but make one feel a twinge of fear. And sure enough, as soon as Dong Muyun opened her mouth, Su Ping felt what cataclysm meant. Tianyun Group sells it. A square meter is only priced at 500,000. Tianyun Group can customize the desired shape, space, and size for customers. They also assist with installation, regular maintenance, and repairs, including warranty after damage. Su Ping's vision darkened. 500,000 didn't sound like much, but that was the price for just 1 square meter. Not to mention, the rainbow coral worm itself, along with the connected coral, was already over 10 meters wide. You couldn't really leave it with no space, right? In that case, how would it continue to secrete rainbow coral? This was a resource and material. It was the only resource material that Heart of Woods could foreseeably produce on its own. So, if they went by what Dong Muyun said, disregarding other factors, just in terms of length and width, one side of the enclosure would need to be 20 meters. The four sides of a square enclosure together would mean 80 square meters of barrier material if it were 1 meter high. Therefore, not considering height, surrounding the rainbow coral with a 1 meter high water element barrier would require a whopping 40 million. But how could one not consider the height issue? The secreted coral needed to attach itself to soil or rocks to coexist. So, stacking this water element barrier from the bottom of the lake upwards, if their artificial lake was 10 meters deep, they'd multiply the 40 million base amount by 10, which amounted to a whopping 400 million. 400 million. And that was just for 10 meters of height. In fact, if they really calculated according to the depth of that artificial lake, with Lingxi River at the center, that is, where the rainbow coral worm was right now, the height of the water element barrier needed from the Lingxi River down to the riverbed would be nearly 100 meters. For billion? Su Ping only felt darkness before his eyes. Dong Muyun had clearly foreseen this scenario and was watching Su Ping with a smile. Su Ping said with a sheepish smile that, "This is already the discounted price. As you know, there's a reason why Tianyun Group's products are expensive. If you buy this kind of material from somewhere else, they won't take care of it after installation, you know. If an accident happens later on and the water element barrier has a breach, Tianyun Group offers a 20-year warranty with free replacement." Indeed, once Dong Muyun put it that way, it did seem like there was good reason for it to be expensive. It's just, what's with that damn woman's tone? Su Ping clenched his fists. Money is the courage of heroes. Gold is the backbone of men. Indeed, a man must not be without money. Therefore, Su Ping thought for a moment and asked, "They say beneath a man's knees lies gold. Can I use the gold beneath my knees to offset the cost?" Dong Muyun smiled and said, "I have no use for that. And besides, what if Miss Qin tries to fight me to the death over it? However, there is something you could use to offset the price." Oh, Su Ping's eyes lit up. For instance, further shares of Heart of Woods. The smiling Dong Muyun at this moment seemed like a fox incessantly wagging its tail. Unfortunately, Su Ping didn't take the bait, watching the woman warily. No way, just a symbolic 1% is fine. 1% of the shares was what Su Ping used to form a certain alliance with this woman. If it went any further, it would be different, and he naturally refused without hesitation. Even if he could recover it, Su Ping didn't want to take that risk any further. Dong Muyun didn't seem disappointed and just shrugged her shoulders. Well, then there's nothing we can do. Su Ping sighed, somewhat worried. Money, oh money. Why is it that despite having the skill to slay dragons and earning money at a rate far beyond any other breeder's imagination, the money was becoming increasingly harder to hold on to, and the damn holes just kept getting bigger? Dong Muyun was not in a hurry either. She watched with a smile as Su Ping racked his brains, trying to figure out ways to get money. However, clearly, while Dong Muyun was not in a hurry, something at that moment was. Below Lingxi River. Yuning, having transformed into an underwater robot, scratched its smooth, bald head with arms controlled by its awakened mechanical intelligence. Its mechanical eyes, emitting the light of searchlights, showed a hint of bewilderment. What is Master doing? It's still soaking in the water. At this moment, Yuning, as a mechanical life form, also felt that everything around it was dark and lonely. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, almost every day, the entire Heart of Woods was undergoing earth-shattering changes. On the first day, designers and architects were hired to discuss and mark out the area of the backyard connecting to the Lingxi River. On the second day, the architect in charge summoned Earth-type pet beasts, the plowing ox and the gravel bee. These two pet beasts were tasked with tilling the ground and paving a path. Behind the forest wolf forest, extensive wolf tobacco grasslands bordering the Lingxi River were cleared and converted into arable land. Of course, Su Ping still retained a portion for future research on wolf tobacco. Su Ping designated this area to build his laboratory, because it was situated behind the forest wolf forest and not far from the Lingxi River. This spot was the most remote, quiet, and safest. On the third and fourth days, the road connecting the Heart of Woods to Yuntian Resort was paved, and the necessary land preparation was completed. Simultaneously, teams of mountain mover apes began the excavation. The cost for the two construction crews, plus design fees, was approximately 15 million. On the fifth day, materials for the 30 million cost protective fence were purchased, and installation began. The fence started from the forest wolf forest within the heart of woods and extended to encompass the entire area north of the Lingxi River, including the vast expanse Su Ping planned for his artificial lake. This was a very special material that could not only withstand attacks from powerful pet beasts, but also emitted a specific scent that discouraged pet beasts from voluntarily approaching the fence. Luckily, the 30 million cost also included installation fees. Indeed, these products were from the Tianyun Group. On the 6th and 7th days, the mountain mover apes continued digging the artificial lake. Underwater, certain seagrass plants were planted, and rocks beneficial to aquatic pet beasts were also placed. This part didn't cost much, less than 10 million, leaving a significant amount remaining. On the 8th day, the excavation of the artificial lake on the north bank of the Lingxi River was completed. If desired, it could be connected to the Lingxi River at any time to draw water. Simultaneously, professional landscape artists were again invited to provide some aesthetic landscaping around the artificial lake, which Su Ping had named Heart Lake. On the 10th day, the fence installation was completed. The Heart of Woods purchased several internal sightseeing cars for 1 million, and a professional bridge builder was called to the bank of the Lingxi River beside Heart Lake to survey for bridge construction. They spent an entire day on research and discussion. A construction plan was developed for a bridge spanning the Lingxi River at a point over 200 meters wide. The total cost for materials and labor was estimated at over 20 million. In fact, normally, it wouldn't require such an expenditure. However, Su Ping opted for the most robust materials and special construction techniques, incorporating filters on both sides of the bridge. Once connected to his artificial lake, these filters would prevent larger aquatic pet beasts from entering Heart Lake from the Lingxi River, ensuring maximum safety. Thus, of the 100 million Dong Muyun had invested, more than half was spent on the construction of the Heart of Woods in just 10 days. And the spending wasn't over yet. Once the connection to the Lingxi River was established, the expenses for the Wilderness Botanical Garden on the other side, and for other areas Su Ping had yet to plan, would be enormous. Paving roads and erecting fences alone, not to mention other things, would incur an exorbitant cost. During these 10 days, Su Ping rarely left his residence, except to occasionally supervise construction. He spent the rest of his time at the Heart of Woods, attending to his own affairs. In these same 10 days, the experiences Su Ping gained and the tasks he undertook were, much like the transformations at the Heart of Woods, immensely significant. Su Ping recorded these changes in his breeder's diary almost every day. The first day, October 1st, clear, continued with the cultivation of the 10 Legion forest wolves. Went to the Linzhou Center and purchased a large quantity of soul-settling paper, undead crystals, and bought another 11 paper men. Started their rearing and feeding. It cost me over 5 million. Ah, what a fulfilling day. It's just a pity I've been too busy these past few days and have somewhat neglected meditation. The enhancement of my spiritual power hasn't been very noticeable. The second day, October 2nd, clear. Among the 22 papermen, one paperman's paper body folding skill reached the proficient level. Its folding speed is faster, and perhaps it can also perform more complex transformations. All 10 forest wolves of the Beast Tamer Legion completed their photosynthesis cultivation. And among these 10 forest wolves, the wood heart skill of 4 of them reached the proficient level. Although the remaining 6 didn't improve their skill level, one could see a significant leap in their skill proficiency. Indeed, the evolutionary steps of the Wanmu wolf significantly accelerated the improvement of the wood heart skill. Oops, I forgot about my meditation again. Oh well, I'll deal with it tomorrow. The third day, October 3rd, clear turning to cloudy with a north wind. I received good news this morning. Little paperman Qian Yi's paper body folding also reached the proficient level, and along with it, 7 other papermen did the same. At the same time, I flipped through the cultivation methods for the forest wolf and the elf wolf. I didn't expect to have an accidental discovery. It's just a pity that it requires, erased, a bit too much. And there's no need for that at the moment. But the forest wolf is one thing. The elf wolf is really interesting. It gradually abandons the body of the forest wolf, turning towards a semi-elementalized wolf form. It's a shame I don't know if there is a corresponding evolutionary body for the elf wolf. Has it completed the transition from an animal-type pet beast to an elemental type? As expected, no evolutionary body is simple. My journey is still long. Unfortunately, searching for the evolution of the elf wolf wasted too much time, and it seems like I won't have time for meditation today. Day 4. October 4th, overcast. Such annoying weather. So today, after briefly taking care of the forest wolf's cultivation, I went to the basement's paperman area where the sky can't be seen. To try out how many paper swords Qian Yi could control at the same time, I tested it with him for quite a while. I even let Xiao Qing and Qian Yi try sparring against each other for the first time. The result was actually a draw. Clearly, neither Xiao Qing nor Qian Yi were in good spirits. Xiao Qing, because it's at elite level, yet failed to defeat an ordinary level pet beast. And Qian Yi was annoyed because, despite having so many paper swords and its Jinj technique having reached perfection, it still ended up in a tie. However, what was consistent was that although both little guys were upset, they both became more diligent. Indeed, appropriate internal competition is a good thing. It's just that I'm out of time for meditation again. Su Ping. Oh Su Ping, you can't neglect your own meditation while cultivating pet beasts. Day 5. October 5th, cloudy. Is it going to rain? One of the papermen's paper body joint skill reached proficient level. However, no obvious changes have been noticed. Obviously, this has not yet satisfied the basic requirements for evolution, whether it's the skills or its own level. Fortunately, over these past few days, all the papermen have advanced from first rank to second rank after consuming soul-settling paper and a large number of undead crystals. That woman Dong Muyun came again. Doesn't she have anything better to do? She insisted on having a couple of drinks with me, drunkenly blabbering about the difficulties of large families, conspiracies, and such. I don't understand. Can it really be harder than for those impoverished families who can't even afford pet beasts? So, after all the nonsense this woman spouted, all I wanted to do was go back and meditate. Day 6. October 6th, light rain. I really hope this damn weather will end soon. Praise the sun. Today's cultivation endeavor showed breakthrough progress. Among the 10 Legion evolutionary body forest wolves on cultivating, Xiao Chong, whose sunlight absorption skill was only at proficient level, had its photosynthesis also rise to proficient level, nurtured by smile-faced sunflower seeds and sunlight spring water. Due to this damn weather, this progress is much slower than it was with old Sha. But thankfully, I have finally completed one. The forest wolf has met the minimum requirements for evolution into Wanmu wolf and has entered the third stage of the Wanmu wolf cultivation process, beginning to store energy in preparation for evolution. I want to see just how much potential difference there is between a forest wolf evolved with proficient level sunlight absorption and one with perfection level. Good timing. I should also apply for some more resources from the Legion. I wonder if there are materials for a water elemental barrier in the Legion storages. I really want to get up close with the rainbow coral worm, because there's a reason I can't write in this diary. Turns out they really do. After talking to Commander Zhang about the new materials and the cultivation progress, I exchanged some battle merit points for a water elemental barrier. It's just a pity that there's again no time for meditation. Day 7. October 7th, partly cloudy. The sun has come out. That's nice. All the papermen have reached proficient level in both paper body folding and paper body joint, but only the little paperman Qian Yi's mutation paper body control skill remains at entry level. This is truly frustrating. At the same time, 2 of the Legion's forest wolves with sunlight absorption at master level, Dull Head and Dull Brain, have reached the required photosynthesis level and started to store energy alongside them. The Legion is really fast. I made the call yesterday, and they've already delivered today. The water elemental barrier is fascinating. It can be touched by hand and even picked up as if it's transparent glass. But when you pour water on it, the water goes straight through. What kind of physical rule is this? What kind of liquids can it actually block? Can liquid metal, like mercury, pass through it? I'll get Dong Muyun to take this water elemental barrier back to Tianyun Group for basic processing first. I have to pay this woman the processing fee again. Really detestable, but at least the processing comes with a warranty. It's a shame that the meditation time I reserved for today was interrupted by a phone call from Miss Chin. Day 8. October 8th, sunny. Praise the sun. An unremarkable day. The only thing worth mentioning is that 2 more forest wolves in my home have broken through to elite level. That includes little ones. Heart of Woods is truly flourishing more and more. But Miss Chin called again in the evening. Sure enough, Su Inyong was right. Women only disrupt my progress in meditation. Day 9. October 9th, sunny. Praise the sun. Xiaoqing's level has increased, reaching second rank elite. The little guy is so hardworking. I can feel a significant boost to my spiritual power. Is it possible that if a pet beast keeps breaking through, its master won't need to engage in meditation anymore? Miss Chin called again. She wants me to visit Magic Capital Academy in 2 months, before the end of the year? Before the year's end. I wonder if it will conflict with the breeder competition? And why do I feel a little nervous about it? Day 10. October 10th, sunny. The sun loves me so much. I'll sing a song for the sun. An exhilarating day. Indeed, for a forest wolf with only proficient level sunlight absorption to evolve into a Wanmu wolf, the required evolution energy is minimal. In just these few days, using only 2 elite-level materials, Europine nuts and white whisker grass, and 1 low-level commander resource, green phosphorus fruit, the evolution was completed. The evolution was successful. The second Wanmu wolf has finally appeared. Indeed, there's quite a gap in potential compared to old Sha. It barely reached the racial potential of a first-stage monarch. Also, it didn't comprehend the life magnetic field skill. I don't know if it's unable to comprehend it or just hasn't yet, much like old Sha didn't comprehend the blinding technique. But it's good enough that its racial potential can reach first-stage monarch. That's quite incredible. Sunlight absorption being only at proficient level means it doesn't need many cultivation resources. It needs neither lungs of nature nor sun crystals. Only a massive amount of sunlight spring water, a large quantity of smile-face sunflower seeds, and subsequent resources for accumulating evolution energy. Adding it all up, the total evolution cost is roughly between 15 million to 20 million. Such a cost for the evolution of a Wanmu wolf that can reach monarch-level potential. In old Lu's words, this year's breeder competition should be no problem. Moreover, after completing the evolution, Xiao Chang's level directly broke through from elite peak to 3rd rank commander. Not bad at all. Most importantly, I finally managed to get some meditation in today. Nothing should disturb me now, right? Su Ping's days passed uneventfully, as succinctly summed up by the few words in his diary. However, it was obviously quite different for others. It would be truly strange if the masters, connected by soul contracts, couldn't feel the evolution of their pet beasts in such significant breakthroughs. Over the past month or so, the Legion had maintained absolute trust in Su Ping. Even when delivering resources, they would at most ask a couple of questions. But today was evidently different. The second Wanmu wolf had appeared. Without a doubt, pandemonium erupted inside the Forest Wolf Troops base 100 kilometers away. The Warwolf C Division Command Center. In Chief Lin Lei's office. Chief Lin still sat behind his desk, listening as one of his battalion commanders reported on the progress and achievements of the past month or so. Sir, the evolution of the Desert Wind Wolf has been completed. Only what? Lin Lei gave the man a look. In a certain sense, a few battalions in Warwolf C Division were always at the bottom. Forest Wolf, Sand Wolf, and Snow Wolf were unquestionably these bottom-ranking battalions. The man standing before him was Wang Feng, the battalion commander of the Sand Wolf Battalion. Sir, there's only a little over half a month left until the martial competition begins. I can't seem to book any joint internal training sessions with our brother battalions. Old Yang Snow Wolf Group has already started training with the instructor's Shadow Wolf Group. I had hoped to find Lao Zhang, but he said his Forest Wolf Troop hasn't finished its cultivation yet. Lin Lei glanced at the man. Indeed, his troop hasn't finished its cultivation. Why don't you make arrangements with a few other battalions, or perhaps arrange some cross-training? There's still half a month left. What's the rush to train for combat? Let me tell you, if you disgrace me in front of the entire Legion this time, I'll have you learn postnatal care for sows. Wang Feng was not the least bit concerned by Lin Lei's threat. Instead, his eyes darted about, and he chuckled. Sir, I heard that Lao Zhang's Forest Wolf Troop has cultivated something remarkable. Lin Lei's expression remained unchanged as he took a sip of water. Where did you hear that? Is it true? Wang Feng's eyes widened. True or false? What damn business is it of yours? Get back to your training now. Lin Lei said impatiently. Seeing the chief getting angry, Wang Feng fell silent awkwardly, though he didn't dare retort. Just as he reached the door, Lin Lei's voice came from behind. I don't care where you heard about this, but let me tell you. Watch your mouth. It's one thing to spread rumors within our division, but if word gets out to other divisions, I'll be the first to come looking for you. Wang Feng was startled. Then his expression turned bitter. Could it be true? Where did that bastard Zhang Lai find such a breeder? For a moment, Wang Feng was truly itching to know more, but he dared not ask further. However, just as he was about to open the door, it was suddenly pushed open from outside. Sir, it's done. The cultivation is complete. Zhang Lai's voice trailed off. He saw Wang Feng, whose face was brimming with eager curiosity. Commander Zhang, what's completed? Wang Feng asked, winking. Wang Feng was startled by Chief Lin's furious voice from inside the office. Damn it, don't you know to announce yourself before entering? And you, if there's nothing else, get lost. Regret welled up inside Wang Feng, but he quickly stood at attention. Yes, sir. Finally, with no outsiders left in the office, Lin Lei spoke. All right, what's going on? Tell me. Zhang Lai immediately became excited again. Sir, Chai Xiaowei's forest wolf has successfully evolved. He himself has directly broken through from Commander First Stage to Commander Second Stage. Lin Lei was stunned. That company commander of yours? Yes. Seeing Zhang Lai's excited demeanor, Lin Lei suddenly thought of something. So, you came because... Zhang Lai chuckled. The other brats couldn't wait either. Since the competition starts in just over half a month, we can't get much training done within our troop. I was thinking about taking them over there to see and join in the training. Is that okay? Knowing that one's own pet beast had completed its evolution, yet being unable to be by its side, was an undeniable and immense torment. Furthermore, Zhang Lai wanted to see for himself what his ace soldier's pet beasts had become. Watching Zhang Lai's excitement, Lin Lei opened his mouth. He almost wanted to report to General Zhao and ask if he too could go see it. Would that be all right? Of course. A brand new, never-before-seen evolutionary body, and one with monarch-level species racial potential. Who wouldn't want to see that? Unfortunately, given his status and position, he couldn't simply leave the Legion base. However, what Zhang Lai said did make some sense. Cultivation was one aspect. During the martial competition, it wouldn't just be the pet beasts entering the field, but also their beast tamers. The pet beasts and beast tamers needed to synergize to achieve even greater effects. Thinking of this, Lin Lei didn't mince words and said directly, fine. However, they can stay there. As for you, return to me immediately after you've delivered them. And don't forget to write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. Yes, sir. Soon, under the bright midday sun, a military vehicle swiftly departed the Legion base. No one in the vehicle spoke. The 10 soldiers whose pet beasts were being cultivated were filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. They all pursed their lips, their tanned faces unable to conceal their irrepressible joy and anticipation. Seeing them made Zhang Lai grit his teeth. Damn it. Once we get there, all of you better keep your composure. I'm telling you, you are elite soldiers of the Forest Wolf Troop. Don't act like unsophisticated mutts who've never seen anything. Understood? Yes, sir. Time passed slowly. Su Ping, having finished lunch and burped contentedly, didn't rest. He brought Xiao Chong and Old Sha, along with over 10 elite forest wolves, to the combat arena. After merging with Yun Tian, Su Ping could finally conduct pet beast battles without any reservations. With a dedicated combat arena, they could safely use their skills and unleash their full power, no longer needing to worry about damaging the ecological environment of their forest wolf woods. In the open-air venue, basking in the sunlight, Old Sha and Xiao Chong both squinted their eyes in sheer enjoyment. But Su Ping spoke up. All right, Xiao Chong. AWO. Here. The forest wolves from the Legion reacted swiftly to the roll call, which greatly satisfied Su Ping. Next, I'm going to test your combat capabilities. AWO. Yes. At this moment, Xiao Chong had already assumed the form of the Wanmu wolf. The green, horn-like antlers on its head swayed slightly as it awaited Su Ping's further instructions. First, you'll face these dozen or so elite forest wolves. However, your goal isn't to defeat them. If you can't overpower them quickly, then my cultivation of your evolution would be a failure. So, your task is to control them for 10 seconds, then release them. Wait for them to attack you again, and then see if you can wear them down until they completely lose all combat power. This was a rather unique battle method. However, it was a very useful combat training method. It allowed for the maximum observation of Xiao Chang's sustained combat power and trained an even more important aspect, mental fortitude. Su Ping then looked at the summoned wolf pack. And you all, your job is to attack it relentlessly. Understood. AWO. Good, go ahead. Both sides stepped onto the training field together. Meanwhile, a military vehicle had stopped at the entrance of the heart of Woodstock. Lao Guan, seeing Zhang Lai arrive, smiled and said, Xiao Ping is in the combat arena over there, training the evolved forest wolf. Commander Zhang, you and your men, please follow me. Zhang Lai nodded. The 10 Legion soldiers behind him were all keenly focused. One of them was so excited he involuntarily held his breath after boarding the sightseeing vehicle with Lao Guan. He was Chai Xiaowei, Xiao Chang's current Beast Tamer. It was he who had sensed the changes in Xiao Chang through their soul contract, even experiencing a direct boost of a minor level himself. Zhang Lai, seeing this soldier's dazed expression, smiled and said, All right, I've seen the Wanmu wolf before, so I have some understanding of it. The Wanmu wolf's abilities lean more towards battlefield control and creating forest terrain, which forest wolves excel in. Its individual combat prowess might not be that strong. It's primarily more formidable when fighting in coordination with others. He had indeed seen it. After all, he was the first witness to old Sha's evolution. Saying this, they all disembarked from the vehicle and followed Lao Guan into the combat arena Su Ping had reserved. The venue was extremely deserted. Although open air, it was only open from above. A circular wall enclosed its perimeter. However, just as they stepped inside, a series of whistling sounds reached their ears. Zhang Lai immediately spotted Su Ping standing by the fence. But at that moment, his gaze slowly shifted towards the training field. The vast arena, normally a relatively open training field, was now densely packed. Trees. It was entirely filled with trees, roots, branches, and leaves. If not for the walls and fences around the combat arena, Zhang Lai would have thought it was a small forest. But clearly, this wasn't a normal forest. A natural forest wouldn't be this abnormally dense. These trees were packed and squeezed together, looking less like a potted plant arrangement and more like a patch of weeds magnified 1,000-fold. Then, in the next moment, he saw a figure strolling leisurely outside this forest on the training field. It was draped in branches that seemed to flow down from its body, resembling a peculiar old wolf wearing a straw rain cape. However, the emerald green, Y-shaped antlers on its head were reminiscent of the legendary auspicious divine beast, the Kylan. At that moment, everyone knew that the peculiar forest wolf on the field, resembling a Kylan, was indeed the Wanmu wolf. It was the very contracted beast they had sensed through their soul connection. Beside them, Chai Xiaowei's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists in excitement. However, mindful of his commander's earlier warning, he dared not make any overly conspicuous movements, merely staring at the scene on the field with thrilled eyes. However, soon, none of them could remain calm. They then noticed that within the dense thicket of entwined branches and leaves, branches stretching out like dark green pythons, figures were darting up and down. They were all too familiar with these figures. They were ordinary forest wolves. There were over a dozen of them, all at the elite level. Yet, these forest wolves were scrambling to attack Xiao Chang on the field. However, the small forest before them seemed like an insurmountable natural barrier. The branches, moving faster than the wolves, would swiftly bind any wolf that made a move, immobilizing it for about 10 seconds before releasing it again. It was like a cat toying with mice, tirelessly watching these struggling little creatures attempt to challenge this wolf king of the trees in its jungle. Even considering the difference between commander level and elite level, wasn't this gap a bit too large? At that moment, they finally grasped the true charm and combat power of this forest wolf evolutionary body. Instantly, several soldiers looked at their commander with admiration. No wonder our commander was so confident this time and paid such a heavy price for us to undergo this evolution. Such a powerful evolutionary body is truly worthy of the commander's high regard. And yet, an evolutionary body this powerful isn't considered strong in single combat? then what kind of creature would be considered strong? It was then that Zhang Lai, who had been quiet all this time, watching the leisurely Wanmu wolf and the dozen-plus elite forest wolves being effortlessly captured, finally couldn't hold back. Damn, is this evolutionary body really that fierce? Zhang Lai ignored the strange looks from his teammates. At this moment, he had only one thought. Outrageous. This is utterly outrageous. Generally speaking, a commander-level pet beast naturally held an absolute advantage over elite-level ones. But could the advantage truly be this significant? He just watched. For a full 10 minutes since they had entered, those forest wolves hadn't even touched Xiaochang once. The forest that kept springing up seemed to appear at their feet at any moment. Most importantly, the control and growth rate of these forests were just too fast. Logically, the energy consumed in this process should be substantial, right? But so much time had passed. They had already been inside for 10 minutes. And who knew how long Xiaochang had been fighting before they even arrived? Yet, despite such wide range and frequent manipulation of the forest, Xiaochang showed no signs of energy depletion at all. On the contrary, those forest wolves were clearly starting to run out of steam. Trapped by the Wanmu wolf's tree prison and then forced to relentlessly attack once released, they were still running a deficit, even in broad daylight with sunlight absorption for replenishment. Incomprehensible. Zhang Lai truly couldn't understand. He didn't get how such large-scale terrain-modifying abilities could consume so little energy. All he knew was that he hadn't misjudged the Wanmu wolf bounding above. It was like a Kylan, a truly magnificent sight. This was the best forest wolf evolutionary body. Su Ping paid no attention to the crowd that had entered. His gaze was firmly fixed on Xiaochang above. He understood what was happening even better than Xiaochang's owner did. The reason he had so ostentatiously tested Xiaochang's strength was precisely because of this understanding. Xiaochang's sunlight absorption was only at the proficient level. Thus, the evolved photosynthesis was also only at the proficient level. And most importantly, after completing the evolution, Xiaochang's Heart of Woods had also risen to the proficient level. These three skills formed a formulaic iron triangle, creating a continuous synergy within Xiaochang. It was simply too difficult to advance to perfection level. For Old Shah's Heart of Woods, to reach perfection level was not something achievable in a day or two. Thus, this first experimental evolutionary body, where the Heart of Woods level matched the other two skills, held great research significance. Indeed, that was the case. At this very moment, Xiaochang's energy cycling within its body was much smoother and more natural. The physical strain from extensively using these three linked skills, similar to how Old Shah had in the Secret Realm, would be minimized. However, the mental fatigue from rapid skill usage was still inevitable. But this was already quite impressive. It also highlighted the power of this skill formula. It's a pity that sunlight absorption, the source, being only at the proficient level, was indeed too low. It couldn't achieve a qualitative change, making it impossible to further observe the upper limits of this skill combination. Half an hour later, Xiaochang was still in the arena. Its movements showed hardly any signs of disorder, yet in front of it lay numerous forest wolves. Some of the forest wolves with lower elite levels had already fainted. Even those at higher elite levels, including 2 at the peak elite level, were barely hanging on in this battle. It was almost impossible for them to resist again. This outcome wasn't entirely unexpected, but the process was certainly awe-inspiring. 1 against 16. Wanmu Wolf, a complete victory. 2 hours later, Zhang Lai stood at the entrance of the Heart of Woods, a look of reluctance on his face, but he still remarked to Su Ping as he was leaving, "I was a bit worried before, but now I'm not afraid at all. Breeder Su, these 10 rascals will stay with you for now. Don't hesitate to order them around as you see fit. If any of them dare to act up, call me, and I'll skin him when I get back." Zhang Lai glared fiercely at the 10 people behind Su Ping. Not a single one of the Beast Tamer soldiers denied it. In fact, one who had a good relationship with Zhang Lai even spoke up directly. "Commander, you don't even have to say it. If anyone dares to disrespect Breeder Su, we brothers will beat the living crap out of him." To be honest, Zhang Lai absolutely believed him. In this whole world, who else could cultivate a pet beast like the Wanmu wolf? Was this Su Ping before him just some young kid? No, he was the guide to their bright future. Zhang Lai shot them a look. You rascals got lucky this time. So, in the Legion competition half a month from now, if anyone dares to mess up, you'll all suffer 5 times the punishment I get from the division commander. Yes, guaranteed to complete the mission. After receiving a satisfactory response, Zhang Lai finally turned to Su Ping and said with heartfelt sincerity, "Breeder Su, sorry to trouble you. Any expenses these rascals incur here will be fully reimbursed by the Forest Wolf Troop. We absolutely won't let you waste a single cent of your money." Su Ping smiled and shook his head. "Commander Zhang, you're being too distant. Let alone the Forest Wolf Troop offering reimbursement." Su Ping himself was eagerly awaiting the arrival of these 10 Legion Beast Tamers. The reason was simple. Among these 10 individuals, the one with the lowest military rank was already a company commander, in charge of around 200 people and pet beasts. The rest were either battalion commanders or elite non-commissioned officers, all of whom had extensive experience in group combat. If Su Ping wanted to command a horde of beasts in battle in the future, he was more than eager to discuss this with the beast tamers within the Legion. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. At first, these 10 beast tamer soldiers were indeed very cautious. The reason was simple. Su Ping didn't make the best first impression on them. The first time he came to summon pet beasts, he was anything but polite. After summoning them, he simply told them to beat it. However, after this interaction, they found that Su Ping, despite his exceptional talent, wasn't as odd-tempered as they had thought. A horde? A legion? Breeder Su's ideas are quite bold. That evening, sitting on the grass in the Forest Wolf woodland, one of the soldiers, the oldest and a 30-year-old beast tamer named Li Da, spoke up in surprise. "That is the idea," Su Ping said. "I am sentimental about pet beasts I have raised from youth, so I'm reluctant to sell them. I figured, though arena combat might be out, for exploring secret realms and defending against ferocious beasts, I could still employ some." The others were also surprised. They knew that in the Beast Tamer Legion, pet beasts collaborated in combat under the command of beast tamers, who themselves followed orders from superior officers. But if one person were to command a legion's worth of pet beasts, not to mention 200 pet beasts from a company, even managing 30 to 50 pet beasts from a platoon would be difficult, wouldn't it? They were surprised, but didn't discuss this further. Lida nodded and said, "I believe Breeder Su can do the impossible." After a little flattery, he made his suggestion. "If that's the case, then I suggest, Breeder Su, you shouldn't command them all at once in battle. That would surely lead to mistakes. You should primarily engage with a few highly talented forest wolves, get them used to your commands, and make them understand your commands. Then, use these forest wolves as the core to build combat squads. Let these core forest wolves command the others. This will be more efficient, and it's best to conduct tactical focus training so they get used to their roles." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao, a soldier standing next to him, laughed. "Isn't this just like the training methods of our legions, companies, and platoons? Breeder Su, you don't need to ask Commander Li. He's all talk, but I'm the one with the real combat experience. If you trust me, leave it to me. I can't promise miracles, but I can develop a set of guidelines for you during this time. You just train them according to these methods, as long as you can command each Forest Wolf squad leader. And me, Breeder Su, I'm the instructor of the assault company, responsible for the company's pet beast assault training. I can help as well." Watching hands rise one after the other, Su Ping smiled. Who in this world understood Legion combat better than the members of the Beast Tamer Legion? Who knew better how to ensure that a group of pet beasts performed effectively in large-scale warfare? Clearly, no one. So, I really only need to train according to the methods of these most endearing individuals. As for their concerns about whether uncontracted forest wolves would understand my commands, clearly, there was no need for concern. The soul sight ability bestowed by the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas was my most reliable skill. It seemed that after completing this cultivation task, in the future, I could continue my collaboration with the Beast Tamer Legion. Besides, just having these Beast Tamers from the Legion help oversee the Forest Wolves combat training was already a huge help to me. This also allowed Su Ping to devote more energy to the further cultivation of forest wolves and papermen. Indeed, that's what happened. This peaceful lifestyle continued for 2 more days. During that time, including the previously advanced dumb and dazed. A total of 8 forest wolves that had reached master level in sunlight absorption also finally upgraded their photosynthesis skill to mastery level. This marked the beginning of the third phase in the cultivation of forest wolves, accumulating power, preparing to evolve. At this stage, Su Ping didn't have to worry too much. By now, of the 10 forest wolves, only Li Daz had yet to complete this skill level cultivation. It couldn't be helped. That forest wolf, like old Shah's, had reached perfection level in sunlight absorption. To upgrade its photosynthesis, it needed to stabilize first before consuming another sun crystal. Although I now have several sun crystals that can be reused, I can't waste them, can I? After all, my own forest wolves might need them in the future. Saving one means earning tens of millions. Where else could I find such a deal normally? However, Su Ping and Li Da didn't have to wait too long. After 2 more days, once it had consumed a sun crystal, Li Da's forest wolf, De Zhuang, which had already achieved perfection in sunlight absorption, also reached perfection in photosynthesis. It then began accumulating power in preparation for evolution. Apart from these forest wolves being bred, what caught Su Ping's attention the most was undoubtedly the Paperman. The progress of the Paperman also brought joy to Su Ping. He had to be evolved as soon as possible. Therefore, the 22 Papermen, 7 paper sword forms, and the small Paperman Qian were training themselves day and night without rest. The results were extraordinary. 6 Papermen, with unlimited supplies of resources like soul-settling paper and undead crystals in this period, soared from the common 3rd rank they were at when first purchased, much like rockets, all the way up to the common 7th rank. The upgrading of their skill levels was the same. The Paperman's racial potential was low, their skills were few, and even their self-awareness wasn't high. But there was also a benefit to this. That is, they could focus more. They were more single-minded. As Su Ping had the small Paperman Qian practice swordsmanship, while supervising the other papermen in performing joint and disjoint exercises, several papermen advanced their paper body joint skill from just learning it to the mastery level in less than a month. Su Ping figured that the shared learning effect was certainly one aspect, but it also indicated that the difficulty of upgrading the paperman's paper body joint skill really wasn't high. In a way, it was even effortless. Such skills were indeed easier to improve. However, what truly excited Su Ping was that 3 days later, the small paperman Qian Yi's mutated paper body control skill, after a great deal of effort, had finally advanced from the beginner to the proficient level. Unlike the paper body joint skill of the ordinary paperman, which showed no noticeable change in appearance, the improvement in Qian Yi's paper body control was extremely evident. This fact became clear when it could even remotely control paper swords around 30 centimeters from its body, showing how significant this skill level upgrade was for the small paperman. Unfortunately, while the breeding of the pet beasts was going strong, the construction of the Heart of Woods hadn't made much progress over these days. The reason was nothing else but the familiar problem of being out of money again. Some construction team expenses could be put on credit, but the special materials required for building bridges could not be deferred, resulting in a temporary halt to the work. If Su Ping didn't have some expectations for evolving the Crown Wolf Emperor, he would have even considered selling the natural essence in his hands. The resources from the Legion had a special marking, making them difficult to sell, but the origin of the natural essence was clean. It's a pity. How could Su Ping not have expectations when Miss Qin was evolving the Crown Wolf Emperor? Money could be earned, but resources like these were really hard to come by. However, Su Ping was determined to put the development of new industries around the Heart of Woods and the training of new breeders on his agenda when he had the time. Besides, after the Beast Tamer warriors led by Li Da arrived, Su Ping finally had time to properly meditate and solidify his skills. In the days that followed, he successfully broke through to become an elite 3rd-rank Beast Tamer. Of course, there was an even more important matter at hand. The forest wolves bred by the Legion were nearly finishing their evolution one by one. Over these few days, the 8 wolves who had reached the master level of drawing from the sunlight had also finally completed their evolution. They became the 3rd to the 10th Wanmu wolves in the world. This provided Su Ping with over 500 experience points. However, putting that aside, the most important development concerned the forest wolf heir Zhuang. who was already at the commander level. After evolving, a dazzling sunlight brilliance burst from its body. Its fur color was a bit more golden than the other Wanmu wolves. The reason was that Su Ping, using his eye of truth, clearly saw an ability in Zhuang's evolved skill list that no other Wanmu wolf possessed: blinding technique. At the same time, there were less than 10 days left until the Legion's big competition. Blinding technique. Beginner channels the light of the sun. The intense brightness greatly affects the enemy's vision. This is a skill representing a preliminary application of the power of the sun. This was the skill description for blinding technique. Actually, it looked quite simple, and its effect was even rather ordinary. Through Su Ping's tests, this blinding technique would cause the Wanmu wolf's body to burst forth with a brilliance even more dazzling than staring directly at the sun, temporarily blinding an opponent if they were looking directly at it. However, such skills had severe limitations and constraints. First, it was useless against plant-type creatures. They might even be delighted by it, attacking with even greater vigor. Secondly, Su Ping didn't know its effect on elemental types or undead types, but it also didn't have much impact on papermen. At most, due to attribute resistance, the papermen might feel some aversion, but it wouldn't cause any substantial harm. Finally, if an enemy took precautions by simply closing their eyes or turning away, the effect would still be greatly diminished. Of course, if the enemy closed their eyes or turned away, perhaps the blinding technique would have achieved its effect and purpose after all. But Su Ping didn't overlook the skill in the slightest. A breeder's intuition told him that this difficult-to-awaken Wanmu wolf racial skill could have numerous connections and be of immense significance. Because Su Ping glanced again at the illustrated handbook entry for the Wanmu wolf that he had looked at countless times. Wanmu wolf evolutionary form. Forest wolf, an advancement based on the wood element attribute, and a preliminary control over the power of the sun and further natural plant powers. Possessing great potential for growth and future development, it is one of the top evolution choices for a forest wolf. In the Myriad Spirit Beast Atlas, it was even specifically highlighted: preliminary control over the power of the sun. Su Ping's intuition told him that compared to previous skills like tree prison or life magnetic field, or even the mutated wood body, perhaps none was as significant as the blinding technique. The other skills increased the Wanmu wolf's combat capabilities. But the significance of the blinding technique itself was very likely related to the Wanmu wolf's further evolution. Is the path of further evolution also related to sunlight? Su Ping suppressed this question in his heart. Now was not the time to research and consider these things. Time was incredibly tight. Less than 10 days remained before the Legion tournament would begin, and Zhuang was still accumulating energy. It wasn't that Su Ping's time calculation was off. It was just that the heavens hadn't been very cooperative these past 2 months. Even though it was autumn, the sunlight had been less abundant than before, causing the accumulated power of the sun to be too scarce and slowing down the forest wolf's evolution. This also served as a lesson, making Su Ping realize even more clearly how immense the Wanmu wolf's demand for sunlight was for its evolution. Luckily, it was a close call, but without any real danger. 2 days later, after Su Ping also fed the prepared elf leaves and a golden oak fruit to Zhuang's evolution finally began in an orderly manner. Thus, within 50 days, all 10 of the Legion's forest wolves completed their evolution from forest wolf to Wanmu wolf. Not a single one failed. At most, their potential varied. Furthermore, besides completing their evolution, all the forest wolves were equipped with the wood heart skill. Even Zhuang's heart of woods level, just like old Sha's, became the only one among the 10 Wanmu wolves to reach the master level for an evolutionary body. Zhuang's heart of woods, along with its sunlight absorption and photosynthesis, all reached the same skill level. And Su Ping's prediction was indeed correct. Uniformity in the 3 skill levels proved more effective. This was even more so than in cases like Zhuang's, where sunlight absorption and photosynthesis reached perfection, but Heart of Woods was only at the proficient level, making combat handling smoother. Zhuang's level was 1 rank higher than Old Sha's, directly reaching Commandant 9th rank after completing evolution. Zhuang, on the other hand, was only at Commander 7th rank. However, in sustained, arduous battles, Zhuang could even gain the upper hand. This once again proved that as long as the difference in level wasn't too great, improvements in skill level had a greater impact on combat power. Zhuang's 3 skills formed a perfect chain, like a fully cleared pipeline, continuously converting sunlight into power, making Zhuang's strength seem almost inexhaustible. However, to Su Ping's slight disappointment, even though the trio of skills at the master level were indeed somewhat better than before, the further qualitative change he had hoped to see still hadn't occurred. This made Su Ping begin to doubt whether his formulas and conjectures were correct. But clearly, this was still not something to dwell on at the moment. Su Ping didn't become idle just because the Wanmu wolves had completed their evolution. His following days became even busier. He was so busy, in fact, that he had to apologize to some clients for whom he had scheduled or tentatively booked Heart of Woods cultivation sessions, telling them he would get back to them in a few days. The Wanmu wolves had one final step, ensuring 7 days of activity. He had to guarantee that this last critical phase was absolutely foolproof. Undoubtedly, the Beast Tamer Legion's tournament was far more important right now than earning this bit of money. The closer the day approached, the more Su Ping's attention centered on the upcoming event, a focus particularly emphasized by Zhang Lai's constant calls over the past 2 days. Finally, only 2 days remained of the 2-month timeline. Mission accomplished. Su Ping smiled wearily at the arriving Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the 10 figures in the woods. Commandant 9th rank, Commander 7th rank, 3 Commander 6th orders, 1 Commander 5th stage, 3 Commander 4th orders, and 1 Commander 3rd rank. These were the 10 figures arrayed before him, merely standing behind the young man. They seemed like an impenetrable bulwark before an endless, wild forest, its verdant foliage concealing untold dangers. Were these the same 10 forest wolves he knew? No, these were the Wanmu wolves, because next to these 10 Wanmu wolves stood their respective beast tamers. Su Ping hadn't been idle during this time, and neither had they, but it had all been worth it. Zhang Lai said nothing, not voicing a single doubt. He simply saluted the young man before him, who was about the same age as his own son. Breeder Su, we set off tomorrow. Commander Zhao and Chief Lin have invited you to attend and observe the upcoming military competition. Do you accept? As Zhang Lai had anticipated, Su Ping nodded. How many days will the competition last? He asked. It officially starts the day after tomorrow, but we need to return to the core base tomorrow to prepare. The competition itself will last about 2 days. Good. I'll get ready tonight and leave with you all tomorrow. He was finally going to the core base. A faint thrill of excitement stirred in Su Ping's heart. That wasn't a place just anyone could visit. Influenced by his father, Su Ping harbored both a longing for and curiosity about the Beast Tamer Corps. And with their departure set for tomorrow, how could Su Ping not be excited? During dinner, he mentioned his plans to Lao Guan. Lao Guan nodded, telling Su Ping to be careful while he was away and that he would handle everything at home. Since the drowning incident, Lao Guan hadn't brought up the matter of cultivating a Heart of Woods for Guan Lily again. Lao Guan hadn't even pursued the compensation from the family involved in the drowning. Su Ping knew Lao Guan didn't want to cause him any trouble. That couple's humility was due to Dong Muyun. However, Su Ping didn't know much about the precise nature of the relationship between Dong Muyun, the former chairman, and himself. If he accepted a favor from them, some things might become complicated later on. Lao Guan had been diligent for many years and was naturally unwilling to let greed create potential problems or hidden dangers for Su Ping and the Heart of Woods. Su Ping saw all of this clearly and understood Uncle Guan's intentions. However, Su Ping didn't say anything more about it. He could discuss it after the military competition was over and he returned. By then, he could offer both reassurance and a generous gift to this diligent manager Guan. When night fell, Su Ping returned to his room and lay on his bed. Before he could enter a state of meditation, his phone rang again. Su Ping initially thought it was Qin Xiaoxue, as Miss Qin had indeed been calling quite frequently these past few days. However, the caller ID took him by surprise. It was his father, who hadn't contacted him since they last parted ways. Hello. Son, have you missed me? If you have something to say, just get to the point. TSK, I was just thinking about the upcoming military competition in Zhonghai province. Have your preparations been completed? Your old man here has been bragging about you. Are you confident? As Su Ping had figured, his father, having discussed it with Zhang Lai previously, naturally remembered the event. Su Ping replied with a slight snort, "It's in the bag." Facing Su Enyang, Su Ping's confidence was palpable. "I've witnessed old Sha's capabilities myself," Su Enyang said. "Unless your luck is terrible, or the competition rules or terrain are completely ridiculous, breaking into the top 5 shouldn't be an issue." This time, Su Enyang wasn't being stubborn. Yet, Su Ping snorted coldly again. "Top 5? Who are you looking down on?" "First place. It has to be first place," he declared. "You kid, don't be too arrogant. The networks within the Beast Tamer core aren't as simple as you imagine. You've only focused on cultivating one type. I reckon some elite battle groups will feature diverse cultivation strategies. 5-person combat teams can form complementary squads with the same species but different evolutionary bodies. Although Wanmu wolves are versatile, they also have distinct weaknesses." Su Enyang was indeed right. Putting other attributes aside, the greatest weakness of the Wanmu wolves, similar to other wood element pet beasts, was their vulnerability to fire. They were inherently countered by fire element pet beasts. Su Ping, however, didn't seem concerned. His eyes darted around for a moment before he abruptly asked, "Dad, you mentioned competition rules. What are they usually like in these core competitions? Tell me in detail." Su Enyang smacked his lips. "There are many," he said. "The most traditional and widely applied is the one-on-one elimination match, a knockout tournament system decided by drawing lots. However, this format was slightly improved many years ago. It was updated to include terrain selection, and instead of random draws, a challenge point system was implemented. However, this too was later criticized for lacking practical battlefield applicability. It was seen as too performance-oriented, failing to showcase the full combat capabilities of beast tamers and their pet beasts in unpredictable wilderness scenarios, as it focused too much on arena-style duels. So, the Legion competitions in recent years have mostly been battle royale style, based on large maps. It's like throwing competitors into a designated area to raise goo. Whoever comes out on top is the badass. Still, this format focuses too much on luck and randomness. All in all, that's just how it is. I guess the upcoming Legion competition will probably be another battle royale. In situations like that, it's closest to a real engagement in the wild." Su Enyang suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if a hen had just clutched his throat, and he seemed to realize something. As he seemed to expect, Su Ping's quiet voice finally came through. "Su Enyang, you sure know your stuff." Su Enyang let out an awkward chuckle. "Hey, didn't I tell you? I enlisted back in the day and hung around in the Beast Tamer Legion for a few years." "Oh, so hanging around for those few years clued you in on the current Legion competition rules?" Su Ping didn't believe him. Su Enyang continued, "Can I have comrades? What does a little squirt like you know about deep camaraderie?" "Such deep camaraderie. Yet in all these years, I haven't seen anyone come looking for an old comrade like you for a reunion." Su Enyang promptly changed the subject. "All right, your stepmother's awake. We'll talk later. Also, if you really manage to get the Wanmu wolf to place first in the Legion competition, I'll bring your stepmother along to deliver a present." "Hey, what kind of present?" Beep, beep, beep. Su Ping curled his lip as he listened to the dial tone. This old geezer is definitely someone special, and there's a very good chance he is either directly from the Beast Tamer Legion or some kind of official. Of course, maybe he used to be, but Su Ping didn't know what his situation was now. He couldn't be bothered to ponder it further. The old man would tell him eventually. Tossing his phone aside, he started his meditation. Now that the cultivation of the pet beast was complete, he also needed to earnestly practice meditation to catch up on the realm he'd fallen behind in. After all, the professional Beast Tamer assessment Qin Xiaoxue had told him about for next year still weighed on his mind. The night slowly passed. Come morning, over 100 kilometers away at the Beast Tamer Legion base, the most central courtyard of the Forest Wild Army Command Center, a special aircraft arrived, and 2 figures descended from the sky. Standing there in military uniform with a beaming smile was Commander Zhao, flanked by a few other commanders who were also grinning at the newcomers. "President Qin, President Liu," Commander Zhao said, his face wreathed in smiles as he saw them arrive. "You honor our legion with your guidance. We've hardly given you the welcome you deserve, Forgive our lapse. Forgive our lapse. The two arriving figures were none other than Qin Erlong and Lu Fuhai. Although local and legion jurisdictions didn't overlap, for significant events like this competition, it was common to communicate. This competition certainly qualified. Moreover, and most importantly, one was the spouse of a key figure from Magic Capital Academy, while the other was a steadfast reformist in the Breeder Association. Both were undoubtedly comrades in the same camp as Old Zhao. This time, the Legion was initiating preliminary reforms, especially concerning elite pet beast cultivation. So naturally, these two had been invited to observe. Ha ha, we're just here to join the excitement. But you, Old Zhao, you're making a significant move this time. It looks like that person is finally ready to free up their hands and start cleaning house. Eh? Qin Erlong said this quite openly, not bothering to lower his voice at all. In fact, he even raised it slightly, glancing with a smile at the few other figures who had arrived. Commander Zhao naturally understood his meaning. Damn, having a powerful wife really means you can say whatever you want, huh? He's speaking so recklessly. Lu Fuhai chimed in. Heh, after the reforms of the Breeder Association and the Beastmaster Association are complete, the next targets will be the Legion and the education system. Old Zhao, you're firing the first shot here. Commander Zhao said. All right, let's not stand out here in the wind. Let's go inside. Qin Erlong could speak without reservation, and Lu Fuhai wasn't afraid either. However, at this major Legion base, the most important military installation in the East, there were some things Commander Zhao definitely couldn't say publicly. The other commanders, those who were in the same faction and on good terms, came to greet Qin Erlong and Lu Fuhai. The rest departed promptly. Neither Qin Erlong nor Lu Fuhai paid them any mind. Among these people, some were individuals backed by certain prominent families, while others were those who had lost out due to the recent internal reforms. But in the end, they were all just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their efforts were futile. The smooth progression of this outsourced elite cultivation competition was proof of that. Back in the command headquarters office, Commander Zhao poured tea for his two guests before saying with a smile, "The competition officially starts tomorrow. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you both to spend the night here." Qin Erlong laughed. "Cut the crap. You just want old Lu and me to intimidate those restless elements within the Legion, don't you?" Vice President Lu waved his hand. "Don't drag me into this. I'm just here to watch the show. If there's any fighting to be done, you guys can handle it." After saying this, Vice President Lu quickly asked, "Old Zhao, let me ask you something." Commander Zhao nodded. Although Vice President Lu was only at Monarch Peak, and his actual combat prowess as a Beast Tamer was indeed inferior, his status as a breeder was not to be underestimated. Old Lu was at Monarch Peak, true, but his network of connections was second to none. Forest wolves were one of the most common types of pet beasts. As one of Dragon Nation's renowned forest wolf breeders, Old Lu had encountered countless powerful individuals who favored them. Breeders, especially high-level, renowned ones, were formidable for this very reason. Therefore, Commander Zhao didn't dare to treat Old Lu with anything less than utmost respect. "Ask away," Commander Zhao prompted. This time, will the external breeders responsible for the outsourced cultivation also be coming to observe the competition? Lu Fuhai asked, blinking. Commander Zhao nodded. Naturally. These are the masterpieces of various breeders, after all. Our Legion has allocated considerable resources, so we certainly want them to see our sincerity and the results of their own expertise. Lu Fuhai wasn't concerned about sincerity. He quickly asked, "I've heard about the breeders for the snow wolf, sand wolf, hunting wolf, and shadow wolf. For the sand wolf, Yang from our Jianghai Province Breeders Association, and I personally supervise part of it. The snow wolf is supposedly handled by a senior breeder from Beiyuan Province. I've also heard bits and pieces about the hunting wolf and shadow wolf. But what's the situation with this forest wolf?" Although Lu Fuhai hadn't specifically inquired during this period, with such a major event happening in the Legion, breeders in several neighboring provinces and cities in the eastern region had caught wind of it. Yet, concerning the forest wolf breeder, not a single piece of information had leaked out, from top to bottom. Lu Fuhai was puzzled. Normally, such a breeder should be at least intermediate level, if not advanced level. Across the entire Dragon Nation, weren't the most skilled forest wolf breeders located in Jianghe province and its surrounding areas? Yet, he hadn't heard a thing. Commander Zhao also paused for a moment. Looking at old Lu, he finally realized something and asked, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Lu Fuhai looked genuinely clueless. He had indeed been extremely busy lately. He was assisting Yang He with the cultivation of the desert wind wolf from the Sand Wolf Project, accompanying the exchange breeders from Huayang province, and organizing materials for the breeder competition scheduled for the end of the year. With the official president of the Breeder Association away, all these responsibilities had fallen onto his shoulders, keeping him incredibly busy. Scratching his head, Commander Zhao finally understood why the old fellow had spoken as he did earlier. The breeder for this forest wolf troop is from your Jianghe province. And it seems they're from Linzhou City, too. Ah. Lu Fuhai raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Qin Erlong, who was standing to the side, seemed to have thought of something, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Old Zhao didn't want to elaborate further with old Lu. After all, he had only glanced at the document himself, and it would be difficult for him to recall one specific name from the dozens listed. So, he said directly, "How about this? In a little while, later this morning, the breeders from various locations will be returning to the Legion base with the pet beasts whose cultivation is complete. Why don't you go and see for yourself then? Wouldn't that solve it?" Lu Fuhai frowned, but didn't object, simply nodding in agreement. However, old Lu clearly didn't notice the teasing glint in Qin Erlong's eyes, which suggested he had already figured something out. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Linzhou City, Su Ping had already boarded a vehicle with Zhang Lai and the others, excitedly heading towards the Legion base. Having heard Zhang Lai mention it before, Su Ping had long been prepared. However, upon actually seeing the military base hidden deep in the mountains, Su Ping was still taken aback. It wasn't because the military base before him was particularly large. Rather, it was too small. Admittedly, he had anticipated some of this. After all, establishing a military base deep in these inaccessible woods would be extremely difficult, and the location of such a base had to be relatively secret. Naturally, it couldn't be too large or conspicuous, but wasn't this place a bit too small? What appeared before Su Ping was an area no bigger than a small village, at least from the perspective of the entrance. This was a military base for two armies. One for the Eastern Forest Army, the other for the Eastern Mountain Army. The naval base of the Beast Taming Army was on West Dragon Lake, but for the bases of the two land armies, wasn't this area a bit too small? Over 100,000 Beast Tamers crammed into such a tiny place? To anyone looking, it seemed a bit absurd. With a puzzled expression, Su Ping glanced out the window, and then at a smiling Zhang Lai. "Commander Zhang, this is the long-awaited military camp, just like this?" Beyond his astonishment, Su Ping felt somewhat disappointed. However, Zhang Lai was beaming. "What's wrong? Breeder Su, you think it's too small?" Su Ping nodded. Small? That was an understatement. After entering through the town's gate, Su Ping hardly saw any soldiers. Although there were a few who obviously carried a military aura, he didn't find any command center within the small town. Instead, he noticed convenience stores, small diners, and places selling daily necessities. He even saw a couple of unmarked small shops, with a few beast tamers glancing around furtively before tiptoeing inside. What the hell kind of military camp was this? A legion's camp? Su Ping felt the glorious image of the beast tamer core in his mind shatter instantly. Seeing Su Ping's obviously mistaken expression, Zhang Lai finally said, "Strictly speaking, this is just the outer perimeter of the camp. Most of those here are either families from the legions or those who have retired from them. As for that," Zhang Lai, pointing at the few who were tiptoeing stealthily into the unmarked shop, chuckled and said, "That's a pet beast shop specializing in catnip. Its main customers are those sons of itches from the Tiger Division. God damn it. They sneak out to buy catnip when entry and exit aren't too strict during the major military competition. If I weren't with you, Breeder Su, I'd definitely catch a few to hand over to the inspection team." Zhang Lai's words made Su Ping glance at the shop in surprise. He didn't quite understand, but his confusion hadn't lessened at all. Outer perimeter? But the question was, in this small town that one could see across at a glance, where was the inside? His confusion was quickly resolved. When they reached the rear of the town, near the mountain it backed onto, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Before the massive rock face, a multitude of space vortexes shimmered into view, at least 20 of them. These were far grander than the so-called space vortex of the Fengdu Sword King's heritage secret realm that had once appeared in his own backyard. Every single one of these 20-plus space vortexes was enormous, each easily dozens of meters wide. Among them, 2 were particularly huge. The entire rock face was consumed by these space vortexes. Zhang Lai was very satisfied with Su Ping's shock and chuckled. The military command here is a combined arms army group formed by 2 large land armies. It's also one of the most important military regions in the East. Its actual location is an absolute secret, so stabilized space vortexes are used for secure, linked transportation. As he spoke, the vehicle didn't even slow down, driving straight into one of the space vortexes. Faintly visible above that particular space vortex were a few characters: Eastern Forest Army, a division, B Division entrance. Evidently, each of these space vortexes served as a separate entrance for the various legions within, linking to their respective division-based garrisons. Su Ping took a deep breath. What kind of grand operation was this? Connected by stabilized space vortexes? Before he could ponder further, Zhang Lai extended his wrist, and an electronic, mechanical voice sounded from it again. Identity confirmed. Forest Wolf Troop Leader Zhang Lai of a division. Entry permitted. The vehicle didn't even stop, entering the swirling portal of space. Unlike the disorienting, world-spinning sensation he'd felt when entering the Sword King's secret realm, this time it was as if they had merely passed through a layer of water. The transition was so smooth that Su Ping, despite being prepared, was almost caught off guard. The next moment, the view opened vastly. An endless sky stretched above. Exercise grounds were enclosed by high walls, and wide roads extended in all directions, their ends out of sight. There were sprawling complexes of buildings, and in the distance, the horizon met deep forests and ancient mountains. And then there were the Beast Tamer soldiers, stationed at numerous sentry posts and atop the high walls. This scene finally matched Su Ping's image of a true military legion's encampment. As Su Ping watched, astonished, Zhang Lai had already made a phone call. "Commander, yes. Breeder Su has been delivered. We'll be at the entrance of your command center in a moment." "Great." In the War Wolf A Division Command Center, Lin Lei stood up from his office and hung up the phone. He glanced at the few people beside him and smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, the last breeder of my division has arrived, and they are quite a special one. I'm going out to welcome them. Please make yourselves comfortable." As soon as these words were spoken, several figures in the room looked at Chief Lin with surprise. Who could this person be, whose arrival warranted such personal attention from Chief Lin? It was worth noting that among those present were even senior breeders, particularly the Snow Wolf breeder from Beiyuan Province. The woman in black beside this breeder was also quite a prominent figure in Beiyuan Province. However, even when this prominent figure had arrived the previous day, Chief Lin hadn't greeted her with such fanfare, admittedly due to official duties. Nevertheless, this was enough to illustrate the high regard in which Chief Lin held the breeder who was now arriving. Within the War Wolf Division, there were 6 wolf troops: Forest Wolf, Hunting Wolf, Shadow Wolf, Snow Wolf, Sand Wolf, and Flame Wolf. These 6 types of wolf pets all shared one common trait. Their racial potential typically reached the elite peak. This was also what the Legion considered the most suitable basic pet beasts for regiment-level main forces. Of course, the War Wolf Division had other units as well. For instance, the Thunder Wolf Company and the Moon Wolf Company existed as companies directly under the division. They were considered high-end forces of the War Wolf Division and were not counted among the regiment-level formations. Indeed, the individuals present were the breeders from the other 5 wolf troops. Immediately, one person mused aloud. The last to arrive must be for Chief Lin's Forest Wolf Troop, right? Jianghai Province is the birthplace of forest wolves. I wonder if this forest wolf breeder is from Jianghai Province. As he spoke, he glanced sidelong at a nearby figure, a hint of teasing amusement in his eyes. Yang He's expression shifted slightly. This was Yang He. Sun Xiaoju had emphatically introduced him to Su Ping back when Su Ping attended classes at the Breeder Association. He was a specialist breeder of sand wolves, having mastered not just one, but several types of skill cultivation. He had even mastered quite a few of the publicly popular evolution paths for sand wolves, making him one of the top intermediate breeders in Zhanghai province. Moreover, he wasn't just proficient with sand wolves. He had also mastered the cultivation of several varieties of populous-type, plant-based pet beasts. Compared to Sun Chaoju, this man was truly Vice President Lu's favorite protege. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take on the cultivation task for the sand wolf troop this time. Even Lu Fuhai had personally overseen the work, cultivating an exceptional evolutionary body among sand wolves, the desert wind wolf. However, the words just spoken seemed to carry an underlying implication. The speaker was the breeder from the Flame Wolf group, one of only 2 senior breeders present. However, unlike the Snow Wolf breeder from Beiyuan province who was merely visiting Zhanghai, this Flame Wolf breeder named Ding Yin had some past connections with the Zhanghai Province Breeders Association. Ding Yin had originally been a breeder with the Zhanghai Province Breeders Association. But back then, due to internal strife, issues with resource allocation, and various other reasons within the association, Ding Yin had left for Huayang Province. 2 years ago, he had developed the Flame Wolf's brand new evolutionary body, the Ashen Wolf Lord, and became a senior breeder specializing in flame wolves. Although the Breeders Association had undergone internal reforms, purging many corrupt elements, to the point that the former president of the association had since been staying in the capital city, and the Zhanghai Province Breeders Association itself had experienced a major overhaul. This breeder Ding still harbored a deep-seated prejudice against breeders from Zhanghai. His current words were clearly meant to mock. Everyone knew that even though Zhanghai Province was the birthplace of forest wolf cultivation, the proficiency of its specialized forest wolf breeders was, frankly, mediocre. For many years, apart from the outdated forest wolf and elf wolf evolutionary bodies that had emerged a decade prior, there had been no significant progress. Although this newly arriving breeder was clearly valued by Chief Lin, it was precisely this fact that made Ding Yin believe the person couldn't be a forest wolf breeder from Zhanghai province. However, before he could speak, the standing Lin Lei smiled and said, "Breeder Ding guessed correctly. Indeed, the forest wolf specialist breeder who has arrived is from Zhanghai province." Upon hearing Lin Lei's words, Ding Yan's expression darkened slightly. The intelligence he had gathered indicated that Zhanghai province had made no progress in forest wolf cultivation over the past few years. Meanwhile, he was taken aback. A forest wolf breeder from Zhanghai province? He blinked. He had been in Linzhou for the past 2 months. If it were a breeder from Zhanghai, wouldn't his teacher have told him? But, from what he knew, hadn't Old Sun and Old Yang both been eliminated? When his teacher had mentioned this matter, he had complained about those two for several days. He did know of one other intermediate forest wolf breeder in Zhanghai province. That Su Ping he had met last time. But that couldn't be possible. That Su Ping had only just managed to cultivate the so-called Heart of Wood not long ago. He was a promising young breeder, and he was more than willing to befriend him. But at such a young age, he couldn't have mastered the cultivation of both the forest wolf and the elf wolf, could he? How could someone in such a situation come to the Beast Tamer Legion for pet beast cultivation? Does Zhanghai City have a hidden, specialized forest wolf breeder that I'm unaware of? Still, it's obvious this isn't the time to dwell on it. After Chief Lin finished speaking, he wasted no more words and walked straight out of the office to wait at the entrance of the command center. Before long, a car slowly approached from nearby. Several figures leaped out of the car. "Report, Commander, Breeder Su has been delivered. All right, we're heading to the military headquarters tomorrow. You all go back and prepare well." "Yes, sir." Lin Lei walked right past Zhang Lai and finally saw Su Ping standing there, then burst into laughter. "Ha! I've been longing for the stars and the moon, and finally, Breeder Su is here." Lin Lei was not a particularly burly man, but he gave Su Ping an exaggeratedly enthusiastic hug. This left the somewhat reserved Su Ping slightly stunned. Is this Chief Lin being a bit too enthusiastic? Indeed, he was being overly enthusiastic. Lin Lei had to be. Damn it. The promise that Kid's platoon leader father had extorted from him was something he didn't even dare mention to the breeders from other legions. After so much cost and effort, he had finally met the young man in person. The last time Zhang Lai brought people back, He had praised the evolutionary body of the Wanmu wolf to the skies, making Lin Lei eager with anticipation. Besides, even though that kid's father was annoying, he was still considered one of their own. So, the kid was naturally considered almost one of them too. And he was such a talented breeder. Who knew if he might need to curry favor with him in the future? What's wrong with being a bit enthusiastic now? Chief Lin, you flatter me. Huh. Before Su Ping could finish speaking, he saw Yang He standing behind Lin Lei, over Lin Lei's shoulder as they hugged, looking as if he'd just seen a ghost. The moment he saw the astonishment on Su Ping's face, Yang He knew his unbelievable suspicion was true. Damn it. The scenario I considered the least likely is actually happening right before my eyes. Su Ping. Is it really Su Ping? Although he had only met him once, during that class at the Breeder Association, Yang He had deeply etched Su Ping's appearance into his memory. He couldn't help but recall it vividly. This was a young, intermediate-level breeder. His face practically screamed, young and promising, and bright future, as if worried others wouldn't notice. But no matter how promising or what a bright future he has, this young fellow shouldn't be here, should he? Could it be that our teacher secretly gave this kid special treatment behind our backs? Did he secretly share the Breeder Association's cultivation method for the forest wolf evolver with him, free of charge? You know, it's actually possible. This was because, during this time, whenever Lu Fuhai was cultivating those desert wind wolves with him, he would often talk about Su Ping. He'd say Su Ping was intelligent and exceptionally hardworking, suggesting he might even take over his mantle in the future. He also mentioned that President Qin of the Beastmaster Association held Su Ping in high regard. Teacher Lu would even ramble on about what a waste it was, or lament not having a granddaughter, and other things Yang He couldn't quite understand. Although I didn't understand why President Qin valued Su Ping so much, or what any of it had to do with Teacher Lu not having a granddaughter, I knew one thing for sure. Teacher Lu genuinely valued him. However, Teacher Lu had also mentioned that Su Ping was supposedly focused on researching that Wanmu wolf evolutionary body Sun Chaoju had developed, hadn't he? How did he get involved with the Legion? However, no sooner had this question formed in his mind than Yang He's body stiffened. In disbelief, he stared at Su Ping, whom Lin Lei was gripping tightly. Sure enough, Chief Lin's voice rang out again. Ha 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 ha. I'm not exaggerating at all. Old Zhang has praised that Wanmu wolf to the heavens, even claiming it's the most perfect evolutionary body of the forest wolf. Naturally, I'm eager to see what kind of cultivation genius could achieve such a feat. So it's true. Yang He's pupils contracted sharply. The Wanmu wolf? This kid has already completed it? What wolf? The Wanmu wolf? At this moment, Yang He, after his initial shock, fell into an expected calm. But the other breeders who had followed to see which breeder had earned such high regard from Chief Lin were all exchanging glances of confusion upon hearing the name. What kind of evolutionary body was this? A forest wolf's? Clearly, this must be a brand new, never-before-seen special evolutionary body. Immediately, some looked fervently at the young breeder before them. Did they understand Chief Lin to mean that this young man had completed its cultivation? At this moment, they understood. Ding Yan, well into his 40s, had become a prominent figure in Huayang Province just 3 years ago after developing the Flame Wolf from the Ashen Wolf Lord, directly ranking at the top in the Breeder Association of Huayang Province. And now this youngster had achieved this at such a young age? Who wouldn't be astounded by that? Even Ding Yan slightly narrowed his eyes, subconsciously pursing his lips. He indeed disliked those guys from the Breeder Associations of Jianghai Province, including this Yang He. But he wouldn't let regional discrimination affect his view of this impressive young breeder. Just like the other breeders, at this moment, they had only one thought: poaching. An incredible breeder from Jianghai Province like him. It's quite clear that Yang He, a core member of the Breeder Association, probably doesn't know much about this young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unaware that he's the forest wolf breeder. Even if Yang He knew, even if Su Ping was registered, so what? As long as the benefits offered are enticing enough, they could definitely get this youngster to re-register as a breeder from their province. Yes, that's exactly their plan. After the new leadership came into power, the Dragon Nation's Beastmaster Association and Breeder Association had undergone internal reform. Resource allocation was now entirely based on regional cultivation achievements. and nearly every talent within the associations across the provinces was highly coveted because that concerned the distribution of benefits. This was the main reason for Dragon Nation's unprecedented national strength in recent years. The nation had also begun to value talent to an unprecedented degree, unlike in the past, where narrow-minded individuals or factions in control would suppress or even steal the achievements of other breeders. If such incidents occurred now, it would either result in murder to silence the victim, or the perpetrator wouldn't be saved by mere complaints and reports. Furthermore, if the wrong party directly registered with the breeder association of another province, the local organization would face severe repercussions. But murder to silence someone? In this day and age, that was truly not easy. If it were a common person, perhaps someone with great connections like Dong Muyun could suppress it, but a registered breeder? How could that be easy? The supervisory departments of the Dragon Nation were certainly no joke. Clearly, at this moment, everyone's gaze towards Su Ping twinkled with enticement. A genius breeder like him. If they managed to poach him, it would be a great achievement, and the internal credit rewards wouldn't be insignificant. However, the time was not yet ripe. With so many eyes watching, they couldn't approach him directly. Yet clearly, at this very moment, Yang He hadn't realized what was unfolding. He subconsciously pulled out his phone and, head down, sent a message to Teacher Liu, who had brought him here early in the morning. Teacher Liu, something big has happened. Do you know? At the very center of this imposing building complex, in the highest office of the Forest Wild Army's Central Command, Lu Fuhai, who was still chatting with Zhao Deguang over tea, frowned slightly. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Old Lu blinked. It was a message from Yang He. This was, in the truest sense, his disciple, and old Lu held him in high regard. So, upon seeing Yang He's message, old Lu was initially puzzled. Something big has happened? What exactly? Hadn't this rascal come with him to the military camp this morning? Shouldn't he be with the War Wolf Division's chief now, discussing the details for tomorrow's competition? What could possibly happen within the military camp? Had Eagle Country attacked? Obviously, that's nonsense. If any foreign country were invading, old Zhao's side would be the first to know. So what major incident could occur within this legion? Still, just to be safe, Lu Fuhai replied with a message. What big event? What would I know? After putting down his phone, Lu Fuhai didn't dwell on it, continuing to drink his tea and chat. But to his annoyance, after a long while, his unfortunate disciple still hadn't replied. It wasn't that Yang He didn't reply. It was that Su Ping, having just released Lin Lei from his embrace, immediately greeted him. Breeder Yang? I truly didn't expect to see you here. Listening to Su Ping's words, Yang He thought for a moment, shook Su Ping's hand, and internally complained, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Yang He, was a long-established intermediate breeder. If he hadn't been consistently unable to develop a new evolutionary body for the sandwolf and his other specialty pet beasts, he would have advanced to senior breeder long ago. Moreover, he was proficient and well-versed in the cultivation and evolution methods for the desert wind wolf, originally researched by his teacher, Lu Fuhai. He also possessed several unique methods for the cultivation and evolution of sandwolf skills. In both principle and sentiment, it was perfectly reasonable for Yang He to be present here. But where the hell did you pop up from? Of course, he wouldn't voice that out loud and instead asked this eager question. That Wanmu wolf from last time. Did you finish it? Despite Lin Lei and the recently met Zhang Lai both having confirmed it, he still wanted to get a positive answer from Su Ping's own mouth. Su Ping nodded. Yang He couldn't wait to ask, what rank of racial potential? Su Ping gave a helpless smile but didn't rush to answer, which is when Yang He realized. Having the ever-smiling Lin Lei beside him was one thing, but there were also other breeders present. In fact, Su Ping didn't even want to tell Yang He. Damn it. Even though everyone was from Linzhou, this time, they were competitors. In the Legion tournament, combat is conducted by teams representing different legions. Racial potential is a minor thing in comparison. But if racial potential was asked, wouldn't racial skills be next? The key to the Wanmu wolf lay in the absolute secrecy of its information. Its skills and such were unknown to the outside world. Under such circumstances, he could catch the beast tamers of other legions completely off guard. If he told this guy now, what if this guy turned around and sold him out later? Although it seemed rather paranoid, it was better to be cautious in all matters. After all, he had made quite the boast to his own father. Yang He too seemed to realize something. He glanced at the people around him, and his eyelid twitched, particularly when he saw the meaningful looks from the breeders nearby. Especially Ding Yan, who had previously shown great animosity toward breeders from Linzhou and Zhanghai province, even took the initiative to speak. Chief Lin, who is this young man? Please, introduce us. Lin Lei didn't refuse, but simply responded with a chuckle. Let's go back to the office first. Once back in the office, Lin Lei began to introduce Su Ping. Come, Su Ping, let me introduce you. He pointed at Ding Yan, who had been dismissive of Yang He, but now wore a pleasant expression towards Su Ping. Su Ping, this is Ding Yan. He's a senior breeder from the Huayang Breeder Association and also one of its council members, the Flame Wolf senior breeder Ding Yan. 3 years ago, he discovered and researched the Flame Wolf's evolutionary body, the Ashen Wolf Lord, which secured 3rd place in that year's breeder contest. Ashen Wolf Lord? A monarch-level evolutionary body of the Flame Wolf. However, 3rd place in a breeder contest? Obviously, either there were some incredible research findings among the competitors that year, or the evolution of this Ashen Wolf Lord might have some flaws, either in combat power, potential, or perhaps it simply required more valuable resources. This would make the cost-effectiveness of its cultivation for evolution somewhat average. But no matter what, a senior breeder was already a person of status. There are hundreds, or even several hundred, intermediate breeders in Zhanghai, but only a handful of senior breeders. Such is the gap. Su Ping nodded and proactively extended his hand. Su Ping, an intermediate breeder from Zhanghai. Ding Yan eagerly shook hands with the young breeder before him. All smiles as he said, Breeder Su, so young and promising. We can be considered fellow townsmen. It seems we were in similar situations, not getting much attention in Zhanghai. He didn't rush to say anything more. Talking now would be pointless. No one was a fool. Quiet talks and promising conditions were the way to truly sway people's hearts. Yet, this sentence alone made Yang He's eyes narrow slightly. Damn it, this guy who previously had a face as sour as a dog's is really unable to hold in his true colors. And damn, talking about being fellow townsmen, why didn't he mention that to me earlier? No way. It was at this moment that Yang He remembered he hadn't finished his conversation with his master. He had already figured out what these people were trying to do. With that thought, he quickly pulled out his phone again. Sure enough, his teacher had already replied, and it was clear that his teacher was waiting for his response. Teacher, you need to come to the Werewolf division quickly. There's trouble. What's the problem? Who the hell did you learn that from? Why are you being so coy now? Yang He really wanted to reply that he had learned it from his teacher, but alas, he didn't have the luxury of retorting at the moment. Without a second thought, he typed, Su Ping is here. While Yang He sent his messages quickly, Chief Lin's introductions were no less swift. By then, Lin Lei had already pointed to the next person, a woman dressed in black. This is Ms. Rong Qiu, a council member of the Beiyuan Province Breeder Association. She's also a senior breeder specializing in snow wolves. 6 years ago, she pioneered the snow wolf's evolutionary body, the cold water wolf. The snow wolf, a special pet beast evolutionary body with connections to water, ice, and wind elements, was indeed intriguing. Su Ping once again extended his hand. Pleased to meet you, little brother, Rong Qiu said with a smile. This woman's appearance aside, something about her gave him a sense of foreboding, and he subconsciously didn't want to be too close to her. However, she seemed to want to be exceedingly friendly with him. Little brother Su, you should call me when you come to Beiyuan province to visit. Su Ping chuckled lightly. He really had no interest in visiting that region. However, when he recalled that his father was in Beihai City, which seemed to be part of Beiyuan province, he nodded. The next 2 breeders, one for the Shadow Wolf and one for the Hunting Wolf, were also not from Zhanghai province. The Shadow Wolf's breeder was from Manhwa province and was rumored to be a close friend of the direct superior of an instructor within their organization. Although this breeder hadn't pioneered a special evolutionary body for the Shadow Wolf, he had successfully cultivated several Shadow Wolf evolutionary bodies. This time seemed to be no different. The Hunting Wolf's breeder was from Anqing province. Su Ping took note of their names and even exchanged contact information with those who seemed friendlier, like Ding Yan and Rong Qiu. More friends meant more opportunities, especially since these weren't ordinary connections. Although Su Ping had no immediate plans to work with other wolf pets, the future was always unpredictable. After the introductions, Ding Yin couldn't contain himself. He truly looked down on Jianghai province, but he found this young man quite admirable. Young, yet neither arrogant nor impetuous. Su Ping, about that Wanmu wolf chief Lin mentioned earlier. As expected, the conversation had turned in that direction. Su Ping touched his nose awkwardly. It is indeed the newest evolutionary body I've researched. However, I can't take all the credit. The initial direction was discovered by breeder Sun Chaoju from Linzhou. Such modest words didn't cause the others to think less of him. On the contrary, their eyes shone with even greater admiration. He didn't try to claim all the credit, nor was he arrogant. As for Sun Chaoju's discovery, no one truly cared, not even Yang He. On Blue Star, various evolutions occurred frequently, and wild evolutionary bodies could even be found in the wilderness at times. However, what truly mattered was the ability to transform discovered wild evolutionary bodies into cultivation methods usable by breeders and beast tamers. As for the discoverer, well, that was all there was to it. Otherwise, why would Su Ping, and not Sun Chaoju, be here for the Legion's cultivation? Sun Chaoju himself had worked on it for several years with nothing to show. That alone spoke volumes. What's the racial potential rank of the Wanmu wolf? Someone couldn't help but ask. Su Ping didn't refuse to answer. Monarch level. As for its specific skills, allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll all find out during tomorrow's competition, won't you? Everyone nodded and didn't press further. They knew Su Ping wouldn't tell them even if they asked. Still, this information was enough. Monarch level. This signified it was a superior evolutionary body of the forest wolf. This alone was proof that the evolution was a success. Moreover, it wasn't an evolution with exceedingly difficult requirements. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have assigned Su Ping to cultivate for the forest wolf troop. Finally, Ding Yin could no longer hold back. He genuinely disdained Jianghai province. Now that such a capable breeder had emerged in Jianghai, it would be a true pity for him to remain there. Despite having known him for only a short while, Ding Yin initiated the conversation. Little Su, do you mind if we talk privately for a moment? Su Ping was startled, but Lin Lei, who was beside him, showed no surprise. Although the Legion had little involvement with local affairs, Lin Lei could guess some of what was happening. Is there something you wish to discuss, Breeder Ding? Ding Yin said with a smile. Let's talk privately. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Su Ping. However, before he could finish his sentence, Rongqiu laughed and said, Actually, there's nothing to hide. Everyone knows what's going on. It's just an attempt to poach someone, isn't it? Su Ping, are you interested in moving to another province's breeder association? Rongqiu directly exposed the truth, causing the others' expressions to change. Ding Yin, in particular, glared angrily at her. This woman from the north just doesn't think straight. What good does it do them to expose things like that? Isn't it undignified to openly poach talent and discuss terms? However, Rongqiu clearly didn't care. She shrugged, completely indifferent to Ding Yan's angry glare. Su Ping finally understood. President Liu had mentioned this to him before. He was already aware of the issues surrounding provincial performance and resource allocation, but he'd never imagined he'd become directly involved. Seeing that the issue was now out in the open, Ding Yin stopped pretending. Ignoring Yang He's angry glares, he said directly, Su Ping, what future could you possibly have staying in Jianghai province? Others might not know, but how could I be unaware? This Jianghai province has long been rotten to the core. Otherwise, how could a genius breeder like you receive treatment even worse than Breeder Yang's? Su Ping was stunned again. Ding Yin wasted no time and continued, I can promise you right here. Join the Huayang Province Breeder Association, and your promotion to senior breeder this time is guaranteed. Additionally, you'll receive an annual research grant of more than 5,000 points. We can discuss various other benefits and advantages in detail later. As a director of the Huayang Province Breeder Association, he naturally had some authority in these matters. The offer was undeniably attractive. 5,000 points. How much was that Sun Crystal Heat exchange for previously? With these 5,000 points, one could exchange for several Monarch-level resources and even save up for Emperor-level resources. This Thank you for your kind offer, Senior Ding. But I'm used to living in Jianghai, and I don't have any plans to move to another city for now. Habits can be changed, you know. I guarantee you won't regret coming to Huaiyang. That's how I made the move myself. Ding Yin continued to persuade him, his admiration for Su Ping evident. However, this was clearly just the beginning. The other breeders, representing their respective provinces, also joined the bidding war. Su Ping, Minhua Province here. Su Ping, Anqing Province. Suddenly, the division commander's spacious office in the command center turned into a bustling marketplace, with everyone haggling. Lin Lei didn't mind. Instead, he watched the scene with keen interest. Rong Qiu, who had earlier revealed their intentions, also watched with amusement. This breeder from Beiyuan Province, having exposed the other's intentions, now remained silent. She didn't join the scramble. Instead, her narrow eyes sized up Su Ping, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. However, while those two could watch with composed interest, Yang He, standing to the side, was growing increasingly restless. If his teacher didn't arrive soon, these demons would truly carve up and devour Su Ping, this Tang monk's flesh. He wouldn't be able to stop them then. Su Ping hadn't expected that upon arriving at the Legion, even before the competition began, a battle for him would erupt within the Warwolf division. Naturally, he had no intention of leaving Jianghai. The investment in Heart of Woods wasn't merely financial. It represented his family's painstaking effort. Moreover, Su Ping believed President Liu wouldn't be outmatched by these offers. However, the current situation was becoming a bit overwhelming for him. Damn it, they're going to eat me alive. However, just then, an angry and familiar voice finally boomed from outside the door. Who's trying to steal someone from my Jianghai province? Su Ping and Yang He both breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the office door was pushed open. Lu Fuhai, his face dark but brimming with an almost manic joy, appeared at the entrance. Vice President Liu was furious. Damn it, an exceptional breeder had finally emerged from Jianghai province. And at this critical juncture, I didn't even know? After all this effort, he was almost lost to others. Fortunately, I still have a reliable disciple. Otherwise, if I were relying on Zhao Deguang, Qin Erlong, and that good-for-nothing bunch, I wouldn't have even known if Su Ping had been snatched away by breeders from other provinces. Vice President Liu's squinty eyes, this time, were undisguised in their icy glare at the other breeders present, especially Ding Yan. Although both their ranks were advanced level, their statuses were worlds apart. Ding Yin was only proficient with the Flame Wolf and had barely reached that level a few years ago, while Lu Fuhai was a veteran of many years. Previously, Lu Fuhai had also tried to win Ding Yin over, explaining the current situation of the Jianghai Province Breeders Association, but Ding Yin had shown no signs of changing his mind. However, as the senior breeder leading the new junior breeders from Huaiyang Province on this visit, Lu Fuhai had been quite polite to Ding Yin previously. But now, things were completely different. Lu Fuhai's icy gaze didn't seem to intimidate Ding Yin, who simply responded with a slight smile. However, nothing more was said. After all, their positions were clear, and poaching talented breeders from other provinces was something both sides engaged in. Although being caught red-handed was somewhat embarrassing, it wasn't cause for a public meltdown like a shrew. Vice President Liu looked at Su Ping, who had already stood up. His dark, old face, with an expression change more astonishing than even the little paperman Qian Yi's renowned face-changing act, blossomed into an incredibly radiant smile. Su Ping, you kid. Such a big deal, and you kept it from me. Although his tone was reproachful, Vice President Liu's beaming old face showed not a trace of actual blame. If being kept in the dark always meant such good news, I'd wish for it to happen more often. Su Ping quickly said, I really didn't mean to hide it from you. I've been so busy with so many things, I just haven't made it over to the Breeders' Association. Qin Erlong chuckled, I can vouch for that. You haven't called Xiao Ping for over a month. Vice President Liu shot him a glare. Damn it. Now I finally understand what those text messages from Zhao Deguang and this Qin Erlong, those two old bastards, were all about. So they knew all along and were just bullying me, old Liu, for not knowing? And I supposedly didn't call Su Ping to ask? Was it that I didn't want to? No, I didn't dare to. I was afraid that if I pressed him, it would affect his mental state and potentially ruin his research on the Wanmu wolf. Who the hell could have imagined that in just 2 or 3 months, this damn kid would not only complete the cultivation of the Wanmu wolf, but also get in touch with the Legion? And he had even directly completed the cultivation for the Legion's Forest Wolf Troop? If someone had told me that, I, Vice President Liu, would have considered them an idiot. But now, I, Lu Fuhai, feel like I'm the idiot myself. Can a genius breeder truly be judged by ordinary standards? Wasn't the sand-eating Jiao evolutionary body from the legend of the Holy Dragon obscure before its meteoric rise to fame? Of course, the sand-eating Jiao is ultimately not comparable to the Wanmu wolf. Although both are monarch-level evolutionary bodies, the sand-eating Jiao, in the hands of that legend of the Holy Dragon, involved the cultivation of a super-rank skill. This made that individual not only a genius breeder, but also a powerful beast tamer. I haven't seen the Wanmu wolf with my own eyes yet, but a super-rank skill, that's still too far-fetched. However, comparing that legend to Su Ping is, in itself, an exceedingly demanding task. Throughout history, how many beast tamers like that have there been? Su Ping, as he is now, has already amazed me. So, at this moment, Lu Fuhai didn't say much more, just smiled and nodded. All right, my fault. Let's go, Su Ping. No point staying here. Let's head straight to old Zhao's place. It's almost lunchtime. You have to tell me properly. Kid, how exactly did you manage to breed it? Su Ping nodded helplessly and was thus unceremoniously whisked away. The others could do nothing. Unless Su Ping himself wanted to leave. Poaching someone of his caliber wasn't so easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't lead to the almost annual spectacle of interprovincial disputes over such matters reaching the imperial capital. Of course, Su Ping didn't refuse. There wasn't much for him to do by staying anyway. At most, he could exchange some ideas with these other wolf pet breeders. But at this moment, in old Lu's eyes, these other wolf pet breeders had thoroughly transformed into scheming old Wongs, all coveting the prize cabbage in his own field. Leaving Su Ping to interact with these people? Wouldn't that be like sending a sheep straight into a tiger's den? In the end, before leaving, Lu Fuhai couldn't resist turning back to glance at the group, saying, "Gentlemen, we are still in Jianghai. Let's not make things too unsightly." This remark was clearly directed at Ding Yan. Ding Yan's brow furrowed, but ultimately, he didn't dare to say anything more. Once they were in the vehicle heading to the Legion headquarters, old Lu patted Su Ping on the shoulder. "Well done. Don't listen to those people. I'm telling you, whatever they can offer, Jianghai province can match it completely." This was old Lu's promise. Moreover, it was a promise made in front of Qin Erlong. Su Ping's eyes lit up. "Can I also take those experimental equipment?" Old Lu's face stiffened, but he promptly waved his hand. "No problem. When the time comes, take whatever you fancy. If that's not enough, move an entire laboratory from the Breeder Association. The equipment and resources within the Breeder Association are different. The equipment is actually purchased with money and is considered property of the local breeder associations, while the resources are distributed by the headquarters." However, it was rare for Su Ping to make demands, so old Lu, who had just made a promise, naturally wouldn't go back on his word so quickly. A few pieces of experimental lab equipment, even if paid from old Lu's private account, were insignificant. As long as he could keep Su Ping tied to Jianghai province, it was all worth it. But Lu Fuhai was genuinely curious. "Speaking of which, you've always wanted those high-tech experimental labs. What exactly do you plan to do? Pet beast breeding doesn't usually require them that much, right?" "Indeed, not much. Such high-tech lab equipment is generally used for resource analysis, and the primary purpose of resource analysis is to create magic potions. But in reality, although magic potions are closely related to pet beast breeding, for senior breeders who are truly focused on researching pet beast evolution, they aren't of much practical use." Su Ping smiled faintly. "I was curious about the properties of some magic potions and wanted to research them more deeply. A laboratory might not always be in use by a breeder, but it is indispensable. Especially now, Su Ping still couldn't forget about his intended in-depth research into wolf tobacco. In fact, his desire for it had only intensified over this period. He remembered that when testing the Heart of Wood's magic potion made from wolf tobacco, a little forest wolf had comprehended the Heart of Woods after consuming just 3/5 of the potion. However, its level had consequently dropped by 1. Yet, the concentrated liquid of wolf tobacco had no effect on the little white mice used for experiments. Su Ping was already quite interested in the effects of wolf tobacco. This interest intensified after his previous observations of pet beast regression in the forest wolf and elf wolf, making the plant even more valuable for his research. If the forest wolf's level could regress instead of advancing, could its bloodline also regress? Could it allow some pet beasts with powerful inherent races to devolve, reverting to ancient, unevolved forms? Could this lead to the complete restoration of ancient pet beast species, allowing for the cultivation of even more diverse evolutionary branches? This was why Su Ping had been so determined to secure his own laboratory. Youth is wonderful, but, Su Ping, while breeding pet beasts, you mustn't forget to cultivate and evolve your own pet beasts, as well as your own training. Your current realm is satisfactory. However, as you progress, advancing your own realm is also crucial for breeding pet beasts better, old Lu remarked. At that moment, Qin Erlong added a reminder. Su Ping nodded. He knew that advancing in realm also improved one's physical condition and lifespan. Although this improvement wasn't as significant as the increase in spiritual power, the saying still held true: the body is the capital of revolution. Your second pet beast is the paperman, right? Qin Erlong asked. Yes. Su Ping nodded again. Beside them, Vice President Lu frowned slightly as he looked at Su Ping. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then refrained. The paperman was a type of pet beast whose characteristics had been thoroughly established by countless breeders proficient in the necromancy series. However, Su Ping had already contracted it, so what more could he say? Qin Erlong, however, wasn't too concerned. He wasn't a true breeder and didn't know much about the difficulty of cultivating a paperman, so he actually believed Su Ping could achieve what ordinary people couldn't. Thus, Qin Erlong said, "Has Xiao Shui told you about going to the Magic Capital in 2 months? The Magic Capital Academy has 2 meditation methods. Xiao Shui has likely told you about her forest of myriad forms. Her second pet beast is a wood element plant type, which is why she can cultivate that particular method. Since you chose a necromancy series pet beast, you can try the other one when the time comes. Myriad Transformations Meditation Method. Myriad Transformations Meditation Method. This was the first time Su Ping had heard of other so-called meditation methods, as he wasn't very familiar with the concept in the first place. Qin Erlong nodded. Yes, but I don't know much about it either. You can check it out yourself when you get there. Meditation methods, although rare and precious, are essentially just icing on the cake. After reaching the commander level, each realm advancement for a Beast Tamer is a significant hurdle, much more difficult than improving a pet beast. I'm just mentioning it in passing. You should be mindful of it. Su Ping nodded. All right. I'm dying of curiosity. Tell us, kid, how on earth did you discover that Wanmu wolf? What skills does it have, and what kind of evolutionary body is it? Lu Fuhai clearly had little interest in such troublesome things as meditation methods or breakthrough bottlenecks for beast tamers. At this moment, his entire focus was on the Wanmu wolf. All right, there's no need to rush this. Let's go eat first, Qin Erlong interjected. The vehicle stopped, and after a few minutes, Su Ping finally saw the highest-ranking officer of this legion. However, this General Zhao appeared extremely kind, always wearing a gentle smile. A hero emerges in youth. This was the assessment, which made Su Ping somewhat embarrassed. At the same time, Su Ping also got a taste of the Beast Tamer Legion's canteen food. Perhaps because it was a special meal, the flavor was surprisingly good. As for Vice President Lu, he didn't seem interested in eating at all. He bombarded Su Ping with questions at the dinner table about cultivation processes, trigger conditions, and more. Su Ping didn't really have anything to hide. The evolution law for the Wanmu wolf would have to be presented at the breeder competition anyway, and it was a good idea to give President Lu a heads up. While Su Ping was engaged in a lively conversation, Yang He, at that moment in the headquarters, had just finished his tasteless military meal. He immediately returned to his resting area and took out his mobile phone. There were various messages on the phone, some news, some notifications, and some messages that were read, but he didn't feel like replying to. Almost without thinking, Yang He clicked into a group chat. Inside this group chat, there were quite a few messages mentioning him. The name of the group was also quite distinctive, Jianghai Wolves. At first glance, the group name seemed a bit informal. But in fact, it was quite formal, and there weren't many members, just about 20 or so. However, the people in this group were all prominent figures within Zhanghai province, and those mentioning him at this moment were among them. Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju, Sandin Yang, Old Yang, what's it like inside the Legion? Can you take some photos for the brothers to see? Shadow of the Wolf, Muhang, stop talking nonsense. What kind of place is the Legion? You think they let you take photos there? Don't go looking for trouble. Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju. I'm just curious, damn it. If it weren't for some breeder who popped out of nowhere, a spot in the Legion's cultivation would have definitely been mine. Li Weiwei, then why didn't you get in? In the entire Zhanghai province, it seems like only Old Yang got the chance for the sand wolf cultivation, right? Shadow of the Wolf, Muhang, if Old Zhao hadn't been too busy working with President Liu on that Icefang White Wolf project, I bet he would have had a chance to get in too, right? Old Zhao, no. I heard that this time a senior breeder from Beiyuan province came. And the evolved ice system and poison-type hybrid pet beast they're cultivating is apparently quite rare. I really don't have that kind of skill. Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju. Enough chatter, where's Old Yang? Sandin Yang, isn't the official competition tomorrow? Have you seen who this forest wolf breeder is? A series of mentions made Yang He scroll through them for quite a while. In the end, he reached the bottom, only to find Sun Chaoju still pestering him about the identity of the forest wolf breeder. Clearly, this guy is bothered because he was edged out and missed the chance to be involved. He's dead set on finding out which breeder came out of nowhere to take what he thought was rightfully his. Too bad for him. Yang He clicked his tongue. However, in their small group chat of wolf pet breeders within the Zhanghai Breeder Association, there weren't really any secrets. Everyone knew that the identity of this Legion's forest wolf breeder was the only one not yet revealed. Naturally, many people were curious and tagging him. Sandin Yang, didn't Vice President Liu also arrive today? Why don't you guys ask him? Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju, you finally show up. Stop beating around the bush and spill it. Have you seen that forest wolf breeder or not? Sandin Yang, I've seen him, and we had a great chat. Old Sun, Old Wang, you two can stop feeling resentful. He's simply better than you. The Old Wang not next door. Hey, Old Yang, I didn't do anything to you, did I? What's this got to do with me? Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju, when I get back, I'll treat you to 3 rounds at the Dihao. How about that? Spill the beans, quick. Seeing Sun Chaoju's promise, Yang He chuckled. Sandin Yang, actually you all know him. Li Weiwei, Shadow of the Wolf, Muhang, who is it? If you keep stringing us along, forget about the Dihao when you get back. You'll be going for a winter swim in the Lingxi River. Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe and everyone else was sufficiently intrigued, Yang He decided to stop holding back. Sandin Yang, Su Ping, Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju, what? Li Weiwei, Shadow of the Wolf, Muhang, Old Zhao. A flood of question marks exploded in the chat, even drawing out a few old turtles who had been lurking silently. This undoubtedly gave Yang He's ego a huge boost. Wolf, Din Sun Chaoju, what the hell? The Legion's breeder for forest wolves is Su Ping? Is that the Su Ping I know? Su Ping from Linzhou, the one with the heart of woods. Sandin Yang, no kidding. Do you know another Su Ping? When he arrived this morning, it shocked the hell out of me. I almost thought I was seeing things. The Old Wang not next door. So, Su Ping went to cultivate forest wolves. Then what he cultivated is... This time, Yang He didn't keep them in suspense. Sandin Yang, the Wanmu wolf. In an instant, the previously boisterous group chat fell silent at this revelation. Everyone watching the chat seemed to be digesting this piece of news, information that none of them had initially been able to process. The Wanmu wolf succeeded? A brand new, never-before-seen evolutionary body of the forest wolf has emerged? And from the hands of a kid who just graduated? Indeed, such news required some time to sink in. After all, those present were intermediate-level breeders of wolf pets. After many years of hard work and study, they had all strived to create their own novel evolutionary bodies, hoping to advance to senior breeder. But was it really that easy? In their view, common pet beasts like wolf pets had been thoroughly researched over the years. Where would there be new evolutionary bodies left for them to discover? Yet, reality had just slapped them across the face. A kid who had just graduated had succeeded. However, The brief silence was shattered by a barrage of messages that almost instantly flooded the screen. Wolf Din Sun Chaoju. Holy crap. Wolf Din Sun Chaoju. I always said the Wanmu Wolf was absolutely feasible. See, I was damn right. Wolf Din Sun Chaoju, damn it. When that kid met me last time, he totally kept me in the dark. He just casually said he'd made a bit of a breakthrough. No way. When I get back, I'm making that brat treat me. Shadow of the Wolf. Muhang Su Ping wasn't wrong, though. It was a bit of progress. But damn, Sun Chaoju, you really hit the jackpot with luck, stumbling onto this. You're the one who should be treating. Li Weiwei, jackpot luck +1. It really was incredible luck. Sun Chaoju, who was currently in Shuhua City, was grinning from ear to ear. Even though I wasn't the one who perfected the evolution, just being the discoverer is enough. It's unlikely to make me a senior breeder, but this is still huge. This was a chance to make a name for himself. The new evolutionary body of the forest wolf, the Wanmu wolf, was first discovered and researched by him. It wasn't just about fame, but also tangible benefits. As the discoverer, never mind the popularity it'll bring to my wolf den, just my share of the academic credits alone will allow me to get many valuable resources that money can't buy on the open market. For a moment, Sun Chaoju felt that the money he'd promised to spend treating Yang, he was utterly worthwhile. As for Su Ping, he's no longer just that genius breeder junior I once knew. At this moment, Sun Chaoju's thoughts mirrored Li Shu's. Towards this breeder, who was more than a decade younger than him, Sun Chaoju only wanted to say one thing. Sire, if you would not abandon this humble one, Chaoju is willing to acknowledge you as his foster father. Yang He ignored the commotion in the group chat and contentedly put down his phone. While this minor earthquake was shaking the breeder circles of Linzhou, the day at the military camp proceeded in an orderly fashion. And so, the days slowly passed. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the entire legion, the long-awaited and momentous competition began. This was an open-air square, somewhat resembling the sports fields from his school days, though with some distinct differences. On one side of this square stood a giant screen. Simultaneously, small screens were positioned in front of the numerous small seating areas arranged in all directions. At this moment, figures in groups of 5 stood together in the center of the square. Thanks to Old Qin and Old Lu, Su Ping could sit in the front row, even though it felt like sitting on pins and needles. Who was in this front row? The most central figure was Zhao Deguang, along with a general from the Shanyuan ground forces, distinguished by the stars on his shoulders. Besides him, Lu Fuhai and Qin Erlong sat nearby. There were also several others at the same rank, but with different powers and titles. But undoubtedly, even Chief Lin was sitting in the second or third row at this moment. As for the other breeders, they had their own visitor seating and could not be seated here at all. Even though Su Ping was just sitting at an edge, he felt nervous. Is this a place he can sit in casually? But fortunately, at this time, no one was paying attention to him. All eyes were on Zhao Deguang in the center of the front row. At this moment, looking at the elite soldiers in their groups of 5 in the center of the square and their respective group leaders, Zhao Deguang slowly stood up. All battle groups, sound off. From the formation, voices cried out one after another. Reporting, Commander. Hunting Wolf Group Leader Zhou Long reporting. The Hunting Wolf Group Elite Squad, 5 members required, 5 present. We are ready for inspection, sir. Reporting, Commander. Snow Wolf Group Leader Li Taifeng reporting. Voices resonated across the entire field. Finally, after all attending personnel were verified and accounted for, the Chief of Staff said with a smile, "All right, you should all know why you're here today. I won't waste words. This Legion competition is to test the results of your elite cultivation over the past 2 months. Legion competitions, unlike Beast Tamer's arena battles, test your on-the-spot response capability, wilderness survival ability, tactical cooperation ability, and may even test your luck. So, for your competition this time, our comrades in logistics have worked overtime to create a large battlefield for you to display your abilities. The rules this time are simple. Defeat all enemies except for your own team of 5 and survive until the end. Finally, judgment will be based on the number of enemies you defeat, the number of survivors on your team, and your survival time. Eliminating an enemy awards 1 point. Wiping out an entire group awards a total of 7 points. which includes an additional 2 bonus points. For every additional 2 Xiaoshi of survival, each surviving member of the group earns 1 point. The last surviving group receives an extra 10 points. Also, be aware that hypnotic mist will be released on the battlefield. Your life status monitors will alert you. The life status monitors will also record the attacks you can withstand and the condition of your pet beasts. If you exceed these limits, the life status monitor will automatically signal and activate protective measures. At that time, you will be considered eliminated, and someone will come to escort you away. Additionally, random supply drops will occur on the battlefield. Indeed, just as Dad said, it's really the typical battle royale competition format. But that makes sense. This competition format truly tests the comprehensive abilities of the Beast Tamer soldiers in the Legion. Competitions held in an arena are meaningless by comparison, because neither enemies nor wild ferocious beast packs will grant you the courtesy of a fair one-on-one fight. Su Ping's lips curled up. He did not directly cheat by attempting to link any sort of mental vision. After all, the distance was insufficient. Besides, he believed that their recent training in the heart of woods meant the 5 selected Wanmu Wolf Beast Tamer soldiers would not disappoint him. Now, there's only one thing to worry about. All right, no more idle talk. Lead them to the battlefield. The rules were simply announced, and everyone was equipped with life status monitors, which allowed for direct viewing of the corresponding member's combat status on the live broadcast. Then, everyone boarded vehicles and headed in a specific direction. Meanwhile, on the large screen before them, multiple split screens appeared. These individual screens represented the corresponding group members. At the same time, the small screens on the seats also lit up. Here, one could choose individual feeds for more detailed and direct observation. The display capabilities of these electronic systems are truly impressive. All the equipment within the Legion had refreshed Su Ping's understanding of it. Indeed, in any world, the most advanced equipment always began its use within the Legion. The only difference lay in the field of pet beast cultivation. Unless there were insurmountable barriers, excellent breeders from the outside world would continue to emerge. Su Ping took a slow breath, nervously watching the screens. This competition will likely not conclude within a single day, but viewing the first day should reveal some initial strengths and weaknesses. According to the rules, whether one took the initiative to eliminate other teams or simply lay low waiting for the poison circle, both were valid strategies. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.